This week on India Ascends.
All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0. Is it time up Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want secular removed from the constitution?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadla. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the measures that have now kicked in. We're talking about all classes that have switched to the online model, including Class 10 and Class 12. Well, that is because of the Grab 4 measures that are now in place. But what is Delhi getting so wrong? Why can't Delhi clean up its act? We're going to get to all the details. But first, the headlines. Delhi chokes in severely toxic category. We're talking about the AQI that's nearing the 500 mark. Delhi and the NCR region covered yet another day of this cloak of smog, with schools now switching to the online mode of classes, including Class 10 and Class 12. So classes are now online, and also this is due to the smog siege with all schools. This doesn't mean only Delhi, but also the adjoining areas of Gurugram as well as Faridabad that are included in online classes, as well as the Delhi University taking measures in order to curb the problem. They have also gone on to online classes till Saturday. And in the run-up to the elections in Maharashtra, cash seizure ahead of a polling day, just 24 hours to go, and cash almost close to 2 crore rupees has been seized from a hotel in Nashik. And the Chief Minister there chairing a meeting of NDA MLAs in Manipur, a key resolution on the Armed Forces Special Powers Act. It's the Assam that is sealing its borders with Manipur. India's antitrust watchdog slaps a fine to Meta. We're talking about the Competition Commission of India slapping a penalty of over 200 crore rupees on social media giant Meta over its WhatsApp privacy policy update that took place in 2021. And India's successful launch, we're talking about Elon Musk's SpaceX that has launched ISRO's satellite. This is the first for India. That satellite that's been launched will enhance communication. This is the most enhanced communication satellite that will help in enhancing broadband services and also in-flight internet across India. And the United States is urging Bangladesh to end violent crackdowns while saying that they are not supportive as far as the government's engagement is concerned in violent crackdown on peaceful protests. And India's key bilaterals on the sidelines of the G20 summit. The Prime Minister has met with his UK counterpart, as well as he's met with the French President. The discussions have ranged on various topics, including AI and space. And it's the 1000th day of the war between Russia and Ukraine. And as the war escalates, we're seeing an impact that is directly felt as far as oil prices are concerned. Now, oil rates have jumped over 3% as the war escalates. Let's get you our top story, and our focus remains on the pollution problem. And visibility levels again this morning have been hampered due to that smog cover that we're seeing. Air quality, whether it's in the national capital or areas around, including Noida, Ghaziabad and Gurugram, have reached very toxic and alarmingly high levels, with most AQI stations crossing the 500 mark this morning. We're talking about that dense layer of smog that is visible on your screens at the moment, making visibility very, very poor for the 7th consecutive day. While the Union Health Secretary has issued an updated advisory as far as schools are concerned. Now, Delhi University has also decided to shift to online classes till Saturday, the 23rd of November. We're talking about universities making that announcement amid worsening air quality levels in the national capital. So we have my colleague Ishika joining us, as well as Shreya joining us. Ishika, over to you first. So now that we know that online classes is going to be the norm as far as schools are concerned, including class 10 and class 12, they were, remember, exempted from that measure that had come into place yesterday. But of course, better sense has prevailed in regard to the health of the children here in the country. What other steps is the government taking in order to ensure that the citizens feel slightly safer in these very toxic times?
Well, Divya, as you rightly mentioned, now in fact, the schools here in the national capital and in the NCR region have switched to online mode, and this better sense has only come after Supreme Court in fact intervened into this matter and has directed this. Now, apart from that, Divya, let me tell you that Grade Response Action Plan Stage 4 is already imposed in the national capital. In fact, it was imposed yesterday and it continues to be so, and we did see that the direction that came from the Supreme Court was that the government cannot in fact revoke the Grade Response Action Plan Stage 4 without informing the court. Now let me tell you that if we talk about the air quality index, it only continues to worsen. Divya, yesterday morning we were reporting that the AQI level is at 483. If I show you today, my camera person Sushil Rathi is trying to show you the data that we are getting from the CPCB app. You can see that today morning it has gone to 492. In fact, there are different stations here that is mentioned on the Safar app, in fact Sameer app, where the air quality index has crossed the 500 mark. Now let me show you, Divya, that the visuals that you'll be getting from the national capital with the areas in fact engulfed in smog, but even in public parks, certainly the people themselves are becoming more and more aware. You can look at the visuals that we are getting from a park here, where everyone here present is wearing a mask. I'll try to go across to them and in fact ask them as to how they are feeling about the entire situation. सर, अगर हम अभी बात करें तो अभी जो एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स है वो 500 के पास चला गया है. क्या आपको भी अब जब बाहर निकलते हैं तो आपको भी परेशानी फेस होती है?
हमको परेशानी फेस होती है. हम लोग कभी जब भी मना भी करते थे कि हम लोग बाहर नहीं जाएंगे. मेरे बच्चों ने मना किया कि पापा आप लोग बाहर मत जाइए, क्योंकि आप बुजुर्ग हैं, आपको सांस की प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. है नहीं, मुझे हो रही है. मुझे जो है सांस की प्रॉब्लम है, हर तरह की प्रॉब्लम शुरू हो रही है. अब पता नहीं अब जो है एयर क्वालिटी कब बेटर होगी. हमें तो बहुत दिक्कत होती है. हम भगवान से प्रार्थना कर सकते हैं कि भगवान कुछ करे, क्योंकि भाई सरकार तो कुछ करेगी नहीं, कभी भी नहीं करेगी.
वही अगर हम देखें तो जो AQI जो इतना ख़राब हुआ है उसके बाद जो है स्कूल जो है वो ऑनलाइन मोड में चले गए हैं। बात हो रही है कि शायद ऑड इवन भी वापस आए। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि ये जो मेजर्स अब सरकार ला रही है कहीं ना कहीं बच्चों के एजुकेशन पर भी इम्पैक्ट पड़ रहा है, इससे आप क्या कहेंगे सरकार?
देखिए मैडम, ये हर साल होता है, लेकिन सरकार पता नहीं कब जागेगी। कई सालों से ये प्रॉब्लम चल रही है, कभी ऑड इवन कभी करते हैं, लेकिन इनके पास कोई साधन ही नहीं है। इतनी बड़ी दिल्ली सरकार है, 7 MP हैं, सब सो रहे हैं, इन्हें कोई परवाह ही नहीं है इस चीज़ की कि हम क्या कुछ करें। लेकिन मैं बड़ा हैरान हूँ कि दिल्ली इज़ द कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया, उसके अंदर ये इतना बुरा हाल है। देखिए सीनियर सिटीजन है, पार्क में बैठे हैं, बिना मास्क के बैठ नहीं सकते हैं, बीमारियाँ फैल रही हैं। तो ये सारी चीज़ें जो हैं इनको पहले से कुछ करना चाहिए। कोई पानी का छिड़काव नहीं है कि कुछ नहीं है। अभी हम RW की तरफ से एक मशीन लाए हैं जिसकी तरफ से हम पैरों पे कर रहे हैं, तो टेम्परेचर को डाउन करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन ये मैडम कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि आने वाले टाइम पे भी कोई हमारा साथ देगा।
वही हम देखें जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट है उन्होंने भी कल फटकार लगाई है, चाहे वो दिल्ली सरकार हो चाहे वो CAQM हो। अगर आप यहाँ पे जो रेसिडेंट है, क्या आप फील कर पा रहे हैं कि जो उन्होंने मेजर्स बोले थे दिल्ली सरकार में, क्या आपको दिखा वो नीचे काम करता हुआ ग्राउंड रियलिटी पे?
अभी एक्चुअली सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने तो 2 दिन पहले ही बोला है, तो अभी वो उसके बारे में कुछ कहना मुश्किल है। लेकिन जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला है वो दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट को बहुत पहले इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए था, क्योंकि ये वन टाइम फिनोमेना नहीं है, ये हर साल होता है और हर साल ये दिक्कत होती है। तो इसके लिए प्रोएक्टिव मेजर्स पहले से लेना चाहिए था गवर्नमेंट को।
प्रोएक्टिव मेजर्स पहले से लेना चाहिए था। वही हम देखें तो अभी जो राज्य सरकार है वो केंद्र सरकार को ब्लेम कर रही है कि आप जॉइंट एक्शन प्लान लेके नहीं आ रहे। बीजेपी जो है वो वापस आम आदमी पार्टी दिल्ली सरकार को ब्लेम कर रही है। तो इस ब्लेम गेम में जो नॉर्मल रेसिडेंट्स है जैसे आप, वो कहाँ अपने आप को खड़ा पाते और क्या कहेंगे?
डेफिनेटली सेंटर और स्टेट की लड़ाई में पब्लिक पिसती है बगैर बात में। दिल्ली में जो मेन पोल्यूशन है मोर देन 50% व्हीकल्स एमिशन से है। व्हीकल्स का जो भी फ्यूल निकलता है, फ्यूल जलता है उससे है, या अड़ोस पड़ोस के राज्यों में जो भी पराली जलती है, स्टबर्न बर्न होते हैं, उससे हो रही है। इसके बाद में सरकार को कुछ सीरियसली सोचना पड़ेगा। सरकार मतलब सोचती तो है लेकिन करती नहीं है।
So in fact, as you heard, these were the voices that we were getting from the ground, from the residents. They say, that they continue to suffer between the political bickering that continues to go on between the political parties here. Over to you.
Right. Of course, let's just also go across and, get a count of how bad it is this morning in terms of the pollution levels. Ishika, over to you. Take us through how bad is the data coming out today. And in terms of the farm fires, as far as Punjab is concerned, just yesterday over 1,200 fires have been reported. So, adding to the pollution problem as far as Delhi is concerned. So this is completely, adding fuel to the fire. What kind of measures are being implemented on the ground in order to ensure that they, these measures that they talk about are also, going through, and that, people are not violating the measures in place?
Well, if we talk about that, Divya, yesterday we did see that Graded Response Action Plan Stage 4 was imposed, after which a very important meeting of the Environment Minister in Delhi government, Gopal Rai, was called. And in fact, we did see that after that, strict directions were given to every department to in fact ensure that it is implemented on the ground. Let me tell you what those, instructions are. Number one, that there will be, in fact, there are increased checkings regarding, the traffic, the truck traffic that comes into the national capital. There are restrictions even on the light commercial vehicles, the heavy commercial vehicles that are entering the national capital and that are, registered outside of the national capital. If we talk about the construction and the demolition activities, well, there is a complete ban on construction and demolition activities that also include, that are national projects, public projects. So at this point of time, no construction and demolition activities can take place here in the Delhi NCR region. So these are in fact few of the very important measures that are there in the Graded Response Action Plan, and the teams have been formed by various departments. If we talk about the traffic police, the Delhi police, the NDMC, the MCD, and in fact the DPCC, all on the ground to ensure its implementation. But certainly, Divya, the bigger question remains that we have seen as to how, with all the measures that were already in place, the implementation was always a question. So will this time the things change? Well, that certainly
Right, Ishika, let's take that to Shreya. Shreya, what kind of fines and penalties are in place for violators?
Well, if we talk about the violations in regard to the kind of vehicles, vehicle ban are concerned, we know that there is a fine of 10 to 20,000 fine on using vehicles which violate the BS3 and BS4 violations. Right now, we know the GRAB 4 has also been implemented, as per which the entry of trucks and buses in Delhi have been banned, except for the ones, the non-essential trucks are banned, and the ones which are BS6 and CNG, those are the ones which are allowed. And apart from that, as you were saying, that the schools up to class 12 all have shifted to online classes, both in Delhi, Gurugram, Faridabad, and universities like Delhi University, Jawaharlal Nehru University have also shifted to online classes till November 22nd and 23rd because of the alarming pollution levels. And right now I am outside the Indira Gandhi International Airport, and as you can see, the skies are, of course, there is no escape from this toxic haze. It's filled with smog, and of course the temperature has also lowered. It's around 16 degrees Celsius right now. The wind speed is 5 km per hour, and the pollution levels is of course at a very high level. The AQI is 494, and we know for a fact that certain measures have definitely been taken, but these are essentially emergency measures, reactive measures. The Supreme Court has also criticized the Commission for Air Quality Management for the delayed implementation of GRAB 3 and GRAB 4, and for not taking a year-round proactive approach towards curbing air pollution in the national capital. And as far as stubble burning is concerned, we know that yesterday Punjab reported almost 1,200 cases of stubble burning. This definitely has an impact in the national capital, and we also, as per sources, we know that farmers are now altering their burning schedules, the stubble burning schedules, just to evade detection. So this is also something that we need to look at closely. And so how accurate these numbers are, and as far as national capital is concerned, the measures have been implemented, but how much of it is being monitored at the ground level, this is something that we need to do a ground check on.
Right. Thank you so much, Shreya, for getting us all those details. And let's get you more on this in regard to what is India doing so wrong when it comes to the pollution problem, particularly in Delhi and the NCR region. To know more on this, we have Rein, expert on international climate law and policy director, India program at the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development in Washington, D.C. She's coming to us live from Baku, where COP29 is underway in Azerbaijan. We also have Dr. Palak Balyan, research lead as far as climate trends in India are concerned. Ms. Osho, over to you first in regard to what really China has done. We're talking about a pollution plan that came into place. China that had a pollution plan, say, from back in 2014, 10 years ago, when President Xi Jinping acknowledged the fact that they have a persistent problem and they need to fix it. They went about it in a very systematic manner, and they have managed to clean up their act to quite an extent. What is it that Delhi is doing so wrong, and what is it that Delhi can learn from China?
Hi, Divya, and a very good morning to you from Baku. Thank you so much for having me on the show this morning. What China did is exactly, I think, on paper, what India should do, and a large part of that has already been put together in terms of the policies that have been developed. The problem is in the enforcement of it. When the Chinese government needed to clear the air in Beijing and Shanghai, what they did was to put together an airshed program. An airshed is essentially a geographical area that has a similar weather pattern. So instead of doing this across state lines, which is what India attempts to do, you do it across a geographical area that faces similar weather patterns. So for example, if you look at Delhi, the airshed should extend up to perhaps somewhere close to Chandigarh, because that entire part of that region would have similar weather patterns. So currently the problem is we are trying to tackle the challenge of air quality in Delhi using state lines. When you use state lines, wind still blows across states. So whatever might happen in Delhi, you can still control because that is within the jurisdiction of the state government. But what happens outside is certainly beyond the control of the Delhi government. So to give you an example, Delhi's largest source of black carbon emissions or PM 2.5, PM 10 comes from the transport sector. We had a report come out very recently that spoke about the pollution contributions from stubble burning, which constitute about 4.4%, whereas transport constitute about 40% of the problem. If this news or this report is coming out now, one begs the question, why is it that the policies are made based on records and information and monitoring systems that are perhaps not correct? Why is it that we are doubling down on farmer fires based on data that is inaccurate? So there's no point in doubling down on farm fires because that's not necessarily the largest source of emissions. The second is, your colleague mentioned, our farmers are smart enough to know when the satellite crosses over so that they can evade being picked up and monitored, and they will burn the stubble during the time that there is a crossover between satellites. This is a statement given by NASA.
Right, of course, Ms.
farmers
Oshra, of course, this comes at a time when 1,200 farm fires have been reported in the last 24 hours. And let's also go across to Palak. Palak, at a time when the world is looking at India for its development and the changes that are visible at face value, but doesn't this persistent problem show how very little has changed when it comes to pressing matters?
Yeah, hello. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, rightly said that the problem is persistent and we are failing at ground and we are not able to come up with what is expected in terms of clean air. But I must also say that where we are failing is in terms of enforcing all these laws and policies throughout the year. So this is one major problem that we are discussing this thing during this winter season only. So the major important point is to have policy or law enforcement stricter throughout the year, which is one reason that we continuously failing despite being having all the laws on paper, correct laws on papers. So that is one point need to focus on. And the second one is that I completely agree with what ma'am has said just before me, that we need to look at the airshed and all that thing. But when it comes to the city level action plan, we also need to understand what are our local sources. And for that matter, I think transport sector is the major sector where we can do some intervention and actually can see some results out of it. So transport sector is a major sector where I can see from that if we do some intervention and we have some strict enforcement throughout the year, then definitely we might achieve the at least up to the Indian level standard pollution. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Palak and Zareen, for joining us on the broadcast this morning. Of course, this comes after NCAP that was launched in 2019, a program to make the national clean air. That was a program that its first national effort that came into place in order to set these clean air targets, aiming at least a reduction by 20 to 30% as far as PM 2.5 levels are concerned by 2024, using 2017 as the base year. But from what we've heard, according to a report by CSE, that Delhi has only utilized under 30% of the funds from NCAP between 2019 and 2020, and again in 2023 to 24. So, of course, as far as policies are concerned, they might be in place, but the implementation seems to be lacking, and which is why we are so far behind from Beijing that can clean up its act. But India seems very far behind and has a lot to learn from China. Now, let's just talk about the farm fires as Reed was speaking about. And of course, in the last 24 hours, 1,200 such incidents of farm fires are being reported from Punjab. 1,251 farm fires, to be precise, that have been reported from 23 districts in the state. And it is certain areas which are reporting more farm fires than others. And of course, this comes at a time where there is a complete crackdown as far as the farmers and the farm fires are concerned. And we have Gurpreet joining us to get us more on this. Gurpreet, what kind of measures are in place in order to ensure that the farmers are taken care of, and yet that they ensure that these farm fires, in order to avoid such farm fires, and do they have solutions in place for the farmers to begin with?
Well, we have seen this is the highest number which has been recorded in Punjab, and specifically we have seen, if we can talk about from the farmer side, the farmers say they don't have equipment to deal with this situation. They say they had already repeatedly requested the government to provide them equipment so that they should not be forced to go for this stubble burning, but somewhere down the lane they say they are not able to get the equipment, and that is one of the main reasons why they have decided to continue this stubble burning on the ground. What we have learned from the farmers, they say they are under tremendous pressure because they are going to sow another crop, and there is a very small time gap, and that was one of the main reasons why this stubble burning is being continued in the various pockets of Punjab. It's not only in Punjab, in Haryana also we have got the visuals from our Kathal area where we have seen the stubble burning is still going on. But yes, of course, even the Haryana state says they are trying to advise all the farmers. They are also trying to provide all the equipment so that they should not continue this stubble burning. But somewhere down the lane, it seems the real policy is not being implemented by the Punjab and Haryana government, and that could be possible reasons why this stubble burning is still being continued by the farmers. And it has become one of the main contributor for this pollution in the national capital, and even in Chandigarh also. For the last so many days, we have seen the air quality has already been into very poor category. And yesterday, when we contacted the pollution department, they say yes, there is a little bit development, there is little bit positiveness in the air, because the wind velocity has already been changed and the quality, air quality has come from very poor to poor. So as of now, it seems for both the governments, whether it's Haryana or Punjab, they need to make a policy that should be implemented on the ground. Because if we can talk about the farmers say they are not able to get the equipment. If we can talk about the government say they had already provided all the equipment to the farmers, and still this why this stubble burning is still continuing. And as what we have learned from the local deputy commissioner, they are also made various teams so that there should be camps which will be held with the farmers, and this problem which is going on the nationwide, that should be discussed at the length so that this stubble burning should not happen. So let's see how the governments are going to make a plan and how they are going to execute. But as of now, it seems the government has made a plan, but that has not been executed on the ground, and that could be possible reasons why this stubble burning is still continuing in both the states, whether it's the Punjab and Haryana. In Haryana, we have seen the worst affected areas are NCR, where we have seen all the deputy commissioner, they had already taken a call and they have already shut down the schools for some time so that this air quality should not affect the health of the students. Back to studio.
Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us those details. And switching tracks now to Maharashtra, a cash seizure has been made just in the run-up to the elections. To remember, elections that will be held tomorrow, Wednesday, the 20th of November. We're talking about almost close to 2 crore rupees that have been seized from a hotel in Nasik. This is a cash seizure that has been made just ahead of the polls in Maharashtra. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Anuj joining us. Anuj, the cash that has been recovered apparently belongs to a person who hails from Thane.
Well, yes. In a luxurious hotel in Nashik, we saw that cash up from 2 crore to 5 crore, at least 2 crore, has been taken, taken with them by the election commission officials, and then the vehicles which are going around before the election period. Two things. Firstly, yes, the person is, as of now, been told that the person is from Thane, and the person also has links to the ruling dispensation. Besides the cash, a car, which belongs to the volunteers, has also been seized from Nashik. This happens in the backdrop of the cash seizure which took place in Mumbai and Thane last week as part of the election commission's policy of having of paying surprise visits to different stations, different hotels, and different political activities are at its peak. While there's not a lot of information about the actual affiliation of the person who was carrying the cash, But then, it is expected, an official confirmation on the same is expected to come out soon, which states that the cash is from the ruling party itself. We've seen that while this is one development that has taken place in Nashik, on the Nashik Eastern constituency, violence broke out between NCP, SP and BJP factions over the rumors of either parties sending or putting out cash or using cash during the NCP period. And this becomes fairly important, especially when we see that the leaders who are getting checked, leaders whose helicopters are getting checked on a regular basis, but then the cash flow still continues when you look at the lower level through road travel.
Right, Anuj, also let's just listen into what the DM of Nashik had to say.
अभी तक हमें जो जानकारी मिली है वहाँ पर 1,98,00,000 इतने पैसे बरामद हुए हैं। एक्सपेंडिचर ऑब्जर्वर और जो एफएसटी की टीम है वो उसके ऊपर आगे कार्रवाई कर रही है। मतदान के समय पर ये इलेक्शन के टाइम कोई भी अगर ऐसा पैसा पकड़ा जाता है तो उसके लिए इलेक्शन कमीशन ने एक एसओपी बनाई हुई है। उसके हिसाब से जहाँ जिससे पैसा पकड़ा गया है उनको नोटिस दिया जाएगा और उनसे इस पैसे की उपलब्धता के बारे में प्रश्न विचारा जाएगा। अगर वो सेटिस्फाई नहीं कर पाएंगे तो उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
And staying with news from Maharashtra, pitched a battle as far as the state is concerned and gauging the mood as far as the farmers in Maharashtra are concerned. What are their expectations as far as Mahayuti and the MV is concerned? And which way are the farmers going to tilt this time around is the big question. Let's take a look at this report brought to you by my colleague Anuj.
क्लाइमेट की वजह से मर रहा है और ये कानून के रूल से मर रहा है।
त्याच्यामुळं सोयाबीन पिकामध्ये ना शेतकरी पूर्ण घाट्यात गेलेला आहे। तर शासनानं याच्यावर 48 जणांना 6 जणांना काही नाही, हमी भाव 10च्या मोहर मिळाला पाहिजे आम्हाला शेतकऱ्यांना।
ड्यूटी बांग्लादेश के जो बढ़ाया है वो कम होना चाहिए और जो पेस्टिसाइड पे लिक्विड फर्टिलाइज़र पे जो जीएसटी लगा है 18% वो कम हो गया, तभी ग्रेप फार्मिंग बच सकती है।
किसानों के लिए दिन में लाइट चाहिए, किसानों के लिए जो सुविधा हो, समझो कैनल का पानी हो वो टाइम पे मिलना चाहिए।
In May 2024, the northern Maharashtra region cost BJP some crucial seats. Nashik, a district known for its agricultural prosperity, also rebelled over the onion prices. Leading up to the state assembly elections, soybean seems to have replaced onion in many parts. What makes this more interesting is the fact that soybean is one of the most widely grown crops in the state. Soybean has become a hot topic here in the political arena of Maharashtra days before the state goes to poll. There are several districts here in the state which are solely dependent on this crop, soybean, and soybean farmers are under extreme distress if you talk to them. Let us try and understand what is the magnitude of it. But what you see on the screen right now is the amount of soybean which the farmers here have been able to yield in this entire 2 acres of land. They believe that this is just 20 to 25% of what should have ideally been the case, while the majority of it is down in the ground as waste.
जब फडणवीस अपोजिशन में खड़े रहते थे तो 2014 में तो वो 6000 की डिमांड करते थे। अब 6000 डिमांड करते आज 24 से 10 साल हुआ। अभी उन्होंने 10,000 की डिमांड करनी चाहिए मतलब देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि वो अभी सरकार में बैठे हैं ना, तो देनी चाहिए। वो दे नहीं रहे, खाली बोलने का। जब इलेक्शन आता है, लोकसभा आई तब एक बात करने की, विधानसभा आई तब एक बात करने की। किसान इसमें मर रहा है। एक तो क्लाइमेट की वजह से मर रहा है और ये कानून के रूल से मर रहा है।
सोयाबीन पिकवणाऱ्या शेतकऱ्यांवर आव्हान म्हणजे हा जो पेड आहे सोयाबीनचा, हा एक तर जादा टेम्परेचरमध्ये जादा पावसामध्ये आहे ना याची शेंग फुटते शेंग फुटून जाती. मजुराची अडचण आहे. मजूर टाईमवर मिळत नाही. रेट मिळत नाही टाईमवर. त्याच्यामुळं सोयाबीन पिकामध्ये आहे ना शेतकरी पूर्ण घाट्यात गेलेला आहे. तर शासनानं याच्यावर 48 आणि 6,000 काही नाही, हमी भाव 10च्या मोहर मिळाला पाहिजे आम्हाला शेतकऱ्यांना.
When you look at Nashik region, it can be divided into several parts, right? Some parts of it get enough water while some don't. Some are a little more flourishing than the others. I'm present here in the Yevla Taluka of Nashik region of North Maharashtrian region, and this is where the soybean issue is probably the hottest in this entire region. जो हमी भाव सरकार ने फिलहाल मंजूर किया है वो है 5,000 के करीब. सबसे पहले बताइए कि क्या जो 4,890 का हमी भाव जो सरकार ने मंजूर किया है क्या वो आपको मिल रहा है फिलहाल?
नहीं मिलेगा.
कितना मिल रहा है अभी आपको?
आपको 41
4100
41
4,100 रुपए मिल रहा है.
100 रुपये मिलेगा.
Local leaders are contesting the election from Niphad have different opinions on the entire issue. While the incumbent MLA believes that the issue isn't that big in Nashik, the opposition thinks farmers will hit back through their votes.
किसानों के लिए क्या चाहिए? खेती माल को अच्छी तरह मुआवजा मिलना चाहिए खेती माल का, और बीज का मुआवजा बीज कम भाव में मिलना चाहिए. किसानों को खाद मिलना चाहिए जो पहले 800 में थी अभी 1600 मिल रही है, 1800 में मिल रही है. किसानों के लिए दिन में लाइट चाहिए. किसानों के लिए जो सुविधा हो, समझो कैनल का पानी हो वो टाइम पे मिलना चाहिए, वो ये देना चाहिए. वो ये जो सरकार दे रही PM किसान और ये लाडली बहना वो कुछ नहीं चाहिए. किसान अभी भी वो कमज़ोर नहीं है. किसान अपने तरफ से जिंदा है, पर वो क्या है कि वो ऐसा समझो का तो किसानों के लिए ना सरकार जो ये रकम दे रही है उससे किसान के लिए ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो कमज़ोर हो गया.
हमने किसानों को बोला जिसको माल बेचना है वो अगर मार्केट में बेचेंगे उसका जो डिफरेंस रहेगा वो अपन राज्य सरकार की तरफ से दे सकते हैं.
Farmer of soybean has been suffering. They have been expecting the rates of 10,000 whereas it is below 4. So altogether farmers definitely will prove themselves with voting against this all issues.
An inconsistent oil import policy, a staggeringly low MSP, and lack of basic facilities from electricity to even water are some of the many reasons why the soybean farmers here in Nashik are dissatisfied with the current dispensation. While some believe that the schemes brought in by the government lately have actually helped them enough to compensate for the little price they're getting for soybean, the others believe that the government might need to pay a heavy price on the 23rd of this month. How many of these people will actually turn out on the 20th of this month and vote accordingly is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for. With camera person Mahesh Halwai, this is Anuj Raide reporting for NDTV from Nashik.
And switching tracks, now the Competition Commission of India has imposed a penalty of over 200 crore rupees on Meta for abusing its dominant position. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us. Sunil, Mark Zuckerberg owned Meta that owns Instagram and WhatsApp has been fined for its unfair ways of business with respect to its privacy update. What unfair means are we talking about?
Well, this dates back to 2021 when, WhatsApp had changed its privacy policy and had made it across the board. You had to take it or leave it kind of approach in India. Whereas, for example, in the Europe and various other foreign countries, that option wasn't there because of the strong privacy laws. So they couldn't make it, a consumer or somebody who was using WhatsApp had an option of leaving it in mass or whatever as it happened at that stage. But in the case of India, it was take it or leave it approach. And it's on that basis that Meta was able to share the details across its various channels from WhatsApp to various other people. That data was given. And CCI, which is the Competition Commission of India, has fined Meta for that because they felt that this was an unfair practice because in across other spectrums, be it in other, say, be Facebook or various other networks that Meta has, it had become extremely difficult for others to make an entry and felt that is an unfair practice. And it's on that basis that they have fined Meta 213 crores. We'll have to wait and see how Meta responds to this, whether it challenges this decision. This, of course, is because there is already a huge demand which is still pending before the Supreme Court on a constitutional question about privacy and across the board, whether people can use data laws as they are doing in the flagrant manner that they have done. Because clearly, India needs to step up, just like it has done in Europe, and ensure that there is a level playing field.
Right, of course, Sunil, we will keep tracking the story, and this comes on the heels of more trouble when it comes to Meta, because just 4 days ago, Meta was fined 846 million US dollars for breaking EU antitrust rules. Sunil, thank you for joining us. Switching tracks now to Manipur, and as far as the unrest is concerned, the situation is under the scanner of the Home Ministry, and it is the Chief Minister who's chairing key NDA meetings in Imphal. Now, Assam has gone ahead and sealed its border with Manipur. As that meeting that is coming about, the NDA MLA has called for the NIA to take over the cases and key resolution as far as the Armed Forces Special Power Act at the NDA meeting. Let's just cut across now to my colleague Saurabh, who's joining us. But before that, let's just listen in to what is being said by Assam in regard to the situation on the ground.
असम मणिपुर बॉर्डर जो एरिया है, पूरे एरिया हम लोगों ने सील कर दिया है। यहाँ पे कोई जो मतलब लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन कोई ना हो, इसके लिए हर तरफ से हमने पुलिस का बंदोबस्त किया है। हमारा यहाँ पे कमांडो फोर्सेस है। यहाँ पे जो मतलब नेबरिंग स्टेट में उनका जिरीबाम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो वहाँ पे कुछ दिनों से जो परिस्थिति पैदा हुआ है, मतलब जैसे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पैदा हुआ है, उसका कोई सुविधा लेके आके यहाँ कोई अशांति ना करे, उसके लिए हर तरह से हम तैनात हैं।
We have just received the resolutions copy of the meeting of the ruling MLAs, which the people of Manipur have been eagerly waiting for, and since last couple of days. And as per the resolutions that we have received, the people of Manipur is not satisfied with the resolutions taken. Then we again set another timeline for them. That's within the next 24 hours. We want the government and the legislature to review this resolution again and come back with a better resolutions which satisfies the people of Manipur.
And Saurabh, with us, Saurabh, well, it is the police in Assam that have deployed commandos at the border and sealed the border with Manipur.
Well, Manipur remains a very huge concern. There are several meetings that have taken place, but what has happened is that in the state, there are contradictory demands and aspirations from two sections of society that have been engaged in an ethnic conflict since the 3rd of May last year. Now, what has happened now is that with this Armed Forces Special Powers Act, AFSPA, in 6 police station areas in Imphal, that has led to a fresh also a demand of, sort of review that has come from not only the Chief Minister, but also these groups that have now also spoken out. And the elected MLAs are under a lot of pressure, as this demand is outlined by these groups. Also, what you know is that the security decisions and the security management of the state of Manipur is with a unified command, and that includes agencies, including the CAPFs that have been deployed, including the CRPF, and the CRPF DG, no less, is also on the ground. The Home Minister of India has held 2 meetings on the security situation in Manipur. So it is a very, very delicate situation, and also there is a build-up happening. There's a plan to intensify these protests that we've seen in the state. Both in the Imphal Valley, which is, of course, the largely home to the Meitei population, and also in the hills, which is home to the Kuki population. And in the Kuki areas of the Manipur Hills, what we are expecting today is a coffin rally with the coffins of those who were gunned down in a shootout with security forces. The security forces had said that they'd gunned down some militants, but this coffin rally is taking place in the Kuki areas, while the plans to intensify protests in Imphal Valley are also happening, along with Assam sealing its border.
Right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for getting us all those details. Now, switching tracks, the Health Secretary has written to all states after the tragedy that unfolded in Jhansi. We're talking about the hospital fire tragedy. And since then, now new rules are in place in regard to conducting regular preventive fire safety drills, including evacuation plans. We have my colleague joining us in order to get us more on this. Tanushka, what are the measures that are being highlighted in this plan that the Health Secretary has spoken about?
Right, where the Health Secretary wrote out to the Chief Secretaries of all the states with respect to a fire safety and health facilities plan after, the death toll rose to 12 infants at this hospital in Jhansi with the fire accident. It is to review and update fire prevention and response plans of all healthcare facilities and hospitals across the country and train healthcare officials in fire safety protocols, evacuation plans and procedures, and use of fire safety equipment as well. Conducting regular preventive fire safety drills is also part of this, plan that should be implemented by all the states, and a district level committee is also expected to be formulated by all the states and union territories, which should be headed by the district collectors, comprising of relevant officials from health and fire services departments as well. So both departments working together to ensure that the installation and optimum maintenance of these fire safety and fire detection programs and functions are also in place, such as the smoke alarms, the fire extinguishers, and regular checks on the expiry date of these sprinklers as well. So such a committee will also be directed to undertake suitable action against defaulters as well as deemed necessary as and when. So these are, a full formulated plan that has come out from the Health Ministry to all the Chief Secretaries of the state with respect to the fire safety mechanism in all hospitals and healthcare centers across the country.
Right. Of course, this is in regard, this is in wake of the tragedy that unfolded in Jhansi's hospital. Now, the Union Health Secretary has written to states urgently undertaking evaluations of hospitals to check whether they have functional firefighting systems. They've been asked to check those systems regularly, maintain those systems, and also keep getting them tested, whether it's electrical load that is being audited and whether oxygen tanks are stored safely. Let's just switch our tracks now to more news. This is we will get you a whole lot on the other side in in the run-up to the elections that are going to take place in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. But for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our
Welcome back. Now, the Mumbai Art Show concluded recently in Mumbai's Mahalakshmi Racecourse. This year, the show was even grander in comparison to last, as it attracted bigger crowds and promoted South Asian art at an international level. NDTV spoke to the organizers of this event. Let's listen in.
Often referred to be the Asia's century when we talk about several fields. Do you think it is true for art as well?
I think indeed the tide is turning. I think if you look at lots of things happening around the world, everything is shifting this side. India, for example, is a very young country. There's a tremendous opportunity, tremendous potential for growth, whereas the established sort of Western countries like Europe and America, they're a bit more stifled. So yes, I see there's great potential in India and South Asia.
India has always had a very rich history of art, but unlike many other countries, Indian art cannot be put into one singular bracket. There's a lot of diversity in the country itself. So when this particular art is presented internationally, do the international artists, galleries take it into consideration that India is just a very plural society and it cannot be presented as a singular entity?
I think that when people come to India, they do understand that India is a very rich country, culturally and very diverse, and it's something which never leaves them. So I think that internationally, people do highly respect, but also they need to understand India, they need to come here. And this platform, for example, this art fair in Mumbai, is a great opportunity for people to come. Okay. And this year we have invited lots of foreign guests. There's people from Eastern Europe, from Latvia, from Sweden, from America, from London, and this will be their first time in India.
A lot of art pieces which are present here seem to have a lot of social relevance, be it about urban lifestyle, be it about nature conservation. How important do you think it is for this festival to provide a platform to artists to have that kind of voice?
Well, I think what art does is it provides a space and a voice sometimes for words that cannot be spoken and ideas that cannot be expressed. Now, whether you call that subversion or you may call it a different way of expressing ourselves, it is a reflection of our culture. And what we see here is we see works that will emphasize the need for sustainability, to protect our climate, to engage with other human beings, to create a sense of collaboration and unity. There are so many different themes that are being explored, and I think it's up to the viewer to really connect with what the artist is visualizing and what they're trying to put forward. I think what an art fair like this does, which is fantastic, is it brings together so many different artists from so many different galleries and gives everyone the opportunity within a very compressed time frame of 4 days here to be able to see and view and talk to people, to engage, to learn, and really be able to form their own opinions. I think for all of us to inform ourselves and educate ourselves. And out of these 4 days, what we hope people will get is not just viewing the art, but also understanding a bit of themselves and understanding a bit of expression in a way that I don't think they could anywhere else.
And let's just get you more news coming in, and this is in regard to the United States that's urging Bangladesh to end the violent crackdown. The United States has gone on to say that they do not support the government in Bangladesh in its regard to the violent crackdown against peaceful protests. This is a statement after the recent clashes that broke out in Bangladesh, where this was a protest against, amidst the protesters with the face-off that took place with the police. Now, the United States voices its disapproval after those recent clashes amidst the protesters and the police on the ground. And now in July 2023, the Harpic School Sanitation Program launched in 2,000 schools across Odisha using pop-up storybooks and do-it-yourself kits to teach hygiene. It has impacted 9 lakh lives, creating young ambassadors to a healthier future. Watch this inspiring story.
In the fight against infectious diseases, proper sanitation stands as our first line of defense. At its heart are toilets, silent guardians that safeguard clean water and protect community health. Now, when we educate children about sanitation early, we're not just protecting their health, we're nurturing ambassadors who carry these vital practices into their homes and communities. The Harpic School Sanitation Program has been making a difference since July 1st, 2023, reaching 2,000 schools across 10 districts of Odisha.
Our teachers training program कराइतिला आउ प्रधान शिक्षयित्री हिसाब रे मुई भी संगे जाइथिली जोग देथिली सेनो हमकु सुंदर भाबरे ट्रेनिंग देहाला आमे माने पायखाना रो व्यवहार केनता करी हेबा आमे चप्पल व्यवहार करा हाथ धुआर सब जाक से माने हमकु ट्रेनिंग देले जेनटा कि आमे ट्रेनिंग नै करी आसला परे मुई स्कूल रे मोर सहकर्मी मानकु आउ आमर छात्र छात्री मानकु मु से ट्रेनिंग देली आ से दिन ठारू आमर छात्र छात्री माने भी आमर पायखानार व्यवहार सुंदर भाव में करुचन चप्पल पिंधि कर जाऊन 20 सेकेंड हाथ धोचन
मु जो व्यक्तिगत भाव अनेक विद्यालय को जाइए मॉनिटरिंग करने से देखी यही स्थान मानक जो स्थान मानक पूर्व आम देखुलू कौन प्रकार ये डिसइनफेक्टेंट जिनस रखा जाऊ नाला एवं किंतु जोगा दे दिया किट्रु आउ से निजे तरफ एगुड़िक रेगुलर व्यवहार कर निश्चित रूपे पाखे गोटे सचेतनता सृष्टि होती।
The toilet's presence alone isn't enough. Proper maintenance breathes life into these facilities. The program employs creative tools to make this learning engaging and memorable. From enchanting pop-up storybooks featuring lovable Muppets like KK Kitanu and Neela Jadugar to hands-on 3D DIY kits designed specifically for young minds. Interactive demonstrations bring lessons to life, while visual aids from vibrant wall art to eye-catching posters, banners and standees reinforce these crucial messages.
आम विद्यालय स्वच्छता विषय शिखा खेलना मध्यम बही मध्यम शिखा गला बेले चप्पल पिंधिकी जीवु स्वच्छता कर सारा पानी ढालू आसला बेले हाथ धोबू आम पर जो पिलाटी जीव तापाई स्वच्छता रखिबू।
The program impact 300,000 children directly engaged in target schools, 600,000 children reached through peer education in neighboring communities, total impact 900,000 young lives transformed. While World Toilet Day spotlights these crucial issues annually, the Harpic School Sanitation Program works tirelessly every day, planting seeds of change through proper toilet usage and hand washing habits. It's more than education. It's a movement towards a cleaner, healthier future, nurturing habits that will protect generations to come.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict.
An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Delhi chokes in severely toxic air quality, which is nearing the 500 mark, and the smog situation that visibly seems to have eased slightly this morning, but the data that's coming about shows that we continue to be in the severe category. Delhi NCR has now switched to the online mode of classes, including class 10 and 12 amid the offline smog battle. All schools have now switched, including Delhi, Gurugram, as well as Ghaziabad and Faridabad. And just ahead of polling in Maharashtra, a major cash seizure that's taken place in a hotel in Nashik. We're talking about close to 2 crore rupees that have been seized from that hotel in the poll-bound state. The Chief Minister in Manipur is chairing a meeting of NDA MLAs. This is a key resolution on the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, while Assam has sealed its borders with Manipur and the police there has deployed commandos. And it's India's antitrust watchdog that has slapped a fine of over 200 crore rupees. We're talking about the Competition Commission of India slapping that penalty on the social media giant Meta on its WhatsApp privacy policy update. This is back in 2021. And the United States urges Bangladesh to end its violent crackdowns, telling Bangladesh that it is not in favor and that it does not support the government's engagement in violent crackdowns on peaceful protesters. Let's get to our top focus. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vatwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, but our focus here on NDTV is the pollution problem, a permanent problem come winter that the national capital faces. Today is no different in terms of the data that's coming about. We're close to 500 points in certain areas of the national capital where pollution levels are highly toxic and highly dangerous. It's yet another day of pollution levels of being in the dangerous category. The air quality, not just here in the national capital, but adjoining areas are equally impacted. We're talking about Noida, Ghaziabad, as well as Gurugram reaching those alarmingly high levels yet again. Visibly, it was slightly better this morning as far as the situation on the ground is concerned, but data-wise, there is no improvement. Just yesterday, we saw certain areas of the national capital where the AQI was crossing the 1,000 mark. We're talking about 1,200 points in certain areas of the national capital. Now, a dense layer of smog continues as far as the Delhi NCR region is concerned for the 7th consecutive day, while the Union Health Secretary has issued an updated advisory to the states and union territories regarding air pollution. The Delhi University has also decided to shift to online classes, just like now all school classes will be online, including Class 10 and Class 12. We have my colleague Shreya joining us as well as Ishika joining us. Shreya, over to you first. Take us through the situation on the ground. Is it getting better as the day progresses?
Well, if we compare the AQI levels with yesterday's, of course, the situation is much better today. You can see the sun is out, the smog levels is slightly lesser than what it was yesterday. Although the AQI levels have reached the severe plus category, it is around 492 right now. And the GRAP 4 measures have been implemented. The air continues to be as poisonous as ever. The Delhiites continue to fight this medical emergency fueled by the toxic pollution. Although people have begun to enjoy the chilly weather because the temperature is going down, but one must not be mistaken. The air is not just the dense fog, but it is smoke plus fog, and the smog is extremely harmful for people's health. We know for young children particularly, they are developing asthma at a very young age because of the high pollution levels, and which gives rise to these major micro pollutants called PM 2.5, which permeates the environment and the lungs, giving rise to several health pollution related illnesses. And women, pregnant women are also very vulnerable to the pollution levels, and senior citizens with already existing heart and lungs issues are also very vulnerable to developing pollution related illnesses. Although as per the GRAP 4 measures, people are recommended to stay indoors. The ones who are privileged enough to do that should follow it, should stay indoors, use air purifiers. If they're stepping out, they should put on a clear clinical mask. This is what the recommendations entail. But we know a large number of people have to step out. They have to continue with their day-to-day work. But the other measures that are also implemented as per GRAP 4 is, of course, the prohibition of non-essential trucks and the ones which, of course, do not meet the BS6 and CNG standards. Those are completely prohibited. There is a complete ban on construction and demolition activities. So these emergency measures are taken to reduce dust pollution as much as possible. Although the Commission for Air Quality Management has been severely criticized by the Supreme Court for not taking a proactive action, for not taking a year-round proactive approach in curbing the air pollution, and for delaying the implementation of these GRAP measures. Of course, as you were saying, right now the students will also have online classes. This definitely has a negative impact on the quality of education that are being given, because both these main universities, Delhi University, Jawaharlal Nehru University, have shifted to online classes, as well as all schools in Delhi, Gurgaon, Faridabad have shifted to online classes till November 22nd, 23rd. Supreme Court has also said that these GRAP 4 measures will be in place even if the AQI falls below 450. they shouldn't lift these measures. They shouldn't remove these measures without the court's permission. So all these measures, knee-jerk reactions, are being taken also by the Delhi government. Delhi government has clearly stated that there should be more and more options of work from home. Both public and private offices should have 50% capacity of individuals working, so that there is less impact on the traffic congestion, because we know that vehicular emission is the rising contributor, is the most important contributor to the national capital's air pollution. Although we have seen a spike in stubble burning cases in Punjab, we know that it is mostly the vehicular emission that causes the hazardous air quality, especially during the winter seasons in the national capital. Back to you.
Right, of course, the situation on the ground as far as the smog situation is concerned. Ishika, over to you. Shreya saying that the sun is now finally trying to pierce through, is coming out finally. Of course, it's it's going to be long before we can actually see clear skies and a sky full of stars in the national capital. Take us through what the Met Office is saying in terms of the weather conditions.
Well, Divya, as my colleague Shreya was rightly pointing it out, that the sun is, in fact, you can see that the sun is now coming up, because of which, in fact, we are seeing that the air quality index is improving even slightest. If we talk about the present air quality index that has been recorded, well, it has been recorded at 488 now. In morning that we were reporting, in fact, it was at, 492. But we are currently present here, Divya, in Anand Vihar. Now, let me tell you first, in fact, first my camera person will show you. Here we are showing you that the air quality index in Anand Vihar, as per the CPCB data, stands at 499. That is, in fact, just a thread away from touching the 500 AQI. So you can look at, in fact, the sky here, the smog that continues to be present here. But the sad part here is, in fact, Divya, that, my camera person will, in fact, pan around and show you. You can see the people here not, in fact, aware as to, that they need to wear the mask as precautionary measures. In fact, if you look at, there are certainly, few officers also who are present, for the buses as well, but even they are not wearing masks here. So public awareness, if we talk about here presently, currently remains to be absent among the people, and that is what, in fact, needs to be done from the side of the government as well. Now, in fact, as you were also pointing out, today is the second day that Graded Response Action Plan Stage 4 has been imposed. There are numerous restrictions under it, but how much of it is actually going to be implemented, that certainly remains to be a question. Now, if we talk about the weather conditions, certainly, it has come from the side of the government as well, and also from the side of the Met Department, that they, in fact, believe that in the coming few days, the temperature might, in fact, rise again. That would improve a bit of the air quality levels. And in fact, the wind speed also might also improve. So that remains to be seen as to whether or not able to help in bringing down the pollution levels or not. But as we talk about the experts, they tell the people to be to take precautions themselves, to keep keep a mask with them whenever they have to go outside. And also, in fact, the experts are here trying to tell the government that this graded response action plan that we talk about, on which the last stage is already imposed, this is just a temporary measure. The government needs to think more regarding the permanent solution that they can give to the residents here of the national capital. Over to you.
Right, Shreya, of course, Shreya and Ishika are taking us through the situation on the ground, and I am just looking at data coming in at the moment, and area of Vasundhara and Ghaziabad, where the pollution count is at 999. In Greater Noida, not very far from our office at the moment, the pollution level is coming in at 789 points. So overall, the AQI might be nearing the 500 mark, but when we talk about individual pockets, the pollution problem is off the charts and is beyond repair at this point in time. Now let's just also talk about the pollution as far as the adjoining state of Rajasthan is concerned. While the air in most of Rajasthan remains largely clear, but the capital city, we're talking about Jaipur, that's recording an AQI of only 150. Is the southern districts of Rajasthan also witnessing clear skies, but districts bordering Delhi have recorded bad air quality, especially due to stubble burning in areas of Churu as well as Bhiwadi. The AQI remains above 400 points. We have my colleague Harsha joining us. Harsha, take us through, how drastically different is the situation on the ground when it comes to the state of Rajasthan, particularly in the areas bordering Delhi.
Absolutely. The areas bordering Delhi are bearing the brunt of very poor air quality. Now, Bhiwadi, in fact, this morning was at 424. Now, Bhiwadi, remember, is just about an hour and a half, 2 hours drive from Delhi. Also, Jhunjhunu, Bikaner are not doing too well. They're still at about 286. At 286, there's Churu, which is at 224, which is not so bad. But, as the day progresses, yesterday they were above the 400 mark. So this is still poor quality. In fact, 12 districts in Rajasthan are a poor quality index. Of course, not as bad as Delhi. As far as Jaipur is concerned, it's at about 150 this morning. But as the day progresses, it will go up to 180, 202 it was till yesterday. Of course, if you want to take a break and get away from Delhi, I would definitely recommend that you go to South Rajasthan, where the air quality is very good. So Udaipur is very good. It's under 100. Ajmer is at about 75. Mount Abu has the clearest skies. It's a little hill station, absolutely idyllic on the Rajasthan-Gujarat border. So if you really want to get some fresh air into your lungs, go to Abu. But definitely a cause of concern for the rest of the districts in Rajasthan. And so far, the government has not put any restrictive movements in place. Schools, colleges, offices are as normal, because we haven't reached the 400 mark in anywhere except in, of course, Churu, Jhunjhunu and Bikaner, where the district collector yesterday actually took a meeting in Jhunjhunu.
Right, Harsha, let's just get a sense of the situation on the ground with the BJP taking action against the inaction of the government of Delhi. Ishika, over to you. There's a protest that is taking place in the national capital, which has been organized by the BJP. Do remember yesterday the BJP was distributing masks in Delhi. This is as the pollution politics that peaks. Of course, the blame game that continues. But, especially on the ground, what was really needed is integrated effort, that it should be a combined effort of the state and the government. Ishika, take us through the demands of the people protesting.
Well, in fact, certainly as the air quality index goes to the severe plus category, the pollution over this, the politics, in fact, over pollution also is speaking here. We are showing you currently that, the visuals that BJP is currently staging. In fact, you can.
प्रमोद जी जहाँ आप खड़े हैं वहाँ से फ्रेम बन पा रहा है। बन रहा है।
दिल्ली में बढ़ते प्रदूषण के लिए प्रमुख रूप से किसे जिम्मेवार मानते हैं?
दिल्ली में बढ़ता हुआ दिल्ली दिल्ली में बढ़ता हुआ प्रदूषण दिल्ली सरकार की काम है। कल जिस बेशर्मी से दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री दूसरे राज्यों पे दोष डाल रही थी, उनको एक बार सरकारी आंकड़े देख लेने चाहिए। 18 नवंबर कल मात्र पंजाब में अकेले 1251 घटनाएं पराली जलाने की हुई हैं, जबकि यूपी में 133 और हरियाणा में मात्र 38 थीं। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि कौन ज़्यादा पराली के धुएं का दोषी है। आज हम आनंद विहार पर खड़े हैं। आज से 2 साल पहले दिल्ली में 2 ट्रिगर पॉइंट होते थे पोल्यूशन, और आज दिल्ली है क्या कारण है? कारण साफ है कि दिल्ली में सड़कों की मरम्मत नहीं हुई है। धूल मिट्टी, व्हीकल पोल्यूशन और दिल्ली सरकार का फेलियर। अगर इन्होंने सड़कों की रिपेयर कर दी होती, सड़कों के गड्ढे भर दिए होते, धूल को कंट्रोल, क्या कारण है? कारण साफ है कि दिल्ली में सड़कों की मरम्मत नहीं हुई है। धूल मिट्टी, व्हीकल पोल्यूशन और दिल्ली सरकार का फेलियर। अगर इन्होंने सड़कों की रिपेयर कर दी होती, सड़कों के गड्ढे भर दिए होते, धूल को कंट्रोल कर लिया होता, तो शायद दिल्ली को बचाया जा सकता था। 2.25 लाख से ज़्यादा मशीनें पराली की पंजाब सरकार के डीएम ऑफिस से गायब हो जाती हैं। नेशनल क्लीन एयर प्रोग्राम के तहत पंजाब को 38.5 करोड़ और दिल्ली को 37 करोड़ रुपया दिया जाता है, लेकिन वो खर्च नहीं किया जाता है। तो भ्रष्टाचार इस सीमा तक है जिसकी मार दिल्ली वाले भुगत रहे हैं। और ये जो मास्क है, ये आने वाली चेतावनी है कि अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार को यहाँ से नहीं हटाया तो आने वाला दिन वो दूर नहीं कि जब दिल्ली वाला ऐसे मास्क पहनने के लिए मजबूर होगा।
Right, just ahead of elections coming up next year as far as the national capital is concerned, and the BJP, they're taking to the streets warning the people of the impact of pollution and of course the inaction when it comes to the government. Do remember that NCAP that had been launched in 2019 had a target of bringing down pollution by 20 to 30% by 2024 with a base of 2017 as its base year. Of course, from what we're hearing, according to the CSE report, that less than 30% has been spent in the last 1 year of the money that has been set aside for NCAP. Let's now switch tracks from Delhi to Maharashtra, and cash seizure has been, there's money that's been recovered just a day ahead of the elections which will be held in the state of Maharashtra. We're talking about close to 2 crore rupees in cash that has been seized from a hotel in Nasik.
अभी तक हमें जो जानकारी मिली है वहाँ पर 1,98,98,00,000 इतने पैसे बरामद हुए हैं। एक्सपेंडिचर ऑब्जर्वर और जो एफएसटी की टीम है वो उसके ऊपर आगे कार्रवाई कर रही है। मतदान के समय पर ये इलेक्शन के टाइम कोई भी अगर ऐसा पैसा पकड़ा जाता है तो उसके लिए इलेक्शन कमीशन ने एक एसओपी बनाई हुई है। उसके हिसाब से जहाँ जिससे पैसा पकड़ा गया है उनको नोटिस दिया जाएगा और उनसे इस पैसे की उपलब्धता के बारे में प्रश्न विचारा जाएगा। अगर वो सेटिस्फाई नहीं कर पाएंगे तो उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
And to get more on this, we have my colleague Anuj joining us. Anuj, take us through the details that you have for us of this cash that has been recovered from this hotel in Nasik just ahead of the elections which will be held tomorrow in that single phase in the state of Maharashtra. The person to whom this cash belongs to hails from Thane.
The cash seizure happened at one of the top luxurious hotels in Nashik yesterday. And this is one of the several incidents that have come out from the Nashik region in recent past. As far as the election is concerned, there has been some sort of violence there as well when it comes to, the rival faction of the other parties spending cash or, giving away money to the voters. But what we saw yesterday is that a cash seizure of close to 2 crore rupees took place from a luxury hotel. And although the official confirmation is yet to come on what are the actual political affiliations of the people who are holding this cash, but it is instead, or it has been reported that they had some sort of relations with the ruling dispensation. Besides the cash, a car was also seized from them. Now the police and the local authorities will investigate those, with whom the cash was found to find out and what kind of nexus was this a part of? This is a part of the crackdown that the ECI is trying to put across the street when it comes to cash flow before the elections. We saw that such kind of activities took place in Thane and Mumbai region as well. This happens parallelly when the helicopters and the cars of all the major leaders who are coming to the state either from Delhi or from the other states, as far as Chief Minister is concerned, is happening. But while the critics are questioning that while the top leaders are being checked thoroughly, how is the cash flow happening so peacefully on ground? And that is where the Election Commission of India needs to come to.
Right. Anuj, stay with us for our next story as well. Coming out of Maharashtra is former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh's car that was attacked in Nagpur yesterday. Stones were pelted at his car and he got injured in that incident, and he was rushed to the hospital for treatment. Now, what is really being said about this attack as far as MBA workers are concerned who were protesting outside the police station? Now, Anil Deshmukh is going to be recording his statement today, and the cops are going to file a case of attempt to murder. Anuj, take us through his the health update of the leader, and of course also he was there campaigning for his son on the last very day of campaigning for the state of Maharashtra. Now, what are the reports suggesting? How did this attack come about?
As far as the health condition is concerned, Anil Deshmukh is doing fine at the moment. The injury was there to his head, and some stitches have they put some stitches there to manage it. But the doctors have confirmed that the night was spent peacefully, and now he is completely out of danger. But he is resting at the moment. The official statement by Anil Deshmukh is expected to come out anytime soon. What happened yesterday is that Anil Deshmukh was in Katol, a village close by Katol, campaigning for his son Anil Deshmukh, the official candidate of the NDTV Sharad Pawar faction, and when he was traveling from an arcade to Katol, via road, he also had his security vehicle trailing behind him, but seizing the opportunity of it being very dark at close to 8 to 9 p.m. The eyewitnesses confirmed that there were 4 to 5 people who had their mouths, had their faces covered with a handkerchief and with masks, and they threw stones at Anil Deshmukh's car, and they've also allegedly given slogans in support of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, because this happened 36 hours before the state goes to poll, we're seeing that political reactions have started coming in from different spectrums. The MVA has directly blamed the Mahayuti, or especially Bharatiya Janata Party, for this particular attempt, whereas the Bharatiya Janata Party is appealing that this entire thing is a stunt which has been put in place by the NDTV Sharad Pawar faction themselves. More importantly, Anil Deshmukh has been very vocal again during the Fadnavis in the last 1 or 2 years. He's also spent a considerable amount of time, close to 9 months in jail in relation to cases which were filed against him, especially by the Deputy Chief Minister and the then Home Minister, Devendra Fadnavis. In with regards to that, we've been very vocal about, what exactly went on, the communication that happened between Devendra Fadnavis's, delegate and Anil Deshmukh. And this has been a very hot topic, especially leading up to this election. So the links of those who attempted this particular attack are yet to be established completely, especially as far as the police version is concerned. But the opposition certainly believes that the Bharatiya Janata Party has a role.
Right. Also, Anuj, of course, that pitch when it comes to the battleground of Maharashtra, and of course, the farmers and the mood of the farmers, Anuj gets us a sneak peek into what is it that the farmers really want from the parties this time around. Of course, it is the Mahayuti versus the MVA. Let's take a look at what the farmers have to say.
क्लाइमेट की वजह से मर रहा है और ये कानून के रूल से मर रहा है.
त्याच्यामुळं सोयाबीन पिकामध्ये ना शेतकरी पूर्ण घाट्यात गेलेला आहे. तर शासनानं याच्यावर 48 आणि 6,000 काही नाही, हमी भाव 10च्या मोहर मिळाला पाहिजे आम्हाला शेतकऱ्यांना.
ड्यूटी बांग्लादेश के जो बढ़ाया है वो कम होना चाहिए, और जो पेस्टिसाइड पे, लिक्विड फर्टिलाइज़र पे जो GST लगा है 18%, वो कम हो गया, तभी ग्रेप फार्मिंग बच सकती है.
किसानों के लिए दिन में लाइट चाहिए, किसानों के लिए जो सुविधा हो, समझो कैनल का पानी हो वो टाइम पे मिलना चाहिए.
In May 2024, the northern Maharashtra region cost BJP some crucial seats. Nashik, a district known for its agricultural prosperity, also rebelled over the onion prices. Leading up to the state assembly elections, soybean seems to have replaced onion in many parts. What makes this more interesting is the fact that soybean is one of the most widely grown crops in the state.
Soybean has become a hot topic here in the political arena of Maharashtra days before the state goes to poll. There are several districts here in the state which are solely dependent on this crop, soybean, and soybean farmers are under extreme distress if you talk to them. Let us try and understand what is the magnitude of it. But what you see on the screen right now is the amount of soybean which the farmers here have been able to yield in this entire 2 acres of land. They believe that this is just 20 to 25% of what should have ideally been the case, while the majority of it is down in the ground as waste.
जब फडणवीस अपोजिशन में खड़े रहते थे तो 2014 में तो वो 6000 की डिमांड करते थे। अब 6000 डिमांड करते आज 24 10 साल हुआ। अभी उन्होंने 10,000 की डिमांड करनी चाहिए मतलब देनी चाहिए क्योंकि वो अभी सरकार में बैठे हैं ना, तो देनी चाहिए, वो दे नहीं रहे। खाली बोलने का, जब इलेक्शन आता है लोकसभा आई तब एक बात करने की, विधानसभा आई तब एक बात करने की। किसान इसमें मर रहा है। एक तो क्लाइमेट की वजह से मर रहा है और ये कानून के रूल से मर रहा है।
सोयाबीन पिकवणाऱ्या शेतकऱ्यांवर आव्हान म्हणजे हा जो पेड आहे सोयाबीनचा, हा एक तर जादा टेम्परेचरमध्ये जादा पावसामध्ये आहे ना याची शेंग फुटते, शेंग फुटून जाती। मजुराची अडचण आहे, मजूर टाईमवर मिळत नाही, रेट मिळत नाही टाईमवर, त्याच्यामुळं सोयाबीन पिकामध्ये ना शेतकरी पूर्ण घाट्यात गेलेला आहे। तर शासनानं याच्यावर 48 जणांना 6 जणांना काही नाही, हमी भाव 10च्या मोहर मिळाला पाहिजे आम्हाला शेतकऱ्यांना।
When you look at Nashik region, it can be divided into several parts, right? Some parts of it get enough water while some don't. Some are a little more flourishing than the others. I'm present here in the Yevla Taluka of Nashik region, of North Maharashtrian region, and this is where the soybean issue is probably the hottest in this entire region. जो हमी भाव सरकार ने फिलहाल मंजूर किया है वो है 5000 के करीब। सबसे पहले बताइए कि क्या जो 4890 का हमी भाव जो सरकार ने मंजूर किया है, क्या वो आपको मिल रहा है फिलहाल?
नहीं मिलेगा।
कितना मिल रहा है अभी आपको?
आपको 41
4100 रुपए मिल रहा है।
100 रुपए मिलेगा।
Local leaders are contesting the election from Nepal have different opinions on the entire issue. While the incumbent MLA believes that the issue isn't that big in Nashik, the opposition thinks farmers will hit back through their votes.
किसानों के लिए क्या चाहिए? खेती माल को अच्छी तरह मुआवजा मिलना चाहिए खेती माल का, और बीज का मुआवजा बीज कम भाव में मिलना चाहिए। किसानों को खाद मिलना चाहिए, जो पहले 800 में थी अभी 1600 में मिल रही है, 1800 में मिल रही है। किसानों के लिए दिन में लाइट चाहिए, किसानों के लिए जो सुविधा हो, समझो कैनल का पानी हो वो टाइम पे मिलना चाहिए, वो ये देना चाहिए। वो ये जो सरकार दे रही PM किसान और ये लाडली बहना, वो कुछ नहीं चाहिए। किसान अभी भी वो कमज़ोर नहीं है, किसान अपने तरफ से जिंदा है, पर वो क्या है कि वो ऐसा समझो का तो किसानों के लिए ना सरकार जो ये रकम दे रही है उससे किसान के लिए ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो कमज़ोर हो गया।
हमने किसानों को बोला जिसको माल बेचना है वो अगर मार्केट में बेचेंगे उसका जो डिफरेंस रहेगा वो अपन राज्य सरकार की तरफ से दे सकते हैं।
Farmer of soybean has been suffering. They have been expecting the rates of 10,000 whereas it is below 4. So altogether farmers definitely will prove themselves with voting against this all issues.
An inconsistent oil import policy, a staggeringly low MSP, and lack of basic facilities from electricity to even water are some of the many reasons why the soybean farmers here in Nashik are dissatisfied and believe that the schemes brought in by the government lately have actually helped them enough to compensate for the little price they're getting for soybean. The others believe that the government might need to pay a heavy price on the 23rd of this month. How many of these people will actually turn out on the 20th of this month and vote accordingly is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for. With camera person Mahesh Halwai, this is Anuj Raide reporting for NDTV from Nashik.
Thank you so much, Anuj, for getting us the mood and feel of the farmer just ahead of the elections, which will take place in 24 hours from now in the state of Maharashtra. Moving on, the Competition Commission of India has imposed a penalty of over 200 crore rupees on Meta for abusing its dominant position. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us. Sunil, this is a penalty that has been, the government has slapped this penalty on Meta. This is, the company that owns Instagram and WhatsApp for abusing its dominant position and for misusing its power. Take us through, what is it that's really happened here?
Dates back to 2021 when, WhatsApp had changed its privacy policy and had made it across the board. You had to take it or leave it kind of approach in India. Whereas, for example, in the Europe and various other foreign countries, that option wasn't there because of the strong privacy laws. So they couldn't make it, a consumer or somebody who was using WhatsApp had an option of leaving it in mass or whatever as it happened at that stage. But in the case of India, it was take to leave it approach. And it's on that basis that Meta was able to share the details across its various channels from WhatsApp to various other people. That data was given. And CCI, which is the Competition Commission of India, has fined Meta for that because they felt that this was an unfair practice because across other spectrums, be it in other, be Facebook or various other networks that Meta has, it had become extremely difficult for others to make an entry and felt that is an unfair practice. And it's on that basis that they have fined Meta 213 crores. We'll have to wait and see how Meta responds to this, whether it challenges this decision. This, of course, is because there is already a huge demand which is still pending before the Supreme Court on a constitutional question about privacy and across the board, whether people can use data laws as they are doing in the flagrant manner that they have done. Because clearly India needs to step up, just like it has done in Europe, and ensure that there is a level playing field.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us all those details in regard to how WhatsApp 2021 privacy policy was implemented and how user data was collected and shared with other Meta companies. In other news now, this is in regard to the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology Secretary S. Krishnan has said that the government is expanding the scope of chip production as far as its incentive is concerned and expects that a slew of companies will participate in an exclusive interview to NDTV. Let's listen in.
So another very important piece of legislation that's coming out of MeitY is the DPDP Act, and we've been hearing for a while now that it's ready, it's virtually ready, and we're waiting for it to be notified. Is there any sort of, I want to understand what exactly are the concerns that MeitY is addressing, and what is the timeline now looking like?
See, number one, the DPDP Act has already been enacted.
Yes.
The DPDP rules are under preparation and they are at their final stages. We have to finish some internal consultations, and once the internal consultations are done, we should be able to put out the rules.
But what are these internal consultations?
See, this is an important piece of legislation, and the way that it will be implemented impacts various ministries of government, and also has concerns with regard to how data is shared and so on, and how it is to be implemented. So, and we also have to be aware that legislation of this kind is done without too much of disruption to current practices. So we just want to make sure that we consult all the internal stakeholders before we go public with the draft of the rules. And after the rules are publicized, there will be adequate time which will be provided for feedback, and we will sort of take a final view on the contour of the rules based on the feedback that we receive. And after the rules are finally issued, there will be enough time provided for transition into the new regime.
Okay, so after the notification, there will again be a public
There
consultation
will be a
process?
publication followed by a publication of the draft rules, followed by the final notification of the final version of the rules.
Okay. So within ministries, so there is the data sharing and possibly talks of some ministries being exempted from the DPDP rules now. So is that one of the concerns?
That I think is provided for in the overall act. So those questions have all been addressed. It's, you know, the mechanics and the nitty-gritty of how things will actually work.
So most likely spill over into 2025, the notification?
The final notification of rules may spill over into 2025, but I'm hoping that we'll have the draft out before that.
Got it.
Let's just get you the very latest coming in regard to Anmol Bishnoi, the younger brother of the notorious gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who runs a global criminal syndicate despite being in jail, has been arrested in the United States. Bishnoi is wanted in connection with several high-profile cases, including the murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala in 2022 and the killing that took place last month of ex-Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddiqui. As also, he is said to be involved in the firing outside superstar Salman Khan's residence in Bandra of Mumbai in June this year. He is facing 18 criminal cases, and the NIA, do remember, had announced a reward prize of 10 lakh rupees for his interest. He's said to have been detained in California. Let's listen in to what is being said by Matthew Miller.
The only thing I would add to it is that it would be appropriate if anyone is going to comment on such a report, it would be the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, not the State Department. Right. Preface it that way because they may decline to comment, but I certainly am not going to comment on something that falls within their jurisdiction.
Right. Let's switch tracks now to Manipur and the unrest situation as far as Manipur is concerned. The Chief Minister there chairing a very key NDA meeting in Imphal, this at a time when Assam has sealed its borders with Manipur. The police in Assam has deployed commandos along the border. So that very key meeting that's coming up in order to find a resolution on the Armed Forces Special Power Act at the NDA meeting. This is a call for the review of those particular 6 areas for handing over the cases to the NIA. Let's just listen into what Assam has to say about the situation on the ground.
असम मणिपुर बॉर्डर जो एरिया है, पूरे एरिया हम लोगों ने सील कर दिया है। यहाँ पे कोई जो मतलब लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन कोई ना हो, इसके लिए हर तरफ से हमने पुलिस का बंदोबस्त किया है। हमारा यहाँ पे कमांडो फोर्सेस है। यहाँ पे जो मतलब नेबरिंग स्टेट में उनका जिरीबाम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो वहाँ पे कुछ दिनों से जो परिस्थिति पैदा हुआ है, मतलब जैसे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पैदा हुआ है, उसका कोई सुविधा लेके आके यहाँ कोई अशांति ना करे, उसके लिए हर तरफ से हम तैनात हैं।
We have just received the resolutions copy of the meeting of the ruling MLAs, which the people of Manipur have been eagerly waiting for, and since last couple of days. And as per the resolutions that we have received, the people of Manipur is not satisfied with the resolutions taken. Then we again set another timeline for them. That's within the next 24 hours. We want the government and the legislature to review this resolution again and come back with a better resolutions which satisfies the people of Manipur.
Right, we have Aishwarya joining us. Aishwarya, after key back-to-back meetings that were held by the Home Minister in order to review the security situation on the ground as far as Manipur is concerned, now the Chief Minister there chairing that very key NDA meet in Imphal.
Well, certainly, and the review of AFSPA is something that the resolution that came out after the NDA meeting that held in Imphal under the chairmanship of Chief Minister Biren Singh is something that was not taken in a good way as far as the civil society members are concerned. It has been also stated in the resolution that there should be a mass operation against the Kuki militants. Of course, the civil society members have stated that the government should review within 48 hours about this resolution that had been passed, but certainly it was the central government who is also in a view that whatever is required, peace and normalcy should be restored in the state as far as the tensions which had been prevailing after the clashes and violence that broke out in several districts, including Imphal and Jiribam as well. Remember, the central government, specifically the Home Ministry, after conducting that important meeting with the top security grid, had directed that there should be deployment of additional forces of the CRPF as well as the BSF in that particular region, and the Home Minister also directed that the miscreants should be dealt in a very serious way as far as the central forces who have been deployed over there is concerned. Action should be taken against them. So the central government clearly is closely monitoring the situation. There have been back-to-back meetings that is taking place, but the important meeting that held in Imphal under the chairmanship of Chief Minister Biren Singh with the NDA leaders over there, the MLAs over there, and the resolution that has been passed had not been taken in a very good way, and of course the civil society members have rejected that and had called for a review with the state government.
Right, just at a time when the Ministry of Home Affairs has decided to deploy 5,000 additional central forces. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Switching tracks to Jhansi now, in wake of the tragedy that unfolded at a hospital in Jhansi, the Health Secretary has written to states to urgently undertake evaluations of hospitals to check whether they have functional firefighting systems in place. So the Health Secretary has written to the states after that fire that broke out at the hospital in Jhansi, which in that fire, in fact, now there is an advisory that has come about in order for hospitals to ensure that safety measures are in place, as well as this is the installation and optimum maintenance of fire detection and suppression systems are also concerned. And what are these advisory measures that are being put into place? My colleague Tanushka has the details.
The Health Secretary wrote out to the Chief Secretaries of all the states with respect to a fire safety and health facilities plan after, the death toll rose to 12 infants at this hospital in Jhansi with the fire accident. It is to review and update fire prevention and response plans of all healthcare facilities and hospitals across the country and train healthcare officials in fire safety protocols, evacuation plans and procedures, and use of fire safety equipment as well. Conducting regular preventive fire safety drills is also part of this, plan that should be implemented by all the states, and a district level committee is also expected to be formulated by all the states and union territories, which should be headed by the district collectors, comprising of relevant officials from health and fire services departments as well. So both departments working together to ensure that the installation and optimum maintenance of these fire safety and fire detection programs and functions are also in place, such as the smoke alarms, the fire extinguishers, and regular checks on the expiry date of these sprinklers as well. So such a committee will also be directed to undertake suitable action against defaulters as well as deemed necessary as and when. So these are, a full formulated plan that has come out from the Health Ministry to all the Chief Secretaries of the state with respect to the fire safety mechanism in all hospitals and healthcare centers across the country.
Right, thank you so much, Tanushka, for getting us all those details. With that, we're slipping in a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And it is another day of low visibility levels as far as the National Capital Region is concerned. Pollution crossing 900 points in certain areas and certain pockets of Delhi, and which is why schools have now been completely shut down. And cash recovery just a day ahead of the polls in Maharashtra. Close to 2 crore rupees has been recovered from a hotel in Nasik. And senior NCP leader, the former leader Anil Deshmukh, has been injured in an attack that took place while he was campaigning for his son. And Meta has been slapped with a fine by the CCI for its, the upgrade. This is the update as far as its privacy law was concerned back in 2021.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
This week on India Ascends.
All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0. Is it time up, Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want secular removed from the constitution?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South is.
Welcome back. Time to get you some international news now. And Hezbollah has fired a missile from Lebanon towards Israel's this is a very densely populated central region on Monday night, wounding at least 5 people. One of them is said to be seriously injured. Israeli medical officials say that at least 5 people in central Israel have gotten hurt by that attack after a missile launched from Lebanon was intercepted. The Israel Defense Forces, the IDF, has said it as a post on the social media site X that central Israel is on fire because of Hezbollah's indiscriminate rocket fire. Meanwhile, 1 woman was killed and 10 people have been wounded in a Hezbollah rocket attack on the northern part of Israel. Now, an Israeli strike that took place on Monday slammed into that area. This is a residential area in Lebanon's capital, close to the UN headquarters as well as the parliament, the Prime Minister's office and several embassies as well. Lebanon's state-run national news agency said that there were 2 missiles that hit the area of Beirut. The strike comes following reports that the US representative has delayed his visit for ceasefire talks. Now, ambulance sirens echoed through the area and the health ministry said that at least 4 people have been killed while 18 others have been wounded. And on the 1000th day of the war between Russia and Ukraine, do remember this was a war that started on the 24th of February 2 years ago. Now, oil rates have jumped by over 3% as the war escalates between Russia and Ukraine. This comes as a time as the tensions that continues to mount and the supply disruption fears are now erupting is what experts are saying. This comes after oil prices fell more than 3% last week. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj has the details.
1000th day of the Russia-Ukraine war. Very, very significant here to remember just how volatile oil prices have been through these 1,000 days. And today, of course, we have seen oil prices jump by over 3% in overnight trade as the Russia-Ukraine war once again escalates. So significant there. Of course, experts saying that this does, of course, reignite those fears of supply disruptions coming in again and intensifying further. So that really is one of the key factors. The other factor really that led to an extension of these oil prices that were already gaining is, remember, the power outage faced by Norway's key oil field there. Johan Sverdrup was also facing this key outage, and there was a production that was halted there due to the power outage, and so therefore these prices were surging. Now, crucial for our viewers to understand that Russia is a significant oil exporter. Norway's oil production unit also that has faced this power outage is a key oil exporter, and all of these concerns really coming in together on the 1,000th day of the Russia-Ukraine war.
In other news, the United States has urged Bangladesh to end its violent crackdowns, and the United States has gone on to say it does not support the government of Bangladesh in its involvement in violent crackdowns on peaceful protesters. This statement follows a recent clash between the members of the Hindu community and the law enforcement forces in Bangladesh, triggered by a Facebook post. So the United States has gone on to say that we support the right to peaceful protests, and this is a statement this has come about, talking about that no government should engage in violent crackdowns. Let's listen in to what Matthew Miller had to say.
I'm not going to speak to private diplomatic engagements from here, but we have made clear to the government of Bangladesh, as we make clear to countries all around the world, that we support the right to peaceful protest, and that in no way should any government engage in violent crackdowns on peaceful protests.
And let's just get you more news coming in. And it is Foreign Minister Jaishankar who's met with the Chinese Foreign Minister. This is on the sidelines this meeting that took place in Rio, sidelines of the G20 summit. As far as that meeting is concerned, the progress has come about in the recent disengagement as far as the border lines are concerned between India and China. And they both exchanged views on the next steps as far as their bilateral ties are concerned. Also, what was really discussed is the global situation. And in other news, India's most advanced communication satellite was successfully lifted off into space by Elon Musk's SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, which lifted off from Florida at the stroke of 1 minute past midnight on Wednesday morning.
And it was a successful liftoff. The GSAT N2 or the GSAT 20 satellite is now placed in the intended orbit. It is India's most advanced communication satellite ever to be made, and it will provide broadband services across India and also to both the island chains in Lakshadweep and Andaman Nicobar. There's a special beam for the northeastern region, and this satellite has been made by the Indian Space Research Organization, but it was a commercial launch done by ISRO's commercial arm, New Space India Limited. The satellite is now under the control of ISRO, and finally, after a few weeks, it will be declared operational, and the services of providing data across India would start. This was the first time India or ISRO has used the Falcon 9 rocket of SpaceX to launch a heavyweight satellite. It was a perfect launch, and in 34 minutes, a very precise orbit was given to the 4,700 kilogram satellite, and this was the 396th flight of the Falcon 9 rocket. It's a partially reusable rocket, and this first stage was recovered by SpaceX. But the key point is the satellite is healthy. That is what ISRO chairman Dr. S. Somnath told me.
And let's just get you some sports news now, and this is in regard to Team India that is in Australia for the Border Gavaskar Trophy. It is Team India, and let's just get you a sneak peek into behind the scenes where Siraj is interviewing Virat Kohli.
विराट भैया, myself मोहम्मद सिराज. आपको ऑस्ट्रेलिया में कौन से ग्राउंड में और बेस्ट नॉक कौन सा है आपका यहाँ?
My best knock in Australia is definitely my 100 at Perth, 2018-19 series that we played. I thought that was the toughest pitch that I played on in Test cricket. It was great to get 100 on that. Next question to whoever comes in next would be, what is the one thing that you're looking forward to the most on this tour? Cheers, thank you.
One thing that I'm looking forward to do in this series is to lift Border Gavaskar Trophy.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Baba. Over the next 1 hour, we have a whole lot lined up for you from across the country and around the world. But let's begin with the headlines we're tracking currently. The Competition Commission of India slaps a penalty of 213 crore rupees on social media giant Meta over WhatsApp privacy policy update that was done in 2021. It's day 2 of BJP's protest against the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. BJP lambasts AAP as Delhi chokes. And just on Monday, a poster war broke out between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, and Delhi's air quality breached the severe plus category as it hit the season's worst levels. And this morning too, a thick blanket of smog continues to grip Delhi and the adjoining areas as the air quality nearly touched the 500 mark. Delhi's overall air quality index was 494 at about 6 a.m. this morning in the severe plus category. But of the 35 monitoring stations
most recorded an AQI of 500. A fuel shortage in parts of Manipur. Amid the ongoing tensions and the National People's Party withdrawing its support from the Biren Singh government, I need water. The United States urges Bangladesh to end violent crackdowns on peaceful protests. In fact, the US clarifies to Bangladesh that it does not support the government engagement in violent crackdown on peaceful protests. Markets rebound after 7 sessions of losses. The Nifty and Sensex gain in 1% in trade. The Sensex jumps over 700 points. Well, we have breaking news coming in at the moment, an update regarding the big story we're tracking. The Competition Commission of India has fined Meta, and the Meta's response has actually come in on the CCI penalty at the moment. Meta has said that they completely disagree with CCI's latest decision of slapping this 213 crore rupee fine. Meta has also planned to appeal against the CCI order, and CCI, as I mentioned, has fined Meta 213 crore rupees. This is regarding a WhatsApp policy update back in 2021. The Competition Commission of India had imposed a penalty of 213.14 crore rupees on Meta for abusing its dominant position. This actually relates to how WhatsApp's 2021 privacy policy was implemented and how user data was collected and shared with other Meta companies. The Commission also issued cease and desist directions and also directed Meta and WhatsApp to implement certain behavioral remedies within a defined timeline. But in this matter, the Commission delineated 2 relevant markets: the market for OTT messaging apps through smartphones in India and the market for online display advertising in India. Further, Meta Group operating through WhatsApp was found to be dominant in the market for OTT messaging apps through smartphones in India. But furthermore, it was also found that Meta holds a leading position compared to its competitors in the online display advertising in India. Sunil Prabhu has the lowdown for you.
This dates back to 2021 when, WhatsApp had changed its privacy policy and had made it across the board. You had to take it or leave it kind of approach in India. Whereas, for example, in the Europe and various other foreign countries, that option wasn't there because of the strong privacy laws. So they couldn't make it, a consumer or somebody who was using WhatsApp had an option of leaving it in mass or whatever as it happened at that stage. But in the case of India, it was take it or leave it approach. And it's on that basis that Meta was able to share the details across its various channels from WhatsApp to various other people. That data was given. And CCI, which is the Competition Commission of India, has fined Meta for that because they felt that this was an unfair practice because across other spectrums, be it in other, be Facebook or various other networks that Meta has, it had become extremely difficult for others to make an entry and felt that is an unfair practice. And it's on that basis that they have fined Meta 213 crores. We'll have to wait and see how Meta responds to this, whether it challenges this decision. This, of course, is because there is already a huge demand which is still pending before the Supreme Court on a constitutional question about privacy and across the board, whether people can use data laws as they are doing in the flagrant manner that they have done. Because clearly, India needs to step up, just like it has done in Europe, and ensure that there is a level playing field.
Well, as Sunil Prabhu is reporting, the Competition Commission of India has concluded that the 2021 policy update by WhatsApp on a take-it-or-leave-it basis constitutes an imposition of unfair condition under the Competition Act, as it compels all users to accept expanded data collection terms and the sharing of data within Meta Group without any option to opt out. Well, to understand the larger ramifications, we have with us Khushbu Jain, who's an expert in the field of cybersecurity as well as financial crimes involving technologies. She's also a practicing advocate before the Supreme Court too. Khushbu, how significant would you say this penalty is in the context of Meta's large-scale operations in India?
See, it is significant to an extent that it clearly puts across the message from our country that one, despite being a giant or a tech giant in their own stream, cannot dominate the position or cannot abuse the power that they enjoy just because they are prominent or dominant in the world. So that practically puts in a precedent that we do have a watchdog in India who's looking into consumer, who's looking into the fair competition, who's safeguarding users, citizens like you and me, who are subject to these kind of abuse at the receiving end, at the last. So that's where I think it plays a very crucial role, and it also sets a precedent for others wherein these kind of things come in. And one has to also see in that this is in line with how India is progressing towards having our own data privacy laws, that is Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023. At the same time, the 2021 guidelines, the intermediary rules that came under the IT Act of 2000. Along with this, the aspect whereas we have our Competition Act, which clearly talks about anti-competitive nature, abuse of dominant position, abuse of power, aspect of fair distribution of services and market in that manner. So if you look into all these guidelines and rules are the one which are working towards people, working towards how to safeguard people so that do not come under the gambit of companies which can do or ask and say whatever they have to do. If you'll see, even in 2021, when you saw WhatsApp bringing in policy, all of us, despite, irrespective of our age group, irrespective of gender, were on WhatsApp. And WhatsApp was the one to talk about that this is end-to-end encryption and we do not share the data. So that's where the trust came in, and they got that trust of people that WhatsApp is absolutely end-to-end encryption. They do not read the data or the messages which you put it across. They do not utilize it for any purpose. And all of a sudden in 2021, the policy changed, speaking about the aspect that no, now we share our data with our sister concerns and others for our own personal benefits. I think that's where CCI has stepped in, that you cannot arbitrarily, unilaterally, at middle, change a policy like that, and also this leading to a situation where you have a dominant position.
So then what does the CCI's directive that Meta must cease and desist from anti-competitive practices actually mean for the company's future operations in the country?
See, when you talk about smooth operation, that becomes an aspect that you cannot have an aspect where, as of now, that you can share that data because you're being in a dominant position, including WhatsApp being owned by Meta. They would share the data with other Meta companies such as Facebook, Instagram, and others. That's where the fair play comes in place, and they're talking about that this cannot happen, and you need to stop sharing that data. And if that is happening, that has to be for everybody and anybody, so that tomorrow that because of that abuse of dominance, monopolistic situation do not come, which is due to abuse. And that's where they're talking about that you need to stop right now, that you do not have any aspect of sharing the data with your sister concerns, and take those things, and all future policy and update need to comply with those guidelines. So they have specifically asked to review and modify their choice with respect to such kind of sharing of data with a prominent tab in the settings of WhatsApp. This should be available to us. And also, they have to clearly put in all future policies update in complying with these kind of requirements. So that's where the direction that CCI has put in, which in a way will hamper their business, because data is something which is very important, and we are learning that data plays a very crucial role nowadays. All these platforms utilize advertisements, they share the data with their customers, and that's where their earning comes in. Nothing is free on the internet world. We utilize Facebook, we utilize WhatsApp for free.
In fact, Meta's also just responded to the CCI penalty and said that they disagree with the CCI decision and that they will appeal against the CCI order. But considering WhatsApp's dominant position in the Indian market, do you think any potential implications will apply for users who continue to use WhatsApp under this new privacy policy?
See, if you look into whether it can or not, it's a country's law. There is a decision by the court. They have to abide with that law. Whether they exist or they do not exist is dependent on whether you want to comply with the law. It cannot be that, oh, it's not complying with my business interest, so I would not want to comply with it, and the users will be at the receiving end. No, I don't think so that would have any impact. Rather, their change in the policy was the one which was having an impact on the user, because without even understanding, see, internet brings close to all of us, but at the same time, there's an opaqueness when it talk about internet, and that opaqueness without any accountability was where WhatsApp or other companies are taking benefit of. And that's where we are having these kind of orders which say that bring in that accountability, bring in that transparency for the user so that they understand that what they are doing on their internet and how their data has been utilized. They have a right to understand what exactly kind of sharing model is when it comes to data. And that's where it has been coming in. Impact wise, I think Meta will be more impacted. Users would not be much impacted because India is one of the top 2 largest country in the world when it comes to generation of data. And we are living in the age of AI. They cannot leave the market like India.
Well, we are yet to see potential long-term consequences for Meta, especially in terms of its reputation and user base in India following this ruling. Thank you so much, though, Khushbu, for making time for us on NDTV. There are also questions regarding the role regulators like the Competition Commission of India should play in balancing user privacy with business interests in the digital age as well. The other big story we're tracking, a thick blanket of smog continues to grip Delhi and the adjoining areas as the air quality nearly touched the 500 mark. In terms of the overall air quality index in Delhi, it was at about 494 at 6 a.m. this morning. That's in the severe plus category. And of the 35 monitoring stations in the national capital, most recorded an AQI of 500. The lowest AQI was actually 480 and it was recorded in Dwarka. That's as per the real-time data there. But the Met Department has issued an orange alert for dense fog for the second consecutive day. My colleague Shreya has been tracking the latest developments on Ground Zero for us. She joins us live at the moment. Shreya, we do know schools across Delhi NCR have been shut owing to the severe air pollution and the hazardous AQI levels as you've been reporting. But as we speak, what are the worst impacted areas in NCR today?
Well, of course, Parmeshwar, the air quality is poisonous right now. The AQI is 492. Some of the worst affected areas are, of course, Dwarka, where I am right now, Jahangirpuri, Muntka, Anand Vihar. These have recorded over 500 AQI. And we know in response to this hazardous air quality, GRAP 4 has been implemented. And all the schools have shifted to online classes, not only in Delhi, but also in Gurgaon and Faridabad. And we also know Delhi University and JNU has also shifted to online classes. Right now, I am joined by the principal of ITL Public School, Dwarka, and it's important to understand what does it really mean for the quality of education that is being given to the students. We have seen frequent shift towards online classes, ma'am. Whenever the pollution levels spike up, we know this is the knee-jerk reaction that comes in the forefront. How do you think it affects students who have limited digital resources, and especially students, children with special needs? How do you think it affects them mostly?
Yeah, children with special need are greatly affected because their one-to-one therapy session also in the school goes on. So they are deprived of that therapy session, especially the underprivileged student who do not have multiple smartphones because parents, they carry their own phone to the work. So if they have 2 siblings, then it is very difficult to provide 2 smartphones for them. And more so, the mental health and well-being is affected because repeatedly we are reverting back to online classes. This is not the solution. Right. Of course, we are trying to make it very, very engaging. Let's talk and library sessions, storytelling, music, yoga, everything we are including. But we are not...
Ma'am, we also know these government schools also, we know students from very marginalized background go to these government schools. So how do you think, there is this common, viewpoint that people have that online classes mean no classes. How true is that?
Yeah, it is so, because in government school, the clientele or the first generation learners, as I said, there is a great digital divide. They are not empowered with all the resources. So then they are not able to attend classes. So online classes means it is holidays for them. So it is a pitiable situation. So we should have to take some permanent policy measures. And we have altered our annual calendar also. In November, we used to have our annual day, our sports day. Now we are doing either in October or in February. So the class 10th and 12th pre-board 1 exam was going on. Now it has been postponed. The whole school calendar gets altered. So that's a real problem.
And also, ma'am, tell me how did you process the entire thing when you got notified, through Twitter, that too, formerly known as Twitter, on X, Atishi, Delhi Chief Minister, posted that, there will be shift to online classes. The tweet was obviously posted at very late at night. So how did you
Yeah, I understand that this is a situation of health emergency, but it was declared around 10:50. So school doesn't operate that way. We have to inform the transport in charge, the cafeteria, and the lady said that I have already prepared for the next day midday meal and all, and informing all the parents at 11 p.m. So many children also, they came by bus because they were not aware that online classes will take place. So that's really a problematic for us to organize everything at such an late hour.
How are you planning to communicate further notices with the parents and students? Because, of course, Supreme Court has said that the GRAB 4 will remain in place even if the AQI falls below 450. So how do you plan on to communicate with the parents?
Yeah, during COVID, actually, there are official parents group now. So it is very easy to disseminate information. So on WhatsApp parents group, we keep them informing whatever government order or circulars come, we immediately share with them. So till now, we have told that this is online classes will go on till further notification, and exam will be rescheduled.
Right. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. As ma'am said quite aptly, that there has been a lack of proactive action taken by the Delhi government in curbing the air pollution crisis. But right now, of course, the shift towards online classes helps students in taking care of their health, and it is not only young children but also college going students, because we know there has been a shift to online classes in DU and JNU as well, along with government schools in Delhi, Gurgaon and Faridabad. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks for that update. In fact, it's day 2 of the BJP's protest. The BJP has been targeting the Aam Aadmi Party over the toxicity as far as the air pollution is concerned in the National Capital Region. The BJP has slammed the Aam Aadmi Party over the rising AQI levels. Meanwhile, as the air in Delhi remains toxic, Delhi's Chief Minister Atishi hit out at the central government and their alleged inaction and uncontrolled stubble burning in states like Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh and Haryana for pushing the entire North India, including the national capital, into a state of absolute mayhem and medical emergency. Ishika Verma has been tracking the BJP's protest. She joins us live at the moment. Ishika, the BJP says the Aam Aadmi Party is looking to shift the blame for the city's toxic air. Atashi has hit out at the central government meanwhile and said that they are not being able to control the stubble burning in states like Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh and Haryana. It seems the politics is only intensifying over the toxic air.
Well, yes, in fact, Parmeshwar, this is the story that is repeated every year when we see that the pollution level touch the severe category. We are seeing on one hand, it is the residents of the national capital who continue to suffer. On the other hand, here the political blame game over pollution only continues to intensify. We have seen how Supreme Court, in fact, has intervened into this matter and has also pulled up the Delhi government and has also instructed that GRAB 4 that is currently imposed in Delhi and NCR region, that should not be removed without informing the Supreme Court. On the other hand, we have seen how the Chief Minister of Delhi, Atishi, she hit out at the central government. She said that central government needs to tell as to what, action and what steps have been taken by the central government to curb the pollution levels here in the national capital. She also talked about the stubble burning burning figures, saying that Punjab, in Punjab, the stubble burning figures have come down, while in the other states, be it UP, be it MP, the stubble burning figures have only gone up. On the other hand, we are seeing now BJP again hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government, saying that they are again shifting the blame and it should be them who should answer as to why even, the implementation has not been done, number one, and why, no permanent steps, in fact, have been taken. Currently, if we talk about the air quality index that has been recorded is around 492, and in fact, we are standing in Anand Vihar and we'd like to show you how, in fact, the air quality index here has touched the 500 mark. And now today itself, the BJP also held a protest here, and we spoke to Delhi BJP President Rein. Let's hear that. जो दिल्ली सरकार है वो लगातार सेंट्रल पर ब्लेम कर रही है, कह रही है वो जॉइंट एक्शन प्लान लेके नहीं आए।
दिल्ली में सांसों का आपातकाल है, वो जो सेंटर को ब्लेम कर रहे हैं उनसे पूछना चाहिए कि आज पराली का, आज 19 तारीख है, कल पराली का स्कोर क्या था, जो सरकारी आंकड़े हैं। अकेले पंजाब में 1251 घटनाएं रजिस्टर्ड हुई हैं, और क्या कारण है? यूपी में 133 और हरियाणा में 38 थी, तो कौन दोषी है उसका? लेकिन पंजाब की वो बात नहीं करेंगी। अपने नकारेपन, अपने निकम्मेपन को छुपाने के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल और आतिशी मार लेना, दूसरी इधर उधर की बातें करती हैं। ये तो दिल्ली को इस हालत में लाने का जिम्मेदार अरविंद केजरीवाल है, उनकी सरकार है, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सड़कों की मरम्मत नहीं की, गड्ढे नहीं भरे, जिसकी वजह से धूल के कारण दिल्ली में और सफाई व्यवस्था ना होने के कारण दिल्ली की हालत है।
सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि ग्रेडेड रिस्पांस एक्शन प्लान का जो चौथा स्टेज है वो अब लागू हो गया, लेकिन फिर भी लगातार देख रहे हैं कि AQI और खराब ही होते जा रहा है। सरकार को क्या करें?
मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ कि अगर आपने 10 साल में मेजरमेंट लिए होते, अगर आपने 10 साल काम किए थे, तो आज आपको ये झूठ नहीं बोलना पड़ता। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल के सरकार का नकारापन है, जिसकी वजह से ये खामियाजा दिल्ली की जनता भुगत रही है। और ये मास्क जो है, ये मास्क आने वाले समय में दिल्ली वालों के लिए चेतावनी है। अगर इस भ्रष्ट सरकार को यहाँ से नहीं हटाया तो हर दिल्ली वाले को ये मास्क पहनने पड़ेंगे।
In fact, unfortunately, it's not just a national capital region problem. There are Delhi-like scenes in Madhya Pradesh as well. The unhealthy air keeps the government on the edge, as the air quality index is above 300 in many major cities across the country. The PM10 is the major polluter in Madhya Pradesh. In fact, as far as Bhopal and Indore and Gwalior are concerned, there has been very poor air quality that has been recorded in these three areas. And Madhya Pradesh is also struggling with toxic air. Amritanshi has been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Amritanshi, so post-Diwali, the situation's actually gone from bad to worse in Madhya Pradesh, right? Especially Indore, Gwalior, Jabalpur and Bhopal.
So basically, all the metropolitan cities of Madhya Pradesh are facing the worst quality of air after Diwali, basically. Not only Diwali is the reason, there are many more reasons, as we have seen that weather is changing on daily basis. Also, some of the reasons could be that the people are burning plastics and the tires, and also the roads are a big problem in Madhya Pradesh because roads are not in a very good state, and all the pollution is being caused by all these things. After Diwali, and especially on the occasion of Gyaras, and after that, the air quality index of Bhopal was around 300. It was around 291 also in the industrial area of Manipur. Also, apart from Bhopal, Gwalior, Indore and Jabalpur, these metropolitan cities are also facing AQI above 250, which is like very considered as very poor, and also people are facing many problems due to that. Though the municipal corporations of these places are sprinkling waters in day and night to reduce the pollution, but still the air quality is getting worse day by day, and people are facing these problems, and it could get worse in the coming days as the weather changes. Yeah, back to you.
Amritanshi, thanks so much for joining us with that live update from Bhopal. With that, let's turn our attention now to Manipur, where the Union Home Ministry will deploy additional companies of Central Armed Police Forces comprising around 5,000 personnel in the next few days amid violence and killings in Manipur. The situation in the state is under the Home Ministry's scanner. In fact, the Chief Minister of Manipur chaired a key NDA meeting in Imphal, and this as Assam has sealed its borders with Manipur. But civil society groups have rejected the NDA meet resolutions. In fact, they have issued a fresh ultimatum. These are the civil society groups, as Assam cops have deployed commandos at the Manipur border, and parts of Manipur witness fuel shortage. Aishwarya has been tracking the latest developments and the Home Ministry's involvement. He joins us live at the moment. Aishwarya, what are the latest details you can disclose to our viewers? Right, we seem to be having an issue with Aishwarya. We will connect with him and get you a latest update as far as the Home Ministry is concerned. But intense situation playing out in Manipur and a fuel shortage being reported from there, as well as the situation remains under the NHA scanner. Well, let's turn our attention now to Himachal Pradesh, where the High Court has issued an order attaching Himachal Bhavan in Delhi after the Congress-led Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu government failed to pay electricity dues that are amounting to around 150 crore rupees. Himachal Bhavan, in case you don't know, is actually located at Mandi House in the national capital, and the government has failed to clear the power dues. The High Court has allowed the sale of Himachal Bhavan now. We have a reaction from the BJP as well. They have actually said that this is the Congress's poor policies that have been exposed as the Sukhwinder Singh government has failed to pay 150 crore rupees in electricity dues.
सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हाई कोर्ट का फैसला 13 जनवरी 2023 को आया और उसके बावजूद भी सरकार जो है वो गंभीरता से इसको नहीं ले रही है। ये जो सेली प्रोजेक्ट का अपफ्रंट प्रीमियम का जो पैसा 64 करोड़ रुपए देने के लिए आदेश हुए थे, मुझे लगता है कि जो हिमाचल प्रदेश की सरकार सारे विषयों को बहुत गंभीरता से नहीं ले रही है। ऐसी स्थिति हिमाचल प्रदेश की आज से पहले कभी नहीं आई। पहली बात, कोर्ट के मामलों को भी सरकार गंभीरता से नहीं ले रही है और एक के बाद एक फैसले जो हिमाचल प्रदेश में जो हो रहे हैं, जिसके कारण सरकार की फजीहत होती जा रही है।
Well, the High Court has allowed the Power Department to attach Himachal Bhavan now. The BJP has been fuming over the Congress government in Himachal Pradesh. In fact, the BJP has clearly said that this is an unprecedented situation in Himachal Pradesh. The matter was actually raised in context of the 400 megawatt Seli hydro project to be built on the Chenab River in Lahaul Spiti. Already in the arbitration, the state government had received an order to return the upfront money of 64 crore rupees that was deposited by the company with 7% interest. However, you must note, because of the government disregarding the order, the amount along with the interest reached around 150 crore rupees. The Himachal Pradesh High Court has issued an order now attaching Himachal Bhavan in Delhi after Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu's government failed to pay these huge electricity dues. Gurpreet joins us over the phone line at the moment. Gurpreet, the Power Department has now attached Himachal Bhavan in Delhi because of the Sukhu government failing to pay dues that amounted to about 150 crore rupees.
Well, yes, of course. We have seen a very clear order has come from the court saying the property that is one of the prominent and prime property which is located in Delhi, that is Himachal Bhavan, which is in Mandi House, New Delhi, that has already been asked to attach immediately to recover the huge amount of money which the government had failed to pay. At the same time, the court has also ordered to conduct a fact-finding investigation inquiry to find out what was the lapses and who are the employees and who are the officers who did not even bother to pay this huge amount to a power firm which was pending for last so many years. So now let's see that how the Himachal Pradesh government and especially
Right, we seem to have lost that line with Gurpreet. Abruptly apologize for that. For now, let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking. Anmol Bishnoi, the younger brother of notorious gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who runs a global criminal syndicate despite being in jail, has been arrested in the United States. Bishnoi is wanted in connection with several high-profile cases. This includes the murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewaala in 2022 and the killing last month of ex-Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddiqui. Also the firing outside actor Salman Khan's Mumbai home in June this year. Now, Anmol Bishnoi is facing 18 criminal cases and the NIA had announced a reward of 10 lakh rupees. But just listen in to what US's Matthew Miller had to say regarding Anmol Bishnoi.
The only thing I would add to it is that it would be appropriate if anyone is going to comment on such a report, it would be the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, not the State Department. Right. Preface it that way because they may decline to comment, but I certainly am not going to comment on something that falls within their jurisdiction. Right.
And finally, India's most advanced communication satellite named GSAT-N2 or GSAT-20 was successfully lifted off into space by Elon Musk's SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, which lifted off from Florida in the United States. Now, at the stroke of 1 minute past midnight on Wednesday morning, the Indian Space Research Organization's most sophisticated communication satellite, which will now provide broadband services in remote areas and in-flight internet in passenger aircraft, set off for its 34-minute journey into outer space on board Elon Musk-owned SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket on its 396th flight. Pallav Bagla obviously was tracking all the details for you. Listen in.
And it was a successful liftoff. The GSAT-N2 or the GSAT-20 satellite is now placed in the intended orbit. It is India's most advanced communication satellite ever to be made, and it will provide broadband services across India and also to both the island chains in Lakshadweep and Andaman Nicobar. There's a special beam for the northeastern region, and this satellite has been made by the Indian Space Research Organization, but it was a commercial launch done by ISRO's commercial arm, New Space India Limited. The satellite is now under the control of ISRO, and finally, after a few weeks, it will be declared operational and the services of providing data across India would start. This was the first time India or ISRO has used the Falcon 9 rocket of SpaceX to launch a heavyweight satellite. It was a perfect launch, and in 34 minutes, a very precise orbit was given to the 4,700 kilogram satellite, and this was the 396th flight of the Falcon 9 rocket. It's a partially reusable rocket, and this first stage was recovered by SpaceX. But the key point is the satellite is healthy. That is what ISRO Chairman Dr. S. Somnath told me.
And in July 2023, the Harpic School Sanitation Program launched in 2,000 schools across Odisha using pop-up storybooks and DIY kits to teach hygiene. It has actually impacted 9 lakh lives, creating young ambassadors for a healthier future. Watch this inspiring report.
In the fight against infectious diseases, proper sanitation stands as our first line of defense. At its heart are toilets, silent guardians that safeguard clean water and protect community health. Now, when we educate children about sanitation early, we're not just protecting their health, we're nurturing ambassadors who carry these vital practices into their homes and communities. The Harpic School Sanitation Program has been making a difference since July 1st, 2023, reaching 2,000 schools across 10 districts of Odisha.
Our teachers training program କରାଇଥିଲା ଆଉ प्रधान शिक्षयित्री हिसाब रे मुई भी संगे जाइथिली जोग देइथिली सेनो हमकु सुंदर भाबरे ट्रेनिंग देहाला आमे माने पायखाना रो व्यवहार केनता करी हेबा आमे चप्पल व्यवहार करा हाथ धुआर सब जाक से माने हमकु ट्रेनिंग देले जेनटा कि आमे ट्रेनिंग नै करी आसला परे मुई स्कूल रे मोर सहकर्मी मानकु आउ आमर छात्र छात्री मानकु से ट्रेनिंग देली आ से दिन ठारू आमर छात्र छात्री माने भी आमर पायखाना रो व्यवहार सुंदर भाबरे करूछन चप्पल पिंदी करी जाउछन 20 सेकेंड हाथ धुचन
मु जेतले व्यक्तिगत भाव अनेक विद्यालय को जाइछि मॉनिटरिंग करिया को सेतबे देखिछि एई स्थान मानकरे
जो स्थान मानक पूर्व आम देखुलू कौन प्रकार ये डिसइनफेक्टेंट जिनस रखा जाऊ नाला एवं किंतु जगह दे दिया किट्रु आने निजे तरफ एगुड़ी रेगुलर व्यवहार कर निश्चित रूप पिलामानक पाखे गोटे सचेतनता सृष्टि होती।
A toilet's presence alone isn't enough. Proper maintenance breathes life into these facilities. The program employs creative tools to make this learning engaging and memorable. From enchanting pop-up storybooks featuring lovable Muppets like KK Kitanu and Neela Jadugar to hands-on 3D DIY kits designed specifically for young minds. Interactive demonstrations bring lessons to life, while visual aids from vibrant wall art to eye-catching posters, banners and standees reinforce these crucial messages.
आम विद्यालय रे स्वच्छता विषय रे शिखा हेउची खेलना माध्यम रे बही माध्यम रे शिखा हेउची गला बेले चप्पल पिंधि की जीवु स्वच्छता कला करी सारिला परे पानी ढालिबु आसिला बेले हाथ धोइबु आम परे जेउ पिलाटी जीव तापाय स्वच्छता रखिबु।
The program impact 300,000 children directly engaged in target schools, 600,000 children reached through peer education in neighboring communities, total impact 900,000 young lives transformed. While World Toilet Day spotlights these crucial issues annually, the Harpik School Sanitation Program works tirelessly every day, planting seeds of change through proper toilet usage and hand washing habits. It's more than education. It's a movement towards a cleaner, healthier future, nurturing habits that will protect generations to come.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict. An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has
Well, the Kremlin has accused Joe Biden's outgoing US administration of wanting to escalate the war in Ukraine by allowing Kyiv to actually use long-range missiles for strikes inside Russia, vowing an appropriate and palpable response. In fact, the decision, first reported on Sunday to allow Ukraine to conduct strikes with US-made weapons deep into sovereign Russian territory, has not been formally announced by the White House, but a German government spokesperson said on Monday that Berlin had been informed. Putin had said Moscow would take the appropriate decisions based on the threats that we will face, and previously also suggested that Moscow could supply long-range weapons to other countries with the aim of attacking Western targets. And in news from Ukraine, a Russian missile strike on the port city of Odessa has killed at least 10 people and injured 44 others, including 4 children. Local authorities say 3 of the injured are in serious condition, but the attack targeted a residential area, damaging an apartment building, a university and an administrative building. Mr. Zelensky has condemned the strike, saying it was a deliberate attack aimed at showing Russia's true intentions. In fact, the Ukrainian president has accused Russia of spreading false claims about halting attacks, emphasizing that their real goal is war.
This attack was carried out with a missile. The video that has emerged after the attack shows devastation and vehicles on fire. According to the local governor, 10 people have died in this attack and more than 40 people have been injured, out of which 3 are in critical condition. 4 children are also among the injured. After this attack, Ukrainian President Zelensky has said that Russia is deliberately targeting residential areas. In this attack, a multi-story building as well as an university building and an administrative building have also suffered heavy damage. Zelensky has also said that the only way to stop such attacks by Russia is to destroy Russia's power to attack. For this, he has appealed to his ally countries to come together. Odessa is the 3rd most populous city of Ukraine. Ukraine has an important port here, and there is a large-scale import and export happening from here, which has been disrupted due to Russian attacks. A part of the port here has also been destroyed. Since the beginning of the war, Russia has been trying to capture this city. Russia is continuously attacking this city from the Black Sea side. After the attacks on Saturday and Sunday, there is a huge shortage of water and electricity in Odessa. People are mostly forced to live in bunkers. It is believed that Ukraine is preparing to give a big befitting reply to Russia's attacks, especially when it has got permission from America that it can use long-range missile against Russia. Due to this, there is a fear of the war escalating in near future, and this is being also said that Ukraine is going to reply in a big manner soon.
Meanwhile, oil prices climbed more than $2 a barrel on Monday after news that crude production at Norway's Johan Sverdrup oil field had been halted, which added to earlier gains stemming from the escalation of the Russia-Ukraine war. In fact, Norway's Equinor has halted production at the Johan Sverdrup oil field, which is the largest in Western Europe, following an onshore power outage, which is what the company had announced. So the news has sent oil prices higher, adding to earlier gains sparked by rising tensions in the Russia-Ukraine war. Meanwhile, a massive China-Russia natural gas pipeline was completed, Chinese state media has reported, suggesting that Russian gas could begin powering Shanghai by the end of the year. Moscow is now largely reliant on the Chinese market for its gas exports after Europe blocked imports over the Ukraine invasion, but efforts to build a separate pipeline stalled earlier this year over price disagreements. China is already getting discounted Russian natural gas and supplies through the completed pipeline. It will continue at a significant discount, according to an expert, but the war in Ukraine has deepened Moscow's economic dependence on Beijing, and Russia is showing signs of becoming a subordinate economic partner to China rather than an equal, as per many political watchers. Let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking. Well, prosecutors have said 2 men put financial profit over human life when they attempted to smuggle a couple from India and their 2 young children across the United States-Canada border in heavy snow and bone-chilling winds, leading to the family freezing to death. Prosecutors allege Indian national Harsh Kumar Raman Lal Patel, who's a 29-year-old, ran part of a sprawling human smuggling scheme and recruited Steve Shand, who's a 50-year-old, to shuttle migrants across the border. Both men have pleaded not guilty to 4 federal counts related to human smuggling, but their trial in Minnesota is expected to last about 5 days. Michael Goldberg has more for us.
The trial began Monday with defense attorneys arguing that 7 photographs depicting the family's frozen bodies should be excluded as evidence. Defense attorneys argued that the gut-wrenching images would sway the jury unfairly. Prosecutors argued that the images were necessary to convey that the family was inadequately prepared by Patel and Shand to face the frigid conditions in Minnesota. A federal judge ultimately allowed the evidence to remain admitted.
Let's get you a quick update from Gaza now, where nearly 100 aid trucks were violently looted over the weekend, the United Nations has said, underscoring the challenges of delivering desperately needed food and supplies to the war-torn strip. The convoy was forced to take an alternate route after the Israeli military instructed it leave a day earlier than planned. This is what a UN agency has said. In fact, the main agency that actually supplies aid for Palestinians that Israel banned last month. Israel has been letting in significantly less food and supplies into Gaza in recent weeks compared with previous months, the UN has confirmed. But the deteriorating conditions has prompted Pope Francis to call for an investigation into allegations of a genocide in Gaza, which is actually Pope Francis's strongest criticism yet of Israel's war with Hamas. And 76 Palestinians have been killed because of Israeli military strikes across Gaza in the past 24 hours. The health ministry has said. Some survivors have said that victims were ripped apart into fragments. This as hospitals are under siege and malnutrition cases are rising. Meanwhile, lawyers for a Palestinian rights group have told a London court that the UK is allowing parts for F-35 fighter jets to be exported to Israel, despite saying they could be used in breach of international humanitarian law in Gaza. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has confirmed that last month's airstrike on Iran targeted a specific component of Tehran's nuclear program, as well as its defense and missile production capabilities. In fact, speaking in Israel's parliament, Netanyahu did not elaborate on which part of the nuclear program was actually struck. The Israel Prime Minister did confirm while briefing the parliament that in fact nuclear capabilities of Iran had been impacted. This as the latest string of developments have occurred with Israeli military airstrikes striking over 70 people in the Gaza Strip. Over 100 aid trucks have been looted over the weekend, causing massive concern as far as food and supplies are concerned to the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Mohammed Ghazali has been tracking each detail for us very closely. He joins us live at the moment. Ghazali, take us through the latest string of developments.
So this is the first time that the Israeli Prime Minister has, or the Israeli government on record has confirmed that how they have hit the Iran's nuclear program in the last month's attack, when Israel retaliated to Iran's attack into Israel's territory. Now, this is very significant considering the fact that there has been, there will be a new president in office, the President-elect Mr. Trump in the United States, and we know that how there is a growing bonhomie, or there is a very good relations between Mr. Netanyahu and Mr. Trump, and that is something which is very concerning for the Middle East, considering the fact that how Mr. Netanyahu is coming out and have hit multiple targets in Tehran. And meanwhile, there are reports which are coming out in the Israeli media that how Mr. Netanyahu told a group of ministers that how he was threatened by the Mr. Biden and the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, for not going into Rafah. And yet he went there despite all the threats of sanctions and threats from the previous U.S. administration or the current U.S. administration. And this is considering the fact that how Mr. Donald Trump had said that he will stop all the wars in the Middle East, and yet Israel has continued its strike into Lebanon and into Gaza. Yes. It appears now that Mr. Netanyahu has been more emboldened, and these attacks will still continue till Mr. Trump gets into the office.
As always, Ghazali, thanks so much for taking us through the latest developments. With that, let's get you a latest update from the G20 summit. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has opened the G20 summit in Brazil by unveiling a global alliance aimed at tackling poverty and hunger. The initiative was signed by 81 countries, including 18 of the 19 G20 countries, as well as the European Union and the African Union. But the only G20 country not to sign on was Argentina, which is currently led by far-right President Javier Milei. Let's get you the latest from Rio. Celia Mendoza has the latest update.
The first session of the two-day G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, concluded with the official launch of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, an initiative led by Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. The alliance, which includes Argentina, has 148 founding members comprising 82 countries, the African Union, the European Union, 24 international organizations, 9 international financial institutions, and 31 philanthropic and non-governmental organizations. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi praised the initiative, saying it is a commendable effort by the Brazilian G20 presidency. During his speech here at the fight against hunger and poverty, he said that it is important the work India is doing, the efforts to alleviate poverty, aiming to lift 250 million people out of that situation. He also mentioned that his country provides free food to 800 million people, contributing to the fight against hunger. Other topics discussed on Monday included the need for global government institutions reform. The Prime Minister had a friendly encounter today with President Joe Biden and a bilateral meeting with the leader of Indonesia, another one with Portugal and Italy. The G20 leaders are expected to reconvene on Tuesday to discuss sustainable development, energy transition, and potentially get a declaration from the group. The United States has pushed to get the war against Ukraine within the document. The closing ceremony will formalize Brazil's handover of the G20 presidency to South Africa. Celia Mendoza, Voice of America, reporting from Rio for NDTV.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi held a bilateral meeting with United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer on the sidelines of that G20 summit in Brazil. He had a discussion with the heads of state from Brazil, Singapore and Spain, underlining India's commitment to boost international collaboration. Our Prime Minister also met with the French President, and we're told they discussed artificial intelligence as well as advances in the space sector. As always, news and updates continue in a moment right after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the petroling which we were doing in 2020.
This week on India Ascends. All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0. Is it time up Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want secular removed from the constitution? All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
Corruption first,
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vapa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the pollution menace and its implications as far as flight delays are concerned. The data coming out of pollution levels as high as 999 points in the Vasundhara area of the Delhi NCR region. Overall pollution remains in the severe category. Anil Deshmukh attacked, and it is the NCP Sharad Pawar faction that is demanding an EC probe into the matter. The cops are filing an attempt to murder case as far as that attack on Anil Deshmukh is concerned. You remember he was campaigning for his son yesterday on the last day of campaigning in the state of Maharashtra. He will be recording his statement today. And the national capital chokes in a severely toxic air quality index. We're talking about very close to the 500 mark as far as the overall AQI is concerned. And the smog situation, which visibly looks slightly better today, but the data reflecting on how bad the situation is on the ground. And a war of words that continues, a blame game that continues between the centre and the state as far as Delhi's pollution is concerned. The BJP again distributing masks, holding a protest against the inaction of the Aam Aadmi Party. And the Competition Commission of India slaps a penalty of over 200 crore rupees on social media giant Meta over the WhatsApp privacy policy update in 2021. And the Chief Minister chairs a meeting of the NDA MLAs in Manipur, a key resolution as far as the Armed Forces Special Powers Act is concerned. And this is, there's been a fuel shortage that is being reported from parts of Manipur at a time when Assam has gone ahead and sealed its borders with Manipur. And the United States is urging people in Bangladesh to end the violent crackdown on peaceful protesters. The United States has gone on to say that they do not support the government engaging in such violent protests, and there's a right to peaceful demonstration, and that's what they support. A very good morning here. Let's just get you the very latest, and this is in regard to the attack that took place yesterday in Maharashtra on Anil Deshmukh while he was campaigning for his son. Now, this is, the MBA that's coming out in full support, talking about the lawlessness under the government of the Mahayuti. Now, the NCP of the Sharad Pawar faction is demanding a probe by the Election Commission. It is that demand that they want a thorough investigation into that attack that took place at a time when the government is now taking action. The police has now gone ahead and filed a case, a murder. This is an attempt to murder case that has been filed in that attack that took place on the vehicle of Anil Deshmukh while he was in Nagpur. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Radhika joining us. Radhika, it is Anil Deshmukh who's expected to make a statement today. Get us also a health update of the leader.
Well, at this point, of course, Anil Deshmukh's health is stable. Of course, he sustained head injuries. He will be recording his statement before the police is what we are hearing. An FIR has been registered against unknown people. An FIR of attempt to murder has been registered. But certainly, attack on former Home Minister of the state, Anil Deshmukh, has led to political controversy of sorts. Now, NCP Sharad Pawar faction demanding a thorough inquiry into this. Several leaders coming out and speaking on it. Not just the spokesperson of NCP Sharad Pawar, but also Supriya Sule, and of course MVA partners including Sanjay Raut also condemning the incident, speaking about the lawlessness, law and order situation in the state of Maharashtra, especially in Nagpur. This happened near Nagpur in Katol, where Anil Deshmukh's son had been campaigning, and he had in fact gone there for a public meeting to campaign for Anil Deshmukh's son, Salil Deshmukh. All this happening last night, just 2 days ahead of elections in the state of Maharashtra. So a lot of questions being raised by NCP Sharad Pawar as well as people within the MVA itself on the law and order situation as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned, saying that it is collapsing in the state, and especially ahead of elections, something of this nature, violence of this nature is being condemned and is uncalled for, is something that several within the opposition have been saying. However, the BJP, some leaders within the BJP have also reacted to it, calling this a political stunt, which has obviously been rubbished by NCP Sharad Pawar or MVA for that matter. So it remains to be seen what kind of action will be taken. Several within the NCP have demanded action, demanded thorough inquiry from the Home Department and also the Election Commission to look into it. So what kind of action will be taken? Will there be arrests made very soon as far as this case is concerned? All that remains to be seen, but certainly worrying since a leader of high stature in the state of Maharashtra being attacked just 2 days ahead of polls near Nagpur.
Right, let's just listen in to what Sanjay Raut has to say about this attack on Anil Deshmukh.
महाराष्ट्र की कानून व्यवस्था, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पूरी तरह से खत्म हो गई। इस राज्य में चुनाव में इस प्रकार की भयंकर हिंसा कभी नहीं हुई थी। देवेंद्र फडणवीस विद्यमान गृहमंत्री है, उनके शहर में महाराष्ट्र के पूर्व गृहमंत्री अनिल देशमुख के ऊपर उनको मारने की साजिश, उनकी हत्या करने की साजिश और उनको जिस तरह से हमला किया, आपने देखा उसका वीडियो, पूरा सर टूट गया, फूट गया। कौन जिम्मेदार है? चुनाव आयोग के हाथ में पूरे सूत्र रहते हैं ना, तो सबसे पहले चुनाव आयोग जिम्मेदार है, जो महाराष्ट्र की हालत खराब हो गई है।
And switching tracks now to the pollution problem, a thick blanket of smog that continues to grip the Delhi NCR region as the air quality touches close to 500 points. When we talk about other areas, adjoining areas, whether it's Vasundhara, the area in Ghaziabad, where the AQI this morning is coming in at 999 points. Greater Noida, pollution levels touched over 800 points this morning. Overall, as far as the AQI is concerned, is just a little under that 500 mark. Well, when we let's just also get you details as to that grab 4 that has kicked in since yesterday. Now, all school classes, including class 10 and class 12, which were exempted from that ban, have also been included in the measures against pollution. And it is also the Delhi University that has gone on to say that they will be holding online classes all the way till Saturday, the 23rd of this month. Let's just get you a sense of what is happening on the ground with my colleague Shreya, who's joining us. Shreya, how bad is it this morning, even though we are seeing that the sun seems to be trickling in at this point in time?
Well, of course, Divya, the air continues to be as poisonous as ever. I'm right now in Dwarka, and right behind me you can see construction work going on. Although the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 4, which is the highest level of stringent measures to curb air pollution, are implemented, we can see construction work going on. And let me hear from the person who's here. ये किस चीज़ का काम चल रहा है इधर?
ये कंस्ट्रक्शन लाइन का काम चल रहा है ये सर, और ये क्या है कि ये अंडरपास बन रहा है।
हाँ, तो अभी पोल्यूशन के वजह से जो कंस्ट्रक्शन डेमोलिशन एक्टिविटीज़ पे बैन लग गया है, इस पे कोई रूल्स नहीं है? इस पे अभी तक काम कैसे चल रहा है? बंद नहीं हुआ है काम इधर?
ये एक्चुअली सर मुझे पता नहीं, ये जय कुमार कंपनी है, ये जय कुमार के नाम से चल रहा है काम।
So you can see there are several areas. It's not just here in Dwarka, but several spots in Noida also. We have seen the construction work is still going on, clearly showing how the enforcement is not strong enough of the anti-pollution measures, these so-called emergency measures that are being talked about by the Delhi government, by the Commission for Air Quality Management, and these, of course, do not really curb the pollution, the overall pollution, because as you were saying, there are so many areas that have recorded AQI over 500 today as well. These are the main hotspots in Delhi, Jahangirpuri, Dwarka, where I am right now, and these other areas. The pollution levels are obviously, they are skyrocketing, but then it is much better than what it was yesterday. You can see the sun is out, but the air is filled with smog. There is reduced visibility, and the increasing vehicular movement also adds on to the pollution. And to combat the hazardous air quality, we know that certain measures have been taken. There has been a shift to online classes, but how does this shift to online classes really affect students and the quality of education that is being given, how it affects the curriculum? That is very important to understand, because every year we have seen, every time the pollution levels spike up, the only solution the Delhi government comes up with is to shift to online classes. But it definitely affects students who do not have as much digital access, they're deprived of digital resources, or the students with special needs. It's difficult to keep the quality of education intact when it comes to these online classes. And it's not just restricted to school-going students, but also colleges like Delhi University, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and now Ambedkar University has also announced complete shift to online classes until further notice. So let's first understand how it really affects, this online classes affect the quality of education. We have seen frequent shift towards online classes, ma'am. Whenever the pollution levels spike up, we know this is the knee-jerk reaction that comes in the forefront. How do you think it affects students who have limited digital resources, and especially students, children with special needs? How do you think it affects them mostly?
Yeah, children with special need are greatly affected because their one-to-one therapy session also in the school goes on. So they are deprived of that therapy session, especially the underprivileged student who do not have multiple smartphones, because parents, they carry their own phone to the work. So if they have two siblings, then it is very difficult to provide two smartphones for them. And more so, the mental health and well-being is affected because repeatedly we are reverting back to online classes. This is not the solution. Right. Of course, we are trying to make it very, very engaging. Let's talk and library sessions, storytelling, music, yoga, everything we are including. But we are not...
Ma'am, we also know these government schools also, we know students from very marginalized background go to these government schools. So how do you think, there is this common, viewpoint that people have that online classes mean no classes. How true is that?
Yeah, it is so, because in government school, the clientele or the first generation learners, as I said, there is a great digital divide. They are not empowered with all the resources. So then they are not able to attend classes. So online classes means it is holidays for them.
And the war of words that continues between the state and the centre. It's BJP that is protesting, taking to the streets of Delhi in protest against the inaction of the Aam Aadmi Party as the BJP continues to distribute masks to the citizens of Delhi. Meanwhile, it is Atishi who has gone on to blame the centre for the pollution that's coming in from the adjoining states, so whether it's Uttar Pradesh or other areas, and says that it is not the problem of the national capital as much as it is the problem of the pollution that's coming in from neighbouring states. Let's listen into what both the parties have to say.
दिल्ली सरकार लगातार ग्रैप 4 से पहले ग्रैप 1, 2, 3 की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पर भी बहुत तैनात रही है, सख्ती से उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर रही है। मेरा तो आग्रह रहेगा कि जो एनसीआर की बाकी स्टेट्स हैं वहाँ पर ये सच्चाई है कि ग्रैप का बिल्कुल भी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं होता है, चाहे डीजल बसेस चलना है, चाहे कंस्ट्रक्शन चालू रहना है, चाहे डस्ट रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज़। तो मेरा तो ये आग्रह रहेगा कि बाकी स्टेट्स जो एनसीआर में हैं, चाहे हरियाणा है, राजस्थान है, उत्तर प्रदेश है, वो भी ग्रैप को इम्प्लीमेंट करें। और दूसरा, मेरी तो केंद्र सरकार से यही विनती है कि जब तक केंद्र सरकार सामने नहीं आएगी, स्टबल बर्निंग को बाकी स्टेट्स में नहीं रोकेगी, तो जो पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया में जो एक ये कोहरा छाया हुआ है, इसका कोई समाधान नहीं निकलेगा।
तो दिल्ली सरकार है वो लगातार सेंट्रल पर ब्लेम कर रही है, कह रही है वो जॉइंट एक्शन प्लान लेके नहीं आई।
दिल्ली में सांसों का आपातकाल है। वो जो सेंटर को ब्लेम कर रहे हैं उनसे पूछना चाहिए कि आज पराली का, आज 19 तारीख है, कल पराली का स्कोर क्या था, जो सरकारी आंकड़े हैं। अकेले पंजाब में 1251 घटनाएं रजिस्टर्ड हुई हैं। और क्या कारण है? यूपी में 133 और हरियाणा में 38 थी। तो कौन दोषी है उसका? लेकिन पंजाब की वो बात नहीं करेंगी। अपने नकारेपन, अपने निकम्मेपन को छुपाने के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल और आतिशी मार लेना, दूसरी इधर उधर की बातें करती हैं। ये तो दिल्ली को इस हालत में लाने का जिम्मेदार अरविंद केजरीवाल है, उनकी सरकार है, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सड़कों की मरम्मत नहीं की, गड्ढे नहीं भरे, जिसकी वजह से धूल के कारण दिल्ली में और सफाई व्यवस्था ना होने के कारण दिल्ली की ये हालत है।
सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि ग्रेडेड रिस्पांस एक्शन प्लान का जो चौथा स्टेज है वो अब लागू हो गया है, लेकिन फिर भी लगातार देख रहे हैं कि AQI और खराब ही होते जा रहा है। सरकार को क्या कहना?
मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ कि अगर आपने 10 साल में मेजरमेंट लिए होते, अगर आपने 10 साल काम किए थे, तो आज आपको ये झूठ नहीं बोलना पड़ता। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल के सरकार का नकारापन है, जिसकी वजह से ये खामियाजा दिल्ली की जनता भुगत रही है। और ये मास्क जो है, ये मास्क आने वाले समय में दिल्ली वालों के लिए चेतावनी है। अगर इस भ्रष्ट सरकार को यहाँ से नहीं हटाया तो हर दिल्ली वाले को ये मास्क पहनने पड़ेंगे।
Ishika joining us to get us more on this. Ishika, of course, we heard that war of words with, Atishi there claiming that Delhi has implemented GRAP 1, GRAP 2, GRAP 3, and this really comes on the heels of the Supreme Court coming down so heavily on the government, asking as to why there was that delay when it came to the implementation of GRAP 3 in the first place. Of course, also the Supreme Court proposing that, the measures of GRAP 4 need to be in place until or unless it is the Supreme Court that advises otherwise, even if the pollution count comes down below 400 points. And of course, the BJP there pointing fingers, but isn't this really a time for every step that counts and everything that should lead to finding a solution to this problem, as opposed to pointing guns at each other?
Well, that is right, Divya, but we are seeing that every year it is the same story. It is the political war of words that intensify as the AQI levels here in the national capital, they rise. Today also, if we talk about the air quality index that has been recorded, let me tell you, it is above 490. So any moment now, it can touch the 500 mark. That is the average air quality index. If we talk about the individual areas here in the national capital, there are many like Anand Vihar which have already touched the 500 mark. So certainly the air quality here continues to worsen, which is why the top court in fact also had to intervene into this matter, and we did see that how top court pulled up Delhi government and also pulled up CAQM and question as to why there was a delay in fact implementing the GRAP 4 also and the other stages of GRAP as well. In fact, now Supreme Court proposing that the GRAP 4 should be there until even when the AQI levels come down. So certainly now after this we are expecting that Environment Minister will be in Delhi government. Gopal Rai will be holding a press conference anytime soon. We'll have to wait and watch if new directions are given, but as you rightly mentioned, we just heard the Chief Minister of the National Capital, Atishi, in fact attacking the central government over this, saying that center government needs to participate more, needs to tell the other states to bring down these stubble burning figures. Only then the impact will be shown more on the ground. On the other hand, it is the BJP who counterattacks Aam Aadmi Party here, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government has done absolutely nothing when it comes to curbing the pollution level here in the national capital. So certainly, as the residents on the ground, they continue to suffer. On the other hand, the political blame game over this also continues to intensify. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, instead of, combining efforts to solve this problem, and of course the Supreme Court also at first saying that all these measures are only on paper and nothing really has been implemented. The problem persists day in and day out. Thank you so much, Ishika, for joining us. And while the air, as far as the Delhi NCR region is concerned, is making headlines, and now let's just talk about the adjoining state of Rajasthan, where basically the air in the sky remains largely clear. There are districts that are bordering Delhi which show you how different the picture is, especially due to stubble burning. We're talking about areas of Churu as well as Bhiwadi where the AQI has crossed the 400 mark. My colleague Harsha gets us details as to how glaringly different is the situation in the state of Rajasthan in comparison to the areas surrounding the border of Delhi.
Well, here in Rajasthan, luckily the skies are quite clear. In fact, Jaipur this morning was at about 150 as far as air quality index was concerned. But one cannot say the same for districts that are bordering Delhi where the AQI is above 400. So for example, Bhiwadi is quite polluted. Places like Bikaner, Jhunjhunu, Churu are also quite polluted. That's because of the stubble burning. But for the rest of Rajasthan, clear skies and sunshine, which actually is something to look forward to. So just to give you a sense here, if I pan away, just to give you a sense of how clear the sky is here in Jaipur where I'm standing. Of course, there are no restrictions in place, so people going about their daily business. You can see cars are on the road. Of course, in Junjunu, there was some concern when the AQI had gone well over 400. There, the collector asked for a meeting yesterday. But so far in Rajasthan, clear skies. In fact, a lot of flights being diverted here. Something to worry about in Bikaner, Junjunu, definitely in Bhiwadi, which borders Delhi. In fact, if you look at poor quality air, then there is poor quality air across 12 districts of Rajasthan. But it's not as bad as Delhi. It's not a gas chamber like the NCR region is. And of course, in South Rajasthan, Banswara, Dungarpur, Pratapgarh, Mount Abu and Udaipur, the AQI is very, very good. It's below 100. It's at 85, 75, 95. So if you want to get away from the pollution of the north, it may be a good idea to take a weekend break to South Rajasthan.
Right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for getting us all those details. And switching tracks now, it is CCI that has slapped a penalty to Meta, the social media giant that owns Facebook and Instagram, flagging unfair practices by Meta. Meta users' data was shared by other companies that are owned by Meta, and that is the allegation against the social media giant. WhatsApp users were forced to share their data, and it is Meta that has gone ahead and disagreed with this order. They are saying that they will be challenging that very order. Let's just get to the very latest as far as the situation in Manipur is concerned, and it is the Chief Minister there chairing a very key NDA meeting in Imphal. This comes on the heels of that review meeting that has been held back-to-back on 2 days by the Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, a move that's come about in the last 24 hours is the Assam border has been sealed. Assam has gone ahead and sealed its border with Manipur. The cops have, in fact, deployed commandos alongside the border. This is, in regard to the situation on the ground. Now, parts of Manipur are also witnessing a fuel shortage that is being reported out of the state. There seems to be long queues outside fuel stations. We have Aishwarya joining us to get us the very latest. Aishwarya, take us through this very key meeting coming up as far as the Chief Minister is concerned, sharing that meeting with this is a very key meeting coming up in order to take stock of the situation, of course, coming on the heels of that review meeting of the Home Minister.
Well, several developments have taken place in the last 2 to 3 days, looking at the prevailing situation over the law and order in the state of Manipur. Just ahead of these meetings, we saw violence and clashes that had been reported in parts of Manipur, specifically in the Jiribam district, and also bodies being recovered. Now, what we have been told is that yesterday, after that important meeting that was chaired by Manipur Chief Minister Biren Singh with the NDA leaders, it was a resolution that was passed in which 2 important points came out. Number one, the resolution stated that there should be a review on the reimposing of the AFSPA as far as the central forces being given complete control over handling the situation. On the other side, in this particular resolution, the resolution also stated that there should be, the mass extradition and there should be action against the Kuki militants as well. After which there was a response that came out sharply from the civil civil groups as well, the members of the civil society over there, who rejected this resolution and urged the government over there in Manipur to reconsider it, to rethink about the resolution, because that was rejected as far as what had been stated in that particular resolution. Remember, there was several key rounds of meeting that also took place in the national capital, where Home Minister Amit Shah chaired that important meeting with the top security grid, in which several decisions were taken. But of course, on one side, the central government and the Home Ministry have decided to send extra paramilitary forces, the central forces, almost of 5,000 security forces, which will now, be a tally of 27,000 CRPF Jawans in the state of Manipur itself, in the hypersensitive zones. And the central government clearly is in a view that all efforts will be taken to bring back peace and harmony, to restore peace in the state of Manipur, and therefore the efforts are being made.
Right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us those details. We will keep coming back to you and tracking this story. Let's just switch tracks to more news coming in, and that's Anmol Bishnoi, the younger brother of the notorious gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who runs a global criminal syndicate despite being in jail, has finally been arrested in the United States. He is wanted in connection with several high-profile cases, including the murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala in 2022 and the killing last month of ex-Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddiqui, as well as the firing that took place outside superstar Salman Khan's residence in Bandra of Mumbai in June this year. Well, it is Anmol Bishnoi who's facing 18 criminal cases, and do remember it is the NIA that had announced a reward of 10 lakh rupees for his arrest. Let's listen in to what Matthew Miller had to say.
The only thing I would add to it is that it would be appropriate, if anyone is going to comment on such a report, it would be the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, not the State Department. Right. Preface it that way because they may decline to comment, but I certainly am not going to comment on something that falls within their jurisdiction. Right.
Switching tracks now, the urban unemployment rate has come down. We're talking about the rate that's come down to 6.4% in the last quarter, July to September, compared to 6.6% in the previous quarter. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Sakshi joining us. Sakshi, this is the lowest unemployment rate recorded in the recent past, especially in connection with women employment.
Well, that's right. Very, very interesting there. In what is a positive indicator for India's economy, the urban unemployment rate in the September quarter has declined to a fresh low of 6.4%. This is due to a sharper dip in unemployment rate for women according to the quarterly periodic labour force survey. The unemployment rate for young women has declined at a faster pace than the rate for young men during the quarter as per the study conducted. And interesting to note here that the share of self-employed men have declined while the share of self-employed women has risen as per this survey. The share of salaried workers has also increased to 49.4%, while the share of casual workers has declined to 10.7% during the quarter. While traditionally economists have considered salaried employment as a better form of employment, remember we are living in an era of entrepreneurship and enhanced startup culture that is driving India's economic momentum and is now reflective in such surveys as well.
Thank you so much, Sakshi, for getting us that good news in regard to the unemployment rate that has gone down in the country. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us for more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in at the moment. This is in regard to actor Siddiq, who has gotten relief in a case that this is anticipatory bail that has been granted by the top court to the Malayalam actor. Huge relief coming about from the Supreme Court, granting that anticipatory bail to the actor who's been accused in an alleged rape case. We're talking about a rape case against him based on allegations that had been leveled by a young actor. So it is the Malayalam actor who has gotten relief in the case. This is the Supreme Court there hearing that bail plea today and has granted bail to the Malayalam actor. The Apex Court has granted that anticipatory bail to the actor who's accused in a rape case. It is Siddiqui who had denied allegations against him. From what his defense has argued, that the special investigation team fabricated accusations not mentioned by the complainant. The actor further claimed that the police are orchestrating a media trial against the actor. It was in August. The police had charged the actor of This was a complaint that was filed against the actor of a sexual assault. There was a young actor who had complained of a sexual assault that had taken place at a hotel in Thiruvananthapuram back in 2016. So the Kerala High Court had rejected his anticipatory bail plea, which had come about in the month of September this year, citing the seriousness of the charges and need for custodial interrogation. However, the Supreme Court had granted him protection from an arrest on the 30th of September. Now, of course, the special investigation team had formed to probe that case against him, and they had questioned him twice on the 7th of October and the 12th of October. And because he had refused to cooperate during that investigation, that he was then finally, there was a very big case, a case of several against high-profile figures in Malayalam film industry that had emerged after Justice Hima's committee report. In other news, the United States is urging Bangladesh to end its violent crackdowns. The United States has said that it does not support the government's involvement in violent crackdowns when it comes to peaceful protesters. This statement follows a recent clash between the members of the Hindu community and the law enforcement forces in Bangladesh, triggered by a Facebook post. Now, the United States has gone on to say that we support right to peaceful protest. This is a statement that's come about after those clashes that have been reported. And the United States has also gone on to say that no government should engage in violent crackdowns, and they must support the right to peaceful protests.
I'm not going to speak to private diplomatic engagements from here, but we have made clear to the government of Bangladesh, as we make clear to countries all around the world, that we support the right to peaceful protest, and that in no way should any government engage in violent crackdowns on peaceful protests.
And to get more on this, we have Major Reza, retired researcher and analyst, joining us from Dhaka. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on NDTV. This is not really the first time. When we talk about a crackdown as far as protesters are concerned, this continues to be the case in Bangladesh. We saw this earlier under Sheikh Hasina's rule. And now that she has gone under the new regime, nothing seems to have changed on the ground. At a time when even the United States is echoing the same sentiment, saying that, it is Bangladesh that needs to uphold the human rights law.
You're right. In Bangladesh, thank you, and thanks the viewers. Actually, the current situation is in Bangladesh. You know that we are passing a very quite toughest time. The reason is just recently we have we had a revolution by the student, and there was a huge protest, and a lot of incidents took place before 5th August. And after 5th August, again, the government, interim government, is facing a lot of challenges. So one of the challenges is coming from the Hindu community. So actually, you need to know one thing, that they have 8 demands by the Hindu community, and also there are 2 other religion, Hindu, Christian, and Buddhist. So all 3 have become united, and they are putting some demands. Now the point is that as they are putting this demand, why they have not done it before last 15 years? Why it's now? So the interim government already, they have taken into their consideration about they are claiming about the tortures and looting by different
right,
corners.
Major Raza, just hold that thought. We'll just come back to you. Let's cut across to the Environment Minister of Delhi, Gopal Rai, who's speaking on the pollution issue.
के साथ ऑनलाइन मीटिंग लंबी गुहार के बाद अक्टूबर में बुलाई गई। मैंने उसमें भी उन लोगों से अपील की कि प्लीज समय दे दीजिए, एक मीटिंग बुला लीजिए। नहीं बुलाई गई। आज फिर आप सब जानते हैं कि आज दिल्ली की स्थिति, पूरे उत्तर भारत की स्थिति क्या है, लोगों को किस संकट से गुजरना पड़ रहा है। एक मेडिकल इमरजेंसी की स्थिति पैदा हुई है, और उसमें जितने साइंटिस्ट से हमने बात की है कि जो ये लेयर है, ये जो स्मॉग की चादर है, अगर ये जब तक नहीं टूटती है, इसका 2 ही उपाय है। या तो इतनी तेज हवा चले कि उस स्मॉग की चादर को तोड़ दे, या फिर दुनिया के अंदर बहुत सारे जगहों पर जो एक्सपेरिमेंट हुआ है कि या तो पानी आर्टिफिशियल रेन के द्वारा उस लेयर को तोड़ा जा सकता है, या फिर नेचुरल बारिश हो जाए। ऐसे में बहुत ही दुख के साथ हमें कहना पड़ रहा है कि आज भारत में एक ऐसी सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र में बैठी है जो उत्तर भारत को, आधा हिस्सा देश का प्रदूषण की मार को झेल रहा है। उस सरकार के पर्यावरण मंत्री को अगस्त, सितंबर, अक्टूबर और आज 19 नवंबर लगातार अपील करने के बावजूद भी, चिट्ठियां लिखने के बावजूद भी, लगातार प्रयास करने के बावजूद भी एक मीटिंग बुलाने की फुर्सत नहीं है। आर्टिफिशियल रेन होगी नहीं होगी, कैसे होगी, यह निर्णय तो अभी मीटिंग के बाद तय होगा। परमिशन केंद्र सरकार देगी या नहीं देगी, यह भी मीटिंग के बाद तय होगा। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के केंद्रीय पर्यावरण मंत्री के पास एक बैठक बुलाने की फुर्सत नहीं है, या जानबूझ करके नहीं बुलाई जा रही है, यह समझ के परे है। शायद हमने विदेश में भी किसी दूसरे देश के मंत्री से भी इतना अगर रिक्वेस्ट की होती तो वो भी मीटिंग बुला लेते। लेकिन हमारे देश की केंद्र की भाजपा सरकार के मंत्री के पास एक मीटिंग बुलाने का समय नहीं है। मीटिंग छोड़ो, 4 चिट्ठियां मैंने आपको दिखाई हैं। इन चिट्ठियों का आज तक जवाब भी नहीं आया कि वो मीटिंग बुलाएंगे भी कि नहीं बुलाएंगे। ये है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की लापरवाही। मैं आज निवेदन करना चाहता हूं और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से भी कहना चाहता हूं कि हस्तक्षेप करिए। देश आपके हवाले है, पूरा आधा देश परेशान है इस इमरजेंसी, मेडिकल इमरजेंसी से। अपने मंत्री साहब को बोलिए कि एक मीटिंग तो बुलाएं, और अगर नहीं मीटिंग बुलाना चाहते हैं तो ये जो पूरे चादर छाई हुई है उत्तर भारत में, इसका समाधान निकालें। उनके पास अगर कोई और समाधान है तो उसका समाधान निकाल करके हमें इमरजेंसी मेडिकल से मुक्ति चाहिए, इस प्रदूषण के संकट से मुक्ति चाहिए। अगर मोदी जी के पास, मोदी जी की सरकार के पास, केंद्रीय पर्यावरण मंत्री के पास अगर कोई और समाधान है तो हमें समाधान चाहिए, और कोई और समाधान नहीं है उनके पास तो आर्टिफिशियल रेन के लिए इमरजेंसी मीटिंग तुरंत बुलाई जाए। और प्रधानमंत्री जी से मेरा निवेदन है कि तुरंत उनको डायरेक्शंस दें, वो जिस भी काम में व्यस्त हों, लेकिन उनको डायरेक्शंस दें कि इमरजेंसी मीटिंग बुलाई जाए और तुरंत इस पर कार्रवाई किया जाए, और पूरे उत्तर भारत के लोगों के सामने जो संकट है उससे जो है लोगों को मुक्ति दिलाई जाए। थैंक यू। कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो ले लीजिए।
सर, जब तक कृत्रिम बारिश की आप बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ और मेजर्स हैं जिनको आपको लगता नहीं उठाने की जरूरत है? जैसे वर्क फ्रॉम होम की बात की, उससे पहले आप लोगों ने ही ये प्लान किया था कि हेलीकॉप्टर के जरिए दिल्ली में अलग अलग जगह पानी का छिड़काव किया जाए। इन तरीके के जो उपाय हैं उन पर अब विचार क्यों नहीं हो रहा?
नहीं, अभी जैसे हम तो लगातार काम कर रहे हैं। पहली चीज, जो व्हीकल पोल्यूशन को टारगेट करके BS3 की पेट्रोल गाड़ी 4 व्हीलर बंद हमने कर दी है। BS4 की डीजल गाड़ी, प्राइवेट जो गाड़ियां हैं उस पर बैन लग गया है। छोटे जितने वाहन हैं, माल वाहक हैं, उस पर सब पे प्रतिबंध लग गया है। बाहर से जो ट्रक आते हैं उन पे सब पे प्रतिबंध लगा दिया है। बाहर से जितने डीजल की बसें ये भेज रहे थे उस पर सब पे प्रतिबंध लगा दिया है। तो उस पर लगातार हम काम कर रहे हैं। जहां तक स्कूल की छुट्टी की बात थी 10वीं और 12वीं की, उसको भी स्कूल को बंद कर दिया गया है। तीसरा जो समय था ऑफिसेज का, उसको स्टेगर कर दिया गया है। जहां तक आपने वर्क फ्रॉम होम की बात की है उस पर भी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, उस पर भी सरकार उस पर बात कर रही है, उस पर जल्दी निर्णय लेंगे, उसको भी हम लागू करेंगे। हमारे हाथ में जो जो चीजें हैं उन सारी चीजों पे हम काम कर रहे हैं और आगे भी हम इस काम को करेंगे। लेकिन जो अभी स्थिति बनी है, जितना हमने एक्सपर्ट से बात की है, ये चादर अगर नहीं हटती है, ये जो कोहरे की चादर से जो स्मॉग चारों तरफ से छाया है, इसको तोड़ना पड़ेगा। ये अगर नहीं टूटता है तो 2 चीजें हैं। एक है हम रिड्यूस कर रहे हैं चीजों को, हमने शटल बस सेवा शुरू की है, हमने जो है मेट्रो के फेरे बढ़ाए, तो हम इन सारे चीजों को काम कर रहे हैं। जो जो जरूरी और भी सुझाव आ रहे हैं उस पर भी हम विचार कर रहे हैं, उस पर भी हम निर्णय लेंगे। लेकिन ये सारी गतिविधियां सोर्सेस को रिड्यूस कर सकती हैं। स्मॉग के जो स्मॉग है, चादर है, उसको तोड़ नहीं सकती। मैंने जितने एक्सपर्ट से अभी बात की है कल से, दो ही रास्ता है, या तो तेज हवा चल जाए तो ये स्मॉग टूटेगा, और या फिर बारिश से ये टूटेगा। इसलिए हम ये फोकस कर रहे हैं कि इस स्मॉग को तोड़ा जाए, क्योंकि स्मॉग नहीं टूटेगा तो अभी क्या हुआ है कि जो पोल्यूशन के कण हैं स्मॉग में मिल गए, मिक्स हो गए, इस चादर में वो मिक्स हो गए। हम सोर्सेज तो रिड्यूस कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो ऐसे मिक्सिंग हो चुकी है कि उसको तोड़े बगैर आप जो अभी जो पोल्यूशन की स्थिति है इसको आप डिस्पर्स नहीं कर सकते। तो इसलिए हम फोकस कर रहे हैं, और इसलिए आज हम इमरजेंसी मीटिंग की मांग कर रहे हैं कि नीचे के स्तर पे तो हम सारी कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं। मैं ये भी निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया में, खास तौर से एनसीआर में भी इन सारी चीजों को इंप्लीमेंट किया जाए, क्योंकि वहां से बार बार खबरें आ रही हैं कि ग्रैब की नियम की धज्जियां सरेआम उड़ाई जा रही हैं। ग्राउंड जो फील्डिंग वर्क है उसको भी नहीं किया जा रहा है। मैं भाजपा की सरकारों से भी कहना चाहता हूं कि इसको इंप्लीमेंट करिए, लेकिन अभी जो चादर है स्मॉग की, इसे तोड़ना अभी सबसे जरूरी है। और इसलिए आज हम केंद्र सरकार से ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि इसके लिए इमरजेंसी मीटिंग बुलाई जाए, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी इसमें तुरंत हस्तक्षेप करें, क्योंकि ये पूरे उत्तर भारत की समस्या बन चुकी है, और ये देश के प्रधानमंत्री की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि ऐसे मेडिकल इमरजेंसी में पूरी केंद्र सरकार सक्रियता से काम करे, और केंद्रीय पर्यावरण मंत्री जी अपना मौन व्रत तोड़ें और तुरंत मीटिंग बुला करके जो भी जरूरी परमिशंस हैं उनको दे करके इसको जो है दिल्ली के अंदर लागू किया जाए।
We just heard the Environment Minister saying that there is no improvement as far as the situation is concerned, talking about the mixing that's taken place as far as the pollutants. There is no way out. He's in fact suggested artificial rain, something that he's spoken about very often. He's asking for an emergency meeting with the centre in order to approve artificial rain. He says the only other alternative is to wait on the weather factors to improve. I'm looking at the forecast. There is no rain as far as the next 7 days is concerned. So of course there, Gopal Rai is saying that artificial rain is the only solution to this problem in order to break through from that thick blanket of smog that Delhi is under. Let's just also, let's go back to our guest, Major Reza, who is joining us in regard to the situation in Bangladesh, with the United States there taking a stand when it comes to peaceful protest, saying that, there is a right as far as peaceful protest is concerned, and that the United States is not supporting the right of the government that they are trying to exercise against these violent crackdowns. Your reaction?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, there is a story behind this violent crackdown. Basically, just after 5th August in Bangladesh, there are a lot of community, they are taking chances. Basically, in Bangladesh, in every religion, not only Hindu religion, in Muslim and Hindu, both this religion, sometimes the political opportunists, they are taking chances behind these religious activities. So exactly happening with our Hindu community. So our Hindu community, basically, they are putting some demands, that is 8 demands. All these 8 demands is definitely relevant for them, but these demands were not put before last 15 years, where the Awami League government was mostly in favor of the Hindu community, as we have seen before. And that is surprising that the Awami government, as they were quite favorable towards them, they are very positive towards them. In their time, they have not put all these 8 demands. Now they are putting these all 8 demands at this interim government period. But you need to know that interim government cannot do everything if they even want. Why? Because for approving all these demands, most of the demands, you need a political or democratic government. Once a democratic government comes in power, that time in the parliament, they can pass the law, and accordingly they can take action. So out of all these 8 demands, of the first demand, they claim that they are being tortured. Against that, already Bangladesh law enforcing agency, they have taken a lot of actions, and already the government is taking action, and government is very serious in this concern. But again, we need also support from India. Now the question may come, how India can cooperate us? The reason is that for Muslims, the biggest pilgrimages in Makkah, Saudi Arabia. For Hindu, the biggest pilgrimages is in India. So if India states anything that actually impact on our Hindu religion community, because our Hindu community, they are mostly relying on Indian government, and there are any statement coming from India. So if India give positive statements for our Hindu community, that will influence their sentiment, their religious sentiment. And at the same time, Bangladesh government also seek help, cooperation from India. Our country to country or state to state relation is getting impacted because of these religious or religion issues. So if we want to close this issue, Bangladesh cannot alone close this chapter. India must come ahead for cooperating our interim government, and also our interim government or Inu's government, they must seek cooperation from India. There any statement should be very concise, and that must be very positive. Their statement must not be quite hostile or antagonistic towards India. So I will urge our Bangladesh government to show their positive gesture towards India. And again, India should show their positive, cooperative, and their very accommodative gesture towards Bangladesh. They should also speak few words for our Hindu community. Thereby, they stop this radicalism. Any kind of extremism or radicalism should be avoided, should be neglected, and we should not give any chances for any radicalism or any extremism.
Right.
It may be either Hindu or maybe Muslim, but we need to have a very cooperative attitude towards each other. And in Bangladesh, especially our Muslim community, they need to be very much patient, and they need to be very much cooperative towards our Hindu community, and also our Hindu community, they need to be very much acceptable, especially they need to show their positive gestures towards our Muslim community, more friendly. And if we become suspicious against each other, thereby we cannot be good friends.
Right.
And
thank you so
about
much.
the incident of
Yes,
India,
of course, Major Reza, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights into this crackdown that seems to be continuing on protesters in this country of Bangladesh, something we'd seen earlier with Sheikh Hasina, and that seems to continue under the new regime as well. And let's just get you more news. This is on the sidelines of the G20 summit. It is the Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar who has met with his Chinese counterpart. The External Affairs Minister met with Chinese Foreign Minister on the sidelines of the summit in Rio de Janeiro. It marked their first meeting since India and China signed the border disengagement deal last month. And it is both the leaders who noted the progress as far as the recent disengagement is concerned and discussed the next steps in strengthening their bilateral ties. They also talked about the global situations. They discussed the disengagement along the India-China border, among other issues. And staying with international news, it is the UK Prime Minister who has announced that the UK-India trade talks will relaunch in the new year following a bilateral meeting that's taken place on the sidelines of the G20 summit. And after this meeting with Prime Minister Modi on Monday, it is the UK Prime Minister who's gone on to say a new trade deal will support jobs and prosperity in the United Kingdom, while Prime Minister Modi has announced the establishment of 2 new Consulate General of India in the United Kingdom. We're talking about Belfast as well as Manchester. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
India's most advanced communications satellite was successfully lifted off into space by Elon Musk's SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, which lifted off from Florida in the United States.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
This week on India Ascends.
All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0. Is it time up, Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want secular removed from the constitution?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज
20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं. 20 वीज देण्याचं काम
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news.
And it is the Competition Commission of India that has slapped a penalty of over 200 crore rupees on social media giant Meta over its privacy policy update on WhatsApp in 2021. Anil Deshmukh attacked in Maharashtra. This was in Nagpur, the attack that took place on his vehicle during campaigning for his son on the last day of campaigning. He is demanding an EC probe. That is what the NCP of the Sharad Pawar faction is saying. And the police will be has gone ahead and filed a case of attempt to murder. He will be recording his statement today. And Andhra Pradesh scraps the two-child norm. This is the Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly that's done away with that rule that candidates having more than 2 children are ineligible to contest the elections for local bodies. 15 people have been arrested in the Gujarat ragging death case. These are 15 people after the death of a first-year student who was made to stand for 3 hours in Gujarat's medical college. And Delhi continues to choke amid a political blame game. It is Gopal Rai who is suggesting artificial rain as the only solution given the fact that there's no rain that's expected. He has said that the skies will not clear up unless or until it starts to rain. Well, he is asking the centre for an emergency call demanding artificial rain. And Canadians flying to India to face more scrutiny as Canada enhances its security screening for passengers, particularly flying to India. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vatwa. Let's get you our top story, and that is the CCI that slapped a penalty on social media giant Meta to the tune of over 200 crore rupees for its unfair practice by sharing the data of its users. Well, this is the allegation that has been leveled against Meta, the giant that owns Instagram as well as Facebook. Well, as WhatsApp. Now, the Meta giant has gone ahead and disagreed with the order of the CCI. They've also gone on to say that they'll be challenging that very order. We have my colleague Vishal joining us to get us more on this. Vishal, take us through what has really happened in terms of the kind of data that was shared by Meta. And this is, of course, after their WhatsApp privacy setting was updated back in 2021.
That is correct. So this is one of the various cases that have been leveled against many big tech companies across the world. India has also leveled many cases. EU in particular has been filing a lot of cases against many big tech companies such as Meta, as you mentioned, and this is one of the cases. If you compare it with the fines that have been given to companies from the EU, this is a small fine. This is just 213 crore. This is pocket change for Meta, but even then it's a big statement coming from the CCI which has filed a few cases in the last 1 or 2 years for Meta, and also a few cases about Google. So it remains to be seen how Meta will take this forward. It has responded officially to few news organizations and said that it will give a bigger response, but it remains to be seen what kind of response that would be, and all of that will also culminate into a big tech showdown versus many regulators across the world. There's also a report coming in that says that the US Department of Justice is ready to file a case against Google. It wants to split Google Chrome from Google. So that is also another case about tech regulation. So these things have been happening the last 2 or 3 years, and it remains to be seen what these big tech companies are supposed to do.
Right, thank you so much, Vishal, for getting us all those details. To get more on this, we have with us Virag joining us, Virag Gupta, advocate and cyber law expert with us in order take us through, the laws that are in place when it comes to violation of information of users using social media platforms.
The genesis of this whole controversy goes back to 2014 when Meta acquired the WhatsApp, and in 2016 they started integrating data of Facebook, Instagram and WhatsApp, and at that time it was challenged before Supreme Court and High Court, and that matter is still pending. And in 2021 when they came with the new policy, so CCI has taken the suo motu cognizance, and in that matter they have imposed penalty up to 37 crore rupees. And against these proceedings, they have already gone before the High Court and Supreme Court, but Supreme Court and High Court said that no, these are the separate proceedings and you have to follow these. Now, by this order, there are two aspects. One aspect is penalty, in which they can go to the court and ask for some stay. And second is their directions for the WhatsApp, that what they need to do for the next 5 years to stop the targeted advertising. So I think that this is a very, very important order, and they have to update the privacy policy also, so that users are knowing that in what manner and in what respect their data is being shared by WhatsApp with their group companies.
Right, of course, WhatsApp users were given that option back in 2016 if they really want to have their data shared or not. But, that is something that, Meta had gone ahead and changed by the time they upgraded their privacy situation, their privacy law by this was in 2021. WhatsApp made the data sharing with Meta mandatory for all users, removing their earlier option to opt out. So, it is up to you if you want to use that particular social media site or not, given the fact that it is not leaving you with any choice whatsoever.
No, there are two aspects. This defense was taken by the Meta before the Competition Commission, and that was not considered because in European Union, they have given the different choice because their GDPR is enforced, and by that data protection is totally effective. And in India, our data protection law is has been passed by the parliament, but we have not enforced the rules. So that is the problem. So CCI has not taken the cognizance of this defense by them, and European Union has started the investigation in 2014. And after that, in those proceedings, European Union has imposed the penalty of some 110 million. So these tech giants are violating so many laws, and globally they are facing a lot of challenges. So this is one aspect. And if we go into detail of this whole order, so there are many aspects. The first aspect is sharing of the user's data. Second aspect is wrong claim that their whole message is encrypted, because there are many metadata which are not encrypted and they are being shared. And third is targeted advertisement. And fourth most important thing is that since 2016, Meta is sharing the data with the group companies, and that is not allowed. Why should they be allowed? Why should they not be charged with some GST and other taxes on the data shared by the group companies?
Right, the charge against Meta is about its unfair ways of doing business, about misusing its dominant position. Take us through how does this stop Meta from, from other companies getting in touch with, say, users that are particularly using just WhatsApp services, Facebook and Instagram services? How is it, causing that wall and barrier from other companies getting in touch with these users?
This will certainly have impact on the other companies. Directly, it is not, because this order will be applicable only to the Meta and the WhatsApp. But we have to consider three aspects. The first is that India's biggest market for Meta means there are three group companies: Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. So it will certainly impact operations of Meta in India. Secondly, we will have a parity with the global standards. What are the standards of the data protection in USA and European Union? Same should be enforced. Our courts have to consider, because this matter is pending before the High Court and Supreme Court long back. So court have to take the early decision so that there is a pressure on and there is awareness also in the public about their data safety. And third thing is defense of the Meta, that they are saying that there is option with the user is incorrect, because since 2016 they are sharing the data, and I don't think that any of the users are aware or they have choice not that their data is not shared by the group companies.
Right. Of course, what is really being said by Meta is that their policy is very clear, take it or leave it. But it is, of course, what CCI has gone on to say, that it wasn't really leaving the users with a choice. They had no choice but to comply. I mean, if I'm using a social media site, I know what their rules and regulations are. Why do I not have a choice to opt out?
No, that this aspect has been discussed in detail in the reasoned order passed by the CCI, because CCI was investigating the whole matter since 2021, and they have taken this matter suo motu cognizance. And these all defenses in the CCI order have been clearly said that their defense is not good, and they are using, once they are saying that either use it or leave it, it means they are using the dominant position, and that dominant position they are using to use it for the OTT platforms also, for the digital advertising also. And on one reasoning of the CCI, I don't agree, wherein they have only passed the order for the 5 years, so that WhatsApp is not using the data for the targeted advertising. My understanding is, and we have taken this matter before the High Court, Delhi High Court in 2012, long back. And we have said that these companies cannot share the users' data with other group companies, or they cannot sell the data for the other things. And for any such sale or for transfer of data in India, they must clearly disclose in their privacy policy and in their public platform, so that on number one, users should know that their data is shared. Number two, government should stop that. And number three, on all such transactions and data sharing, government should recover the taxes from those companies.
Right. Thank you so much, Virag Gupta, for clearing all those doubts as far as the CCI penalty that they have leveled against the social media giant Meta that owns Facebook, Instagram, as well as WhatsApp. Moving on now to more news. This is in regard to the death of the 18-year-old medical student in Gujarat. He died in a suspected ragging case at that medical college during his first year. This is, now 15 people have been arrested. We're talking about 15 students who have been held. All the 15 were also suspended by the medical college following a report from its anti-ragging committee. So action is being taken. Do remember that he was allegedly made to stand for 3 hours at a stretch, which resulted in his death. So allegations were being made by the people. Now this is, from what we're hearing now, that there are 15 people who have now been, who are being questioned on regard to what was allegedly he was allegedly made to stand for 3 hours during the ragging that took place by seniors at his hostel, after which the poor 15-year-old, the poor student, medical student in his first year, died. Switching tracks now from Gujarat to Andhra Pradesh, and the government there has done away with the rule that candidates having more than 2 children, that making them ineligible to contest the elections for local bodies, putting an end to that 30-year-old policy. 2 children policy was introduced in Andhra Pradesh in 1994 by passing the AP Panchayat Raj Amendment Bill 2024 and the AP Municipal Laws Amendment Bill as well. So 30 years ago, in May of 1994, the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh Assembly had passed this amendment bill that made 2-child norm mandatory for those seeking elections in local bodies. Now, this meant that those with more than children, as far as the number of children they have, would be they would get disqualified if they had more than 2 children, or would be ineligible to contest those local body posts. This was meant to keep a check as far as the population is concerned. Now, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has been advocating that after the earlier successful implementation of family planning, it is now time to incentivize women and families to have more children. So this is the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister who was heard saying that his government is planning to bring about a law, in fact, that would allow only people with 2 or more children to contest local body elections. So now that move that has come about, breaking the pattern that's been followed, a policy that's been in place for the last 30 years since 1994. The Chief Minister there urging families to consider having more children, expressing concerns over the state's aging population and its long-term impact on the country's demographic. This is the demographic balance of the state of Andhra Pradesh. So this is what the Chief Minister had gone on to say, and now you can see amends that are being made with having more children. That is the incentive, and that is the message that is being put out by the Chief Minister. This is after the Andhra Pradesh government has gone ahead and passed that law to remove 2 children norm for local body elections. So this was the Congress-led government that had imposed the 2-child norm by amending the Andhra Pradesh Panchayat Raj Act. This was something that was that has now changed under the leadership of N. Chandrababu Naidu. He has decided to do away with that norm in view of the changing socio-economic necessities and the balance of the population, taking into consideration the falling total fertility rate in the state. We have Uma joining us. Uma, take us through this huge change that's coming about. A policy that's been in place for 30 years has now finally been done away with.
Yes, indeed. Andhra Pradesh, rather the erstwhile state of Andhra Pradesh, had in fact implemented the family planning in a very aggressive manner, almost should I say, and that's the reason why the total fertility rate had fallen by half, and it is now below the replacement rate. Replacement rate is considered the number 2, meaning every couple has about 2 children, whereas the average now is about 1.6, which means it has fallen less than the replacement rate, and therefore Chandrababu Naidu, who was an advocate of allowing only those people to contest the local body elections who had 2 children or less, is now reverse the policy. It's a 180-degree turn that the government has taken to incentivize child population growth. In fact, the number of youngsters or the population of people below 15 has fallen quite dramatically, and that's the reason why Chandrababu Naidu in the recent past as well has said that we need to increase the population, and he told women that he wants them to be producing more children and that he would incentivize it. And as part of the same move, the AP Municipal Corporation and the AP Panchayat Raj Act, both of them have been amended. Rather, the amendment which was earlier done has been now done away with to ensure that those who have more than 2 children also can participate in the democratic process and participate in the elections as well. So while one is the demographic dividend that Chandrababu Naidu has been speaking about and the economic imperative of having more youth, because we have an aging population not just in Andhra Pradesh but in the south of the country, which implemented family planning very aggressively. The same debate also came up, for instance, when the 16th Finance Commission was there yesterday in Tamil Nadu, and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, spoke about the population as a criteria that they must revert to the 1971 and ensure that its weightage becomes, as in 1971 is the basis for the census, and that it could be then even up to 20% weightage. So population being an economic strength for any state is one thing, and the second thing is even the resources that are being divided by the central devolutions are happening on the basis of population, and therefore the southern states or the states that have implemented family planning have been seeing this as a disadvantage, and that's another reason why Chandrababu Naidu has advocated that there should be more number of children, and now removing that earlier rule which did not allow anyone with more than 2 children to be eligible for contesting the local body elections as members. Back to you.
Right, Uma, of course, quite a U-turn there, because he has advocated for pollution for population control in the past, and now he's making a U-turn there, talking about how there's a need as far as the state is concerned to increase the birth rate for the future. He's talking about the growth rate in the state that needs to increase.
Yes, indeed. See, U-turn is something that is very justified because the Chief Minister is changing his stance with the time. That was a time when we were talking about huge population creating a pressure on the resources in terms of the availability for schools, the resources in terms of the food grain, the natural resources, all of that. And at that time, the the TFR or the total fertility rate was about 3.7. We are talking about 1992, and at that time, when the policy of the government was to have lesser number of children, and it had advocated the two-family norm, that's when Chandrababu Naidu, not Chandrababu Naidu actually, in 1994 May is when this the AP Panchayat Raj and AP Municipal Act were amended, and this norm was brought in saying that those people who have more than 2 children will not be allowed to participate in the local democratic process. And Chandrababu Naidu at that time had spoken about in the 90s when he was the Chief Minister, after winning the elections, he used to speak about the fact that family planning is an imperative so that we can give better education, health status for the children. But now the cycle has turned, and the TFR, the total fertility rate, is now less than 2, which means we will have an aging population, and you will not have the youngsters in the numbers that would be required to be able to reap a demographic dividend. And that's the reason why Chandrababu Naidu has, should I say, changed with the times. When we say it's a 180-degree change for Andhra Pradesh, we are talking about evolving with time and seeing this as a demographic dividend, is why Chandrababu Naidu is now advocating that he's thinking of policies that will incentivize women to have more children, families to have more children, and it is in line with the same policy that this amendment has now been brought in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details. And now switching track to the national capital. No respite in sight. That is what Gopal Roy, the Environment Minister, has gone on to say. He's asking for an emergency meeting with the centre, demanding that the only solution to this problem is if the weather conditions change. He's saying that rain is the only solution to this problem, and considering that it's not going to be raining anytime soon, he's talking about artificial rain being the solution. So he is asking for an emergency meeting. As far as the centre is concerned, this is what the Aam Aadmi Party is proposing, that is the solution to this thick layer of smog that continues to engulf the national capital region. He's saying that even though they have reduced the pollutants from the ground level, but there's nothing really that they can do about the skies, and there needs to be an intervention, and that intervention can only come in the form of rain, and that is why he's proposing artificial rain, something that the Environment Minister has spoken about frequently in the past as well. So let's just listen in to what my colleague Shreya has to say as in regard to the data that's coming in today, the kind of measures that are in place in order to tackle the situation by the government, and of course the BJP there attacking the government for its inaction, going on distributing masks for the second day. That's what the BJP is doing. They've even taken to the streets in protest.
I'm right now at the construction site of Dwarka underpass. We know Dwarka Sector 8 is one of the pollution hotspots in the national capital. You can see right here the construction work is going on despite the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 4 implementation, where there is complete ban on all sorts of construction as well as demolition activities. But here the labourers are of the opinion that they haven't been instructed or given any circular stating a ban on the construction एक्टिविटी. सर आप मुझे बताइए कि ये अभी क्रेन चल रहा है, काम चल रहा है, सब कुछ हो रहा है फुल टाइम, राइट?
नहीं चल रहा है, काम तो मैनुअली काम चल रहा है, क्रेन से कुछ नहीं चल रहा है.
और मैनुअली तो काम तो चलाना भी होगा, क्योंकि नहीं तो इन लोगों को पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे.
हाँ, पैसे नहीं मिले. बंगाल से, यूपी से, जो भी झारखंड से, जो भी चारों ओर से लेबर आए हैं सब, इसीलिए चल रहा है काम. वो मैनुअली चल रहा है मैडम, ऐसे नहीं चल रहा है.
और सर हर साल हम देखते हैं कि पोल्यूशन के वजह से कंस्ट्रक्शन बंद कर देते हैं, उसके वजह से जो लेबरर्स आते हैं, आप जैसे बोल रहे हो बंगाल से, बिहार से, तो उन लोग को पैसा कौन देता है?
मैडम ठेकेदार देता है, कंपनी देती है पैसा. जो 1-2 दिन 3 दिन बैठते हैं उनका देता है, कंपनी देती है.
कॉम्पेंसेशन मिल जाता है?
हाँ देती है मैडम. 8 घंटे की जो भी आता है दिहाड़ी वो देती है कंपनी.
बट अभी जैसे हम देख सकते हैं पूरा ऐसे स्मॉग आ गया है, पोल्यूशन लेवल बढ़ता ही जा रहा है, कोई इधर मास्क नहीं पहना है, काम भी चल रहा है, आपको नहीं लगता ये लोगों पे बुरा असर हो रहा है?
ये तो गलत है महम, मगर कोई अभी तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा ध्यान नहीं दे रहा है, मगर अब ध्यान देगा अभी।
और सर कंपनी से कुछ ऐसे सर्कुलर ऐसा कुछ आया है कि काम बंद कर?
हाँ, कंपनी बोली है कि बंद कर दो, कंपनी से आदेश आया है कि काम बंद कर देना है, मगर हम लोग लेबर लाए हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हैं, तो काम चलाना पड़ेगा, उन लोगों को कैसे पैसा दिया जाएगा, कहाँ से दिया जाएगा?
ये सर क्या बन रहा है एग्जैक्टली?
ये द्वारिका एक्सप्रेसवे बन रहा है अंडरपास में।
कब से बन रहा है
ये मैडम हमारे ख्याल से 2019 की 20 से बन रहा है।
हमें लगता है कि अब वो समय आ गया है कि दिल्ली के अंदर इस स्मॉग की चादर को तोड़ने के लिए, दिल्ली के लोगों को प्रदूषण से मुक्त कराने के लिए आर्टिफिशियल रेन कराई जाए। इसके लिए आज मैं फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार में पर्यावरण मंत्री माननीय भूपेंद्र यादव जी को चिट्ठी लिख रहा हूं कि तुरंत केंद्र सरकार इमरजेंसी मीटिंग कॉल करे। फिर हमने केंद्रीय पर्यावरण मंत्री और माननीय केंद्रीय कृषि मंत्री जी के साथ ऑनलाइन मीटिंग लंबी गुहार के बाद अक्टूबर में बुलाई गई। मैंने उसमें भी उन लोगों से अपील की कि प्लीज समय दे दीजिए, एक मीटिंग बुला लीजिए, नहीं बुलाई गई।
तो दिल्ली सरकार है वो लगातार सेंट्रल पर ब्लेम कर रही है, कह रही है वो जॉइंट एक्शन प्लान लेके नहीं आई।
दिल्ली में सांसों का आपातकाल है, वो जो सेंटर को ब्लेम कर रहे हैं उनसे पूछना चाहिए कि आज पराली का, आज 19 तारीख है, कल पराली का स्कोर क्या था, जो सरकारी आंकड़े हैं। अकेले पंजाब में 1251 घटनाएं रजिस्टर्ड हुई हैं। और क्या कारण है, यूपी में 133 और हरियाणा में 38 थी, तो कौन दोषी है उसका? लेकिन पंजाब की वो बात नहीं करेंगी। अपने नकारेपन, अपने निकम्मेपन को छुपाने के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल और आतिशी मार लेना, दूसरी इधर उधर की बातें करती हैं। ये तो दिल्ली को इस हालत में लाने का जिम्मेदार अरविंद केजरीवाल है, उनकी सरकार है, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सड़कों की मरम्मत नहीं की, गड्ढे नहीं भरे, जिसकी वजह से धूल के कारण दिल्ली में और सफाई व्यवस्था ना होने के कारण दिल्ली की हालत है।
सर मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि ग्रेडेड रिस्पांस एक्शन प्लान का जो चौथा स्टेज है वो अब लागू हो गया, लेकिन फिर भी लगातार देख रहे हैं कि AQI और खराब ही होते जा रहा है, सरकार को क्या कहें?
मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ कि अगर आपने 10 साल में मेजरमेंट लिए होते, अगर आपने 10 साल काम किए थे, तो आज आपको ये झूठ नहीं बोलना पड़ता। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल के सरकार का नकारापन है, जिसकी वजह से ये खामियाजा दिल्ली की जनता भुगत रही है। और ये मास्क जो है, ये मास्क आने वाले समय में दिल्ली वालों के लिए चेतावनी है। अगर इस भ्रष्ट सरकार को यहाँ से नहीं हटाया तो हर दिल्ली वाले को ये मास्क पहनने पड़ेंगे।
Passing the blame on to each other, and it was Atishi, the Chief Minister, has got to say that the centre has not even come forward to tackle the pollution problem. Gopal Rai pointing fingers, saying that the centre hasn't paid heed to their requests, and the centre has not even called for a meeting. Of course, the BJP are taking action against the inaction of the Aam Aadmi Party by holding a protest. Let's also talk about not just the Delhi NCR region. We're talking about pollution that has been seen and reported in parts of Maharashtra. Smoggy skies have been reported, and that is the worry as far as the state is concerned, with a smog cloak that we're seeing not just here in Delhi and adjoining areas, but this is the situation on the ground in Maharashtra as well. And that is because of a stubble burning, which is a major cause of smog. Smog from stubble burning in the adjoining state of Madhya Pradesh is clogging up the skies in Maharashtra as well.
We showed in the beginning of this program the fires in other states too. Yes, there are fires in Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, but looking at the winds, you know, Delhi is mostly affected by the fires in Haryana and Punjab. Since the fires in Haryana are very less this year, so it's mostly Punjab. The fires in MP, they are already affecting the air quality in Maharashtra and in Mumbai. Because I heard from some of my sources today morning in Mumbai, the air quality is very bad. It's not because of the local, I think, local sources of pollution in Mumbai, but that's because of the farm fires in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh.
And let's just switch tracks to Himachal Pradesh's government that's failing to clear its dues when it comes to power, and which is why the High Court in the national capital has allowed the sale of Himachal Bhavan here in the Mandi House. This is the action that is being taken. Well, the BJP is saying that it is Congress's poor policies that have been exposed. It is under the Congress-driven government that failed to pay dues which were to the tune of 64 crore rupees, but because now interest has been added to that amount, the total amount is now coming to 150 crore rupees. Those are the dues on grounds of illicity, and which is why the power department has gone ahead and attached the property of the Himachal Bhavan here in the national capital.
सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हाई कोर्ट का फैसला 13 जनवरी 2023 को आया और उसके बावजूद भी सरकार जो है वो गंभीरता से इसको नहीं ले रही है। ये जो सेली प्रोजेक्ट का अपफ्रंट प्रीमियम का जो पैसा 64 करोड़ रुपए देने के लिए आदेश हुए थे, मुझे लगता है कि जो हिमाचल प्रदेश की सरकार सारे विषयों को बहुत गंभीरता से नहीं ले रही है। ऐसी स्थिति हिमाचल प्रदेश की आज से पहले कभी नहीं आई। पहली बात, कोर्ट के मामलों को भी सरकार गंभीरता से नहीं ले रही है और एक के बाद एक फैसले जो हिमाचल प्रदेश में जो हो रहे हैं, जिसके कारण सरकार की फजीहत होती जा रही है।
कोई बड़ा नहीं है, लेकिन अपफ्रंट प्रीमियम जो है वो एक पॉलिसी के तहत है और एक पॉलिसी के तहत 2006 में जब ऊर्जा नीति बनी थी तो उसमें उस ऊर्जा नीति में मैं भी मेन आर्किटेक्ट था। मैडम स्टोक्स उस समय ऊर्जा मिनिस्टर थे। तो अपफ्रंट प्रीमियम ये था कि कोई भी पावर प्रोजेक्ट लग जाए, लगे या ना लगे, उस पॉलिसी में क्लियर है। हमने एक रिजर्व प्राइस पर मेगावाट जैसे 10 लाख रिजर्व प्राइस रखा था। उस अपफ्रंट के मामले में आर्बिट्रेशन से कोई फैसला आया, उसके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट हमारी सरकार गई और सरकार ने उसमें जो 64 करोड़ रुपए आर्बिट्रेशन का था वो जमा कराना था। उसके बारे में मैंने अभी जानकारी प्राप्त की है।
And to get more on this, in fact, we have Gurpreet joining us. Gurpreet, Delhi's Himachal Bhavan may be auctioned. That is what we're hearing is facing the potential auction over unpaid dues of the government. Of course, this was a Congress-led government. Take us through the kind of notice stand that they were given, because the interest in itself has almost doubled the amount that was due, as far as the government is concerned. Before such a drastic step has been taken, how much time were they given?
Well, yes, it's a big jolt to Himachal Pradesh Congress government, and we have seen for the last so many months of financial crunch are being faced by the Himachal Pradesh government, and now we have seen a huge amount which the Himachal Pradesh government was not able to pay to the power company from where they had got all the project which was being implemented in Himachal Pradesh. Now it seems it has become one of the major issue in the state of Himachal Pradesh, because they were unable to pay that amount which they are supposed to pay to the power company. Now the court has already given a clear-cut direction saying that's Himachal Bhavan, which is located, which is one of the prime property of Himachal government, that is in New Delhi, that has been attached, so that the money which they are supposed to pay to the company, that should be recovered from there. We have seen this has become one of the major political issue in the state of Himachal Pradesh. We have seen the opposition leader and the former Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Jiribam, he has already condemned and criticized. He says the government even did not pay any heed to such a serious issue against the government. At the same time, we have seen the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Sukhwinder Singh Thakur, Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu, he has already said he is going through the this court order, and after that they will discuss with all the senior leaders as well as the senior officers, so that they will be able to come out of this crisis. Because of that, the court had given a very clear-cut order to attach the property of Himachal Pradesh Pradesh government, which is in Delhi, that is Himachal Pradesh, Himachal Bhavan, that is already located in our national capital. So let's see how the government will be able to grapple with this problem. We have seen for the last so many months the financial crunch is one of the major issue in the state of Himachal Pradesh, and now this also seems the way they don't have the financial situation well in the state, it might be possible that was one of the reasons why they hadn't paid this much amount to the power company. So as of now, what we can understand, the Chief Minister says they are going through the order, and after that they are trying to find out and chalk out the strategy how they are going to pay this amount. Now it is yet to be seen how the court is going to take further action, but the court has clearly said also there is need to go for the fact-finding inquiry to find out why there was the lapses and which were the employees who did not even pay to pay this much amount to the company. So let's see how the things will be going on, how the things will be revolving around this Himachal Pradesh financial crisis, and it is one of the main issue which is being even discussed at all the political platforms. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, 64 crore rupees of unpaid dues by the Himachal Pradesh government, that has more than doubled with the interest that has been levelled against the state. Let's just switch tracks now to getting you more news coming in, and this is in regard to Maharashtra and the attack that took place during the last day of campaigning in Maharashtra on Anil Deshmukh. Do remember that he was travelling in a car while campaigning for his son. He was attacked, his car was attacked, and he was injured in the process. Now the police has gone ahead and filed a case of attempt to murder. It is the NCP of the Sharad Pawar faction that is asking for the EC, the Election Commission, to probe the incident. A thorough probe is being demanded. Let's just listen in to what is being said by Sanjay Raut, who is attacking the Mahayuti for the complete lawlessness in the state.
महाराष्ट्र की कानून व्यवस्था, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पूरी तरह से खत्म हो गई। इस राज्य में चुनाव में इस प्रकार की भयंकर हिंसा कभी नहीं हुई थी। देवेंद्र फडणवीस विद्यमान गृहमंत्री है, उनके शहर में महाराष्ट्र के पूर्व गृहमंत्री अनिल देशमुख के ऊपर उनको मारने की साजिश, उनकी हत्या करने की साजिश और उनको जिस तरह से हमला किया, आपने देखा उसका वीडियो, पूरा सर टूट गया, फूट गया। कौन जिम्मेदार है? चुनाव आयोग के हाथ में पूरे सूत्र रहते हैं ना, तो सबसे पहले चुनाव आयोग जिम्मेदार है, जो महाराष्ट्र की हालत खराब हो गई है।
Attempt to murder case has been filed by the police, and we have Radhika joining us. Radhika, it is Anil Deshmukh who will be recording his statement today.
That's right. Anil Deshmukh will be recording his statement. We know for a fact that an FIR has been registered against unidentified people on charges of attempt to murder. This incident happening last evening when Deshmukh was returning from a Katol constituency where he was campaigning for his son Salil Deshmukh, who was a contestant there. When his car was attacked, he sustained head injuries. He was immediately hospitalized, but he also reacted as soon as he was injured, saying that BJP could be behind this. Of course, BJP has rubbished these allegations, and also some of the leaders from the BJP calling this a political stunt as well. But NCP Sharad Pawar faction and MVA in particular have reacted very strongly to the attack that happened. In fact, Supriya Sule also reacting, saying that this questions the law and order situation as far as Nagpur and whole of Maharashtra is concerned. Law and order situation in the state has in fact collapsed under the current regime is something NCP SP has reiterated, also calling for a thorough probe from the state government and also asking Election Commission to look into it. So who these perpetrators are still unclear at this point. Are they related to any political party and what could be the motive is a matter of investigation. There is a possibility that a press conference could be taken by Nagpur police perhaps in the evening, but the attack on Anil Deshmukh, a tall leader from Maharashtra, former Home Minister, has definitely snowballed into a political controversy with NCP Sharad Pawar faction not really taking this lightly, also calling for strict action and thorough probe as far as this entire case is concerned, and also sort of showing concerns as far as the law and order situation in the state is concerned, which they call has completely collapsed under the BJP's regime. So we'll have to see how it plays out as elections are, of course, happening tomorrow in the state.
Right, all eyes on the poll-bound state of Maharashtra. But let's just switch tracks to breaking news coming in at the moment. And the row over music award in Tamil Nadu is concerned. A big order by the Madras High Court that is restricting the granting of the award. This is from presenting that award in the name of M.S. Subbalakshmi to the musician T.M. Krishna. We have Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, on what grounds has this decision been taken?
Well, Divya, the Music Academy for quite some time has been honoring musicians with this Sangeet Kalanidhi award in the name of legendary musician M.S. Subbalakshmi. And for this year, it had chosen T.M. Krishna to be given in December during the music festival season. M.S. Subbalakshmi's grandson Srinivasan had moved the court saying that in her will, M.S. Subbalakshmi has clearly mentioned that there should be nothing started or awarded in honor of her name. And citing that, he had asked the court not to allow Music Academy to give this award to T.M. Krishna. He had also cited a few remarks made by T.M. Krishna, trivializing, as he calls it, the legendary singer, which T.M. Krishna has denied, saying that it has been taken out of context. And it's in this context the Madras High Court has ruled that the award can be given to T.M. Krishna, but it should not be in the name of M.S. Subbalakshmi. That's the only condition. And earlier this year, a few well-known Carnatic artists too had questioned Music Academy's choice of this award to T.M. Krishna, since he's being seen taking revolutionary steps, something that didn't go well with traditional Carnatic musicians. Something T.M. Krishna has explained that the larger context in which he made those remarks and his position. And the Music Academy itself has said it's not given by itself, but they form a committee, and it's on the basis of their recommendation this award is being given, sponsored by the Hindu publication. Divya.
Right. Thank you so much, Sam Daniel, for getting us all those details. And like Sam mentioned, that the award and the cash prize can be granted to T.M. Krishna, but not in the name of M.S. Subbalakshmi. Switching tracks now to more news, and this is in regard to the unemployment rate. So the urban unemployment rate has declined to 6.4%. There's been a sharp decline, especially when it comes to women unemployment. We're talking about from 6.4% is the current rate of unemployment in the last quarter, July to September, which is definitely a huge welcome change from the 6.6% that we saw in the previous quarter. My colleague Sakshi has the details.
What is a positive indicator for India's economy? The urban unemployment rate in the September quarter has declined to a fresh low of 6.4%. This is due to a sharper dip in unemployment rate for women according to the quarterly periodic labour force survey. The unemployment rate for young women has declined at a faster pace than the rate for young men during the quarter as per the study conducted. And interesting to note here that the share of self-employed men have declined while the share of self-employed women has risen as per this survey. The share of salaried workers has also increased to 49.4%, while the share of casual workers has declined to 10.7% during the quarter. While traditionally economists have considered salaried employment as a better form of employment, remember we are living in an era of entrepreneurship and enhanced startup culture that is driving India's economic momentum and is now reflective in such surveys as well.
Thank you so much, Sakshi, for getting us that good news as far as rise in salaried workers is concerned. We're talking about, women empowerment with women employment going up, as Sakshi mentioned. With that, we're slipping a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict. An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a
Anand, who's gone on to say that out of an abundance of caution, her ministry will be increasing security measures for people traveling from Canada to India. The minister said in a statement that passengers may experience some screening delays while these measures are in place. So talking about the kind of measures that they're taking at the moment, this is applicable and subjected to passengers who will be flying out of Canada, particularly to India. They're being asked to report to the airport 4 hours in advance, 4 hours prior to their departure. So this is an official statement that's come about because they've gone on to say among the screening conducted as far as the screening at the airport is concerned, they have gone on to say that they are now keeping in consideration that they would require extra amount of time for screening passengers who will be going to India. This is a temporary move that is being made by the government of Canada, adding to the woes of the travellers. And do remember, this is the festive season that we're stepping into. The wedding season is upon us, and of course Christmas and New Year holidays are going to come about, and which is when a lot of people travel back home to their families, and a lot of Indians settled in Canada. So this is going to impact all those passengers who will have to wait at the airport for 4 hours, and that is because the screening time has been increased by the authorities in Canada. So the passengers flying to India from Canada are going to be subjected to this enhanced security measures, and that's going to be a temporary measure. But you know, it is coming about. Of course, we're questioning the timing of this, given the fact that this is the time when people travel the most. This is the busiest time for travelers, especially coming out of the US or Canada, particularly during the holiday season. They come back home on that long holiday. We have Ghazali joining us to get us more on this. Ghazali, people are going to be asked to reach the airport 4 hours in advance. Isn't that a bit too much?
See, the transport minister there has not given any specific reason that why this has been done, but what we are being told that perhaps there were some threats also by SFJ, the Seek for Justice, that group which is banned in India, and they had sort of shared the details of flights coming from India to Canada, but that had nothing to do with the Canadian Airlines or the Canadian airport. Why this has been done, there has been no official word about the reason why this is being done, but as you rightly pointed out, that the transport minister just said due to abundance caution, citing that as a reason. And now we see that how relations between India and Canada has taken a hit, and perhaps the analysts or the Canada watchers say that this is going to be an outcome of that situation, that developing situation of the diplomatic relations between India and Canada, that Indian passengers or those moving or flying out to India will have to report to the airlines or at the airport 4 hours prior to the departure. Why this has been done, no specific reason has been given, but if you see the reports in the last 1 month, there has been specific threats to India-bound airlines, but those airlines which are going from India to Canada and not from Canada to India.
Well, this might be a temporary measure. Passengers from Canada to India will be subjected to those delays due to that extra screening that we're talking about. They have, it's particularly the Indian travelers or people traveling to India. But this is not applicable to those flying into Canada from India, Ghazali.
Yes, certainly. Those who are flying from India to Canada won't have to go through such routine or extended inspection there. But it is just for those who are flying out from Canada to India. So at the Canadian airports, anybody who's flying to India through any of these airlines, Air Canada and other airlines are also complying by these rules, and the passengers have been notified that they have to reach at the airport 4 hours before the departure, and then they will perhaps go through intense checking there.
Right, Ghazali, of course, these measures in place just at a time when India and the relations with Canada have taken quite a hit, like you were mentioning, and singling out people traveling to India, asking them to report 4 hours before their departure seems a very, very stretched out, even in terms of extra screening that is going to be taking place at the airports in Canada. Thank you so much, Ghazali, for joining us. Now, let's get you a very special report. In July of last year, the Harpic school sanitation program had launched 2,000 schools across Odisha. They had been using pop-up storybooks and do-it-yourself kits in order to teach the students hygiene. It has impacted 9 lakh lives, creating young ambassadors to a healthier future. Take a look at this very special report.
In the fight against infectious diseases, proper sanitation stands as our first line of defense. At its heart are toilets, silent guardians that safeguard clean water and protect community health. Now, when we educate children about sanitation early, we're not just protecting their health, we're nurturing ambassadors who carry these vital practices into their homes and communities. The Harpic School Sanitation Program has been making a difference since July 1st, 2023, reaching 2,000 schools across 10 districts of Odisha.
Our teachers training program कराइतिला आउ प्रधान शिक्षयित्री हिसाब रे मुई भी संगे जाइथिली जोग देथिली सेनो हमको सुंदर भाव रे ट्रेनिंग देहाला आमे माने पायखानार व्यवहार केनता करी हेबा आमे चप्पल व्यवहार करा हाथ धुआर सब जाक से हमको ट्रेनिंग देले जेनटा कि आमे ट्रेनिंग करे आसला परे मुई स्कूल रे मोर सहकर्मी मानको आउ आमर छात्र छात्री मानको मुझे ट्रेनिंग देली आ से दिन ठारू आमर छात्र छात्री माने भी आमर पायखानार व्यवहार सुंदर भाव रे करूछन चप्पल पिंधि करी जाउछन 20 सेकेंड हाथ धोचन
मु जेतले व्यक्तिगत भाव अनेक विद्यालय को जाइछि मॉनिटरिंग करिया को देखिछि एई स्थान मान करे जो स्थान मान करे पूर्व आम देखुलु कौन प्रकार ये डिसइनफेक्टेंट जिनस रखा जाऊ नथिला एबे किंतु जोगा दे दिया किट रु आ से माने निजे तांको तरफ एगुड़िक रेगुलर व्यवहार करछन्ती एवं निश्चित रूपे पिला मान पाखरे गोटे सचेतनता सृष्टि होइछि.
A toilet's presence alone isn't enough. Proper maintenance breathes life into these facilities. The program employs creative tools to make this learning engaging and memorable. From enchanting pop-up storybooks featuring lovable Muppets like KK Kitanu and Neela Jadugar to hands-on 3D DIY kits designed specifically for young minds. Interactive demonstrations bring lessons to life, while visual aids from vibrant wall art to eye-catching posters, banners and standees reinforce these crucial messages.
आम विद्यालय स्वच्छता विषय शिखा खेलना मध्यम बही मध्यम शिखा गला बेले चप्पल पिंधिकी जीवु स्वच्छता कर सारा पानी ढालबू आसला बेले हाथ धोबू आम पर जो पिलाटी जीव तापाई स्वच्छता रखिबू.
The program impact 300,000 children directly engaged in target schools, 600,000 children reached through peer education in neighboring communities, total impact 900,000 young lives transformed. While World Toilet Day spotlights these crucial issues annually, the Harpic Sanitation Program works tirelessly every day, planting seeds of change through proper toilet usage and hand washing habits. It's more than education. It's a movement towards a cleaner, healthier future, nurturing habits that will protect generations to come.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The Competition Commission of India has slapped a penalty of 213 crore rupees on social media giant Meta. And Anil Deshmukh, who was attacked yesterday in the Pulbao state of Maharashtra, will be releasing a statement. The police has gone ahead and filed a case of attempt to murder. Andhra Pradesh scraps a two-child norm for contesting local body polls. They've done away with a rule that carried on for 30 years. 15 arrested in Gujarat. This is the ragging death case in which 15 students have now been questioned in regard to the death of the first-year student who was made to stand for 3 hours.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
have been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we're tracking here at this hour. Madras High Court restrains a grant of award to Carnatic musician T.M. Krishna, says award can't be given in Subbulakshmi's name. Order after Subbulakshmi's grandson objects. The grandson says Krishna has criticized Subbulakshmi many times. However, the Carnatic musician denies allegations. Delhi chokes amid political blame game. BJP now blames Aam Aadmi Party for Delhi's deteriorating health crisis and air quality. Delhi government demands artificial rain from centre for relief. The Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly has done away with the rule that candidates having more than 2 children are ineligible to contest by polls. 15 accused arrested in the ragging case after the death of a first-year student who was made to stand for 3 hours in Gujarat's Dharpur Medical College. The Competition Commission of India slaps a penalty of Rs 213 crore on social media giant Meta over WhatsApp privacy policy users. Meta to challenge CCI's penalty. And Canadians flying to India will now face more scrutiny. Canada enhances security screening for passengers flying to India. Now, in a big order from the Madras High Court, it has restrained the grant of award to Carnatic musician T.M. Krishna. Now, court says that award cannot be given to T.M. Krishna in Subbulakshmi's name. Order has come after Subbulakshmi's grandson objected to the award being given to the Carnatic musician, whom he says has criticized Subbulakshmi many times. My colleague Sam Daniel is joining me for more on this. Sam, take us through the contentions and the issues that were raised by Subbulakshmi's grandson over this award being given to T.M. Krishna. We'll try and reconnect the line with Sam Daniel. The Madras High Court has restrained the Hindu from presenting the Sangeeta Kalanidhi Award in the name of M.S. Subbulakshmi to musician T.M. Krishna. The court said that the Sangeeta Kalanidhi Award and cash prize can be granted to T.M. Krishna, but not in the name of M.S. Subbulakshmi. The court was hearing a plea moved by Subbulakshmi's grandson Srinivasan, challenging an award conferred on Krishna in her name. Srinivasan's main contention was that the award cannot be given to someone who had constantly criticized his grandmother. He pointed out various instances of Krishna's apparent criticism of Subbulakshmi. My colleague Sam Daniel is joining me. Sam, take us through various charges that were levelled by Subbulakshmi's grandson Srinivasan while moving this plea in the court.
Aditi, it was largely on technical and legal grounds. Initially, they alleged that T.M. Krishna had made comments trivializing the achievements of the late legendary singer M.S. Subbulakshmi. But this particular order comes on the basis of her citing a will written by M.S. Subbulakshmi herself, in which she has clearly said that there shall be no institution of anything in her honor, which could include awards or any foundations in her name. It's on that basis the Madras High Court has today ruled that the Music Academy in Chennai can give the award to T.M. Krishna, but it cannot be in the name of M.S. Subbulakshmi. The award itself is called the Sangeet Kalanidhi Award in the name of M.S. Subbulakshmi, and it's in this context the court has said no in her name. But T.M. Krishna has denied these allegations, saying that his comments have been taken out of context. Earlier this year also, soon after the Music Academy had announced the choice of its candidate for this particular award this year to be given during the music season in December, a few renowned Carnatic artists had raised objection and had even said they would never perform again at the Music Academy. And the Music Academy, in a response, had said this award, he was chosen on the basis of a recommendation by an exclusive committee constituted for this purpose. And it's in this context we have to see this. But many also point out that Srinivasan, the grandson of M.S. Subbulakshmi, has not raised similar objections for, there are many other institutions or awards in the name of M.S. Subbulakshmi, and he has been quite selective, hinting that it's in a specific reference to T.M. Krishna, this objection has been legally presented, and now the court has given this particular order not to give any award in the name of Subbulakshmi.
Right.
Aditi.
Sam, the anger against Krishna, stems from his woke anti-Brahmanism views as well. His political views have also time and again, caused controversies and also have shown how divided the Carnatic music industry is. How do you see this new controversy also harming the reputation of T.M. Krishna?
Well, T.M. Krishna is always known for his what many would call as progressive, revolutionary ideas, breaking the barrier of Carnatic music to be for one particular community or one particular sect. And he has been trying non-stop to take this to the society at large. For instance, he performs with the Fisherfolk community and many such sessions like that. And it does not go well in that sense with the hardcore traditional Carnatic musicians who see him as a rebel of sorts in that sense. And it's in that context when the Madras Music Academy had chosen him for this Sangeet Kalanidhi Award in the name of M.S. Subbulakshmi, seen as the highest award by this particular body in Chennai. Many could not accept that, and they had openly opposed the choice and questioned the idea behind awarding him with this kind of an honor. And the Hindu publication sponsors this, and they also had said they have no role in the choice of the awardee. Whoever Madras Music Academy chooses, automatically it goes in the name of Hindu. And the court has made it very clear. The award to T.M. Krishna is fine, but only that it should not be given the name of M.S. Subbulakshmi. We are still looking for a response from T.M. Krishna himself, but so far we haven't been able to reach out to him.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Sam, for joining us with those details. And now national capital continues to battle the poor air quality that it is breathing in. The national capital today recorded air quality index recorded above 400. That has been the same seen till yesterday. Yesterday was the worst one. AQI had hit severe plus category for the first time in the season. All schools have shifted to online mode in the NCR. Universities like Jamia Millia, JNU, they have also started online classes, and these classes will continue till November 23. But while you and I struggle to breathe and fight for your right for clean air, political blame game continues. The BJP is protesting against Delhi government. It is distributing masks and questioning the chief minister, saying why are no measures taken in prior to what was supposed to happen, and is the picture same every year? However, the Delhi Chief Minister Atishi says other NCR states must impose GRAP rules so that the picture in NCR can become better. Atishi said that centre should come forward and take measures to tackle pollution. Even Gopal Rai, the Delhi Environment Minister, has demanded artificial rains from the centre, saying the centre must step up its role and its responsibility and call a meeting with all the stakeholders and find a permanent solution to this problem. Sample the political reactions coming in.
I'm right now at the construction site of Dwarka underpass. We know Dwarka sector 8 is one of the pollution hotspots in the national capital. You can see right here the construction work is going on despite the graded response action plan stage 4 implementation, where there is complete ban on all sorts of construction as well as demolition activities. But here the laborers are of the opinion that they haven't been instructed or given any circular stating a ban on the construction एक्टिविटी. सर आप मुझे बताइए कि ये अभी क्रेन चल रहा है, काम चल रहा है, सब कुछ हो रहा है फुल टाइम, राइट? नहीं चल रहा है काम, तो मैनुअली काम चल रहा है, क्रेन से कुछ नहीं चल रहा है. और मैनुअली तो काम तो चलाना भी होगा, क्योंकि नहीं तो इन लोगों को पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे. हाँ, पैसे नहीं मिले. बंगाल से, यूपी से, जो भी झारखंड से, जो भी चारों ओर से लेबर आए हैं सब, इसीलिए चल रहा है काम. वो मैनुअली चल रहा है मैडम, ऐसे नहीं चल रहा है. और सर हर साल हम देखते हैं कि पोल्यूशन के वजह से कंस्ट्रक्शन बंद कर देते हैं. उसके वजह से जो लेबरर्स आते हैं, आप जैसे बोल रहे हो बंगाल से, बिहार से, तो उन लोग को पैसा कौन देता है? मैडम ठेकेदार देता है, कंपनी देती है पैसा. जो 1-2 दिन 3 दिन बैठते हैं उनका देता है, कंपनी देती है. कॉम्पेंसेशन मिल जाता है? हाँ देती है मैडम. 8 घंटे की जो भी आता है दिहाड़ी वो देती है कंपनी. बट अभी जैसे हम देख सकते हैं पूरा ऐसे स्मॉग आ गया है, पोल्यूशन लेवल बढ़ता ही जा रहा है, कोई इधर मास्क नहीं पहना है, काम भी चल रहा है. आपको नहीं लगता ये लोगों पे बुरा असर हो रहा है? ये तो गलत है मैम, मगर कोई अभी तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा ध्यान नहीं दे रहा है, मगर अब ध्यान देगा अभी. और सर कंपनी से कुछ ऐसे सर्कुलर ऐसा कुछ आया है कि काम बंद कर? हाँ कंपनी बोली है कि बंद कर दो. कंपनी से आदेश आया है कि काम बंद कर देना है. मगर हम लोग लेबर लाए हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हैं, तो काम चलाना पड़ेगा. उन लोगों को कैसे पैसा दिया जाएगा, कहाँ से दिया जाएगा? ये सर क्या बन रहा है एग्जैक्टली? ये द्वारिका एक्सप्रेसवे बन रहा है अंडरपास से मैम. कब से बन रहा है ये मैडम? हमारे ख्याल से 2019 की 20 से बन रहा है. तो दिल्ली सरकार है वो लगातार सेंट्रल पर ब्लेम कर रही है, कह रही है वो जॉइंट एक्शन प्लान लेके नहीं.
दिल्ली में सांसों का आपातकाल है. वो जो सेंटर को ब्लेम कर रहे हैं उनसे पूछना चाहिए कि आज पराली का, आज 19 तारीख है, कल पराली का स्कोर क्या था. जो सरकारी आंकड़े हैं, अकेले पंजाब में 1251 घटनाएं रजिस्टर्ड हुई हैं. और क्या कारण है? यूपी में 133 और हरियाणा में 38 थी. तो कौन दोषी है उसका? लेकिन पंजाब की वो बात नहीं करेंगी. अपने नकारेपन, अपने निकम्मेपन को छुपाने के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल और आतिशी मार लेना, दूसरी इधर उधर की बातें करती हैं. ये तो दिल्ली को इस हालत में लाने का जिम्मेदार अरविंद केजरीवाल है, उनकी सरकार है, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सड़कों की मरम्मत नहीं की, गड्ढे नहीं भरे, जिसकी वजह से धूल के कारण दिल्ली में और सफाई व्यवस्था ना होने के कारण दिल्ली की ये हालत है।
सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि ग्रेडेड रिस्पांस एक्शन प्लान का जो चौथा स्टेज है वो अब लागू हो गया, लेकिन फिर भी लगातार देख रहे हैं कि AQI और खराब ही होते जा रहा है। सरकार को क्या कहना?
मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ कि अगर आपने 10 साल में मेजरमेंट लिए होते, अगर आपने 10 साल काम किए थे, तो आज आपको ये झूठ नहीं बोलना पड़ता। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल के सरकार का नकारापन है, जिसकी वजह से ये खामियाजा दिल्ली की जनता भुगत रही है। और ये मास्क जो है, ये मास्क आने वाले समय में दिल्ली वालों के लिए चेतावनी है। अगर इस भ्रष्ट सरकार को यहाँ से नहीं हटाया तो हर दिल्ली वाले को ये मास्क पहनने पड़ेंगे।
देश की राजधानी दिल्ली लगातार प्रदूषण की चपेट में है। AQI लगातार जो है बेहद गंभीर स्थिति में बना हुआ है। और आज हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं पर्यावरण मंत्री गोपाल राय, तो हम इनसे बात करेंगे। सर, लगातार जो है दिल्ली में प्रदूषण बेहद गंभीर स्थिति में है, तो अब क्या स्टेप्स जो है दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा लिए जाएंगे?
पहली बात तो ये दिल्ली में नहीं है
जी,
पूरे उत्तर भारत में है, हरियाणा में है, उत्तर प्रदेश में है, मध्य प्रदेश में है, राजस्थान में है। पूरा उत्तर भारत इस समय प्रदूषण की चपेट में है। और जब आधा देश का हिस्सा प्रदूषण की चपेट में है, दिल्ली सरकार काम कर रही है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सभी सरकारें सो रही हैं। ऐसी स्थिति जब सबको सक्रियता से काम करने की जरूरत है, आज पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार सो रही है, इससे बड़ा दुखद और कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। आज जो प्रदूषण की स्थिति बनी है दिल्ली के अंदर, हम काम लगातार कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो एक्सपर्ट्स का कहना है कि एक स्मॉग की चादर अब आसमान में दिख रही है और वो प्रदूषण के स्तर को लगातार बढ़ा रही है, क्योंकि जो प्रदूषण के कण हैं वो वायुमंडल में डिस्पर्स नहीं हो रहे हैं, उसको तोड़ने की ज़रूरत है। एक्सपर्ट्स की जो ओपिनियन है कि या तो हवा से टूट सकती है तेज, या बारिश से। आर्टिफिशियल रेन के लिए पिछली बार ही हमने IIT कानपुर के साथ पहल शुरू की थी। उनका कहना था कि इसके लिए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की कई सारी परमिशंस चाहिए। इसीलिए इस बार अगस्त के महीने से ही हमने केंद्रीय पर्यावरण मंत्री जी को चिट्ठियां लिखनी शुरू की कि भाई एक इमरजेंसी मीटिंग बुला लीजिए, एक मीटिंग बुला लीजिए, जो परमिशंस की ज़रूरत है उसको पूरा किया जाए, और अगर इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन बनती है तो लोगों को इस प्रदूषण की मार से बचाई जा सके। हमने आपको मैं दिखाना चाहता हूँ, ये चिट्ठी हमने सबसे पहले 30 अगस्त को लिखी थी, न जवाब आया इसका और न मीटिंग बुलाई गई। उसके बाद फिर हमने दूसरी जो चिट्ठी है वो 10 अक्टूबर को लिखी पर्यावरण मंत्री जी को, न जवाब आया न मीटिंग बुलाई गई। उसके बाद फिर हमने तीसरी चिट्ठी लिखी पर्यावरण मंत्री जी को 23 अक्टूबर को, न जवाब आया न मीटिंग बुलाई गई। उसके बाद एक मीटिंग में ऑनलाइन मुलाकात जो है, ऑनलाइन मीटिंग में पर्यावरण मंत्री भी थे, केंद्रीय कृषि मंत्री भी थे, उनसे भी हमने निवेदन किया कि एक मीटिंग बुला लीजिए, नहीं जवाब आया।
Now, Shiv Sena UBT leader Sanjay Raut has criticized Maharashtra's Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis for the worsening law and order situation in the state following the recent attack on former Minister Anil Deshmukh. Now, the UBT also went on to say that there is a conspiracy to kill Anil Deshmukh. Meanwhile, NCP Sharad Pawar faction has demanded thorough probe into Anil Deshmukh's attack and said instead of calling this political stunt, state government should take and get to the root of this, and they have asked the Election Commission to probe the incident. Sample the reaction first of Sanjay Raut, what he had to say.
महाराष्ट्र की कानून व्यवस्था, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पूरी तरह से खत्म हो गई। इस राज्य में चुनाव में इस प्रकार की भयंकर हिंसा कभी नहीं हुई थी। देवेंद्र फडणवीस विद्यमान गृह मंत्री है, उनके शहर में महाराष्ट्र के पूर्व गृह मंत्री अनिल देशमुख के ऊपर उनको मारने की साजिश, उनकी हत्या करने की साजिश, और उनको जिस तरह से हमला किया, आपने देखा उसका वीडियो, पूरा सर टूट गया है, फूट गया है। कौन जिम्मेदार है? चुनाव आयोग के हाथ में पूरे सूत्र रहते हैं ना, तो सबसे पहले चुनाव आयोग जिम्मेदार है, जो महाराष्ट्र की हालत खराब हो गई है।
Anil Deshmukh will be recording his statement. We know for a fact that an FIR has been registered against unidentified people on charges of attempt to murder. This incident happening last evening when Deshmukh was returning from a Katol constituency where he was campaigning for his son Salil Deshmukh, who was a contestant there. When his car was attacked, he sustained head injuries. He was immediately hospitalized, but he also reacted as soon as he was injured, saying that BJP could be behind this. Of course, BJP has rubbished these allegations, and also some of the leaders from the BJP calling this a political stunt as well. But NCP Sharad Pawar faction and MVA in particular have reacted very strongly to the attack that happened. In fact, Supriya Sule also reacting, saying that this questions the law and order situation as far as Nagpur and whole of Maharashtra is concerned. Law and order situation in the state has in fact collapsed under the current regime is something NCP SP has reiterated, also calling for a thorough probe from the state government and also asking Election Commission to look into it. So who these perpetrators are still unclear at this point. Are they related to any political party and what could be the motive is a matter of investigation. There is a possibility that a press conference could be taken by Nagpur police perhaps in the evening, but the attack on Anil Deshmukh, a tall leader from Maharashtra, former Home Minister, has definitely snowballed into political controversy with NCP Sharad Pawar faction not really taking this lightly, also calling for strict action and thorough probe as far as this entire case is concerned, and also you know, sort of showing concerns as far as the law and order situation in the state is concerned, which they call has completely collapsed under the BJP's regime. So we'll have to see how it plays out as elections are, of course, happening tomorrow in the state.
Now joining me for a quick reaction is Krishna Hegde, the spokesperson of Shiv Sena Shinde faction. Krishna, thank you so much for talking to me, but you know, there are several questions being raised on the Mahayuti government. Anil Deshmukh has been attacked. The probe is underway, but you know, UBT is saying this is a conspiracy to kill Anil Deshmukh.
No, see, first of all, we wish him a speedy recovery, and why would there be a conspiracy to kill him? You know, firstly, let me tell you that he is one of the senior leaders of Maharashtra, and he has been a former Home Minister, so he knows the process himself also. Secondly, that, you know, the Mahayuti has no hand in this. Now, there are always allegations that some of this is self-inflicted for sympathy, or maybe it is a third party who has done it. The police are probing the matter, and as soon as I think there's already a press conference of the police commissionerate in the evening, and I think they'll give a statement on that. Before that, it is too early to talk on the matter.
Okay. Thank you so much, Krishna Hegde, for speaking to NDTV. Now, the Andhra Pradesh government has done away with the rule that candidates having more than 2 children are ineligible to contest the elections for local bodies. Putting an end to 30-year-old policy, the 2-child policy was introduced in United Andhra Pradesh in 1994 by passing the Andhra Pradesh Panchayat Raj Bill and the Andhra Pradesh Municipal Laws Amendment Bill in 2024. Now, 30 years ago, in May 1994, the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh Assembly had passed an amendment bill that made the 2-child norm mandatory for those seeking elections to Gram Panchayats, Mandal Praja Parishads and Zilla Parishads. My colleague Uma has more details.
The erstwhile state of Andhra Pradesh had in fact implemented family planning in a very aggressive manner, almost should I say, and that's the reason why the total fertility rate had fallen by half, and it is now below the replacement rate. Replacement rate is considered the number 2, meaning every couple has about 2 children, whereas the average now is about 1.6, which means it has fallen less than the replacement rate, and therefore Chandrababu Naidu, who was an advocate of allowing only those people to contest the local body elections who had 2 children or less, is now reverse the policy. It's a 180-degree turn that the government has taken to incentivize child population growth. In fact, the number of youngsters or the population of people below 15 has fallen quite dramatically, and that's the reason why Chandrababu Naidu in the recent past as well has said that we need to increase the population, and he told women that he wants them to be producing more children and that he would incentivize it. And as part of the same move, the AP Municipal Corporation and the AP Panchayat Raj Act. Both of them have been amended. Rather, the amendment which was earlier done has been now done away with to ensure that those who have more than 2 children also can participate in the democratic process and participate in the elections as well.
Now shifting our focus to Himachal Pradesh, where Himachal government has failed to clear its par dues, not less than 160 crores. High Court has now stepped in, has allowed the sale of Himachal Bhavan in Delhi. Now BJP has trained guns on Sukhu government, saying it is Kong's poor policies that have been exposed, as the mismanagement in the government is exposed after Sukhu government failed to pay at least 150 crore electricity dues. The Power Department has got the approval of the High Court, and it has attached Himachal Bhavan, which is in Delhi's Mandi House, to be attached. Now, High Court, after the High Court's allowance, BJP is training guns at Himachal Pradesh government. BJP says this is the first time such a situation has happened in Himachal Pradesh, while the Congress says that this is the situation that can be dealt with. Jiribam Thakur spoke over it. Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister said that this is not unprecedented and the government will make sure that they overcome such a situation. Sample the reactions coming in.
सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हाई कोर्ट का फैसला 13 जनवरी 2023 को आया और उसके बावजूद भी सरकार जो है वो गंभीरता से इसको नहीं ले रही है। ये जो सेली प्रोजेक्ट का अपफ्रंट प्रीमियम का जो पैसा 64 करोड़ रुपए देने के लिए आदेश हुए थे, मुझे लगता है कि जो हिमाचल प्रदेश की सरकार सारे विषयों को बहुत गंभीरता से नहीं ले रही है। ऐसी स्थिति हिमाचल प्रदेश की आज से पहले कभी नहीं आई। पहली बात, कोर्ट के मामलों को भी सरकार गंभीरता से नहीं ले रही है और एक के बाद एक फैसले जो हिमाचल प्रदेश में जो हो रहे हैं, जिसके कारण सरकार की फजीहत होती जा रही है।
कोई बड़ा नहीं है, लेकिन अपफ्रंट प्रीमियम जो है वो एक पॉलिसी के तहत है और एक पॉलिसी के तहत 2006 में जब ऊर्जा नीति बनी थी, तो उसमें उस ऊर्जा नीति में मैं भी मेन आर्किटेक्ट था। मैडम स्टोक्स उस समय ऊर्जा मिनिस्टर थे। तो अपफ्रंट प्रीमियम ये था कि कोई भी पावर प्रोजेक्ट लग जाए, लगे या ना लगे, उस पॉलिसी में क्लियर है। हमने एक रिजर्व प्राइस पर मेगावाट जैसे 10 लाख रिजर्व प्राइस रखा था। उस अपफ्रंट के मामले में आर्बिट्रेशन से कोई फैसला आया, उसके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट हमारी सरकार गई और सरकार ने उसमें जो 64 करोड़ रुपए आर्बिट्रेशन का था वो जमा कराना था। उसके बारे में मैंने अभी जानकारी प्राप्त की है।
Well, with that, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you.
Viewers, the Supreme Court had laid down stringent guidelines while banning ragging in educational institutions with zero tolerance to the initiation ritual as the norm. Yet, ragging of freshers that often entails humiliation, abuse and coercion resulting in profound physical and psychological scars continue to cast a long shadow. The death of a first-year student of a Gujarat-based medical college after he was allegedly made to stand for 3 hours underscore the severity of this issue. 15 seniors have been suspended and booked. My colleague Anuj Raite is joining me for more details. Anuj, first, take us through this horror. What happened exactly? Take us through the details.
This incident took place in a medical college located in Patan, which is 6 kilometers away from the Patan city, where in a medical college, the second year students, they put out a message on a WhatsApp group calling a few of their juniors, as many as 10 to 11 juniors, for an introduction. And when they were there, they were made to dance, they were made to sing. And after several hours of, this particular sort of ragging that went on, some of these students were made to stand out for long hours. This particular individual that we are talking about, Atul Patel, he was standing outside the room for close to 3 to 4 hours, and as it was an add-on to all the humiliation that he had faced already, eventually he collapsed, and then he was immediately taken to the hospital close by, where he was declared dead. Now, the college authorities here have been very prompt as they filed a complaint regarding the same, and they've also made sure that the academic activities of all the 15 students who are involved, in ragging have been suspended. Besides that, they've also interrogated the rest of the 10 students as well, who were the victims of this ragging. Yesterday, we saw that throughout the day, the interrogation of the 15 accused and the 11 victims and the 10 victims went on throughout the day, and today we are expecting the accused to be presented in the Patan court at around 4 to 5 in the afternoon or before that. That is the major detail, that is a major update coming from there. The police would be asking, the local authorities would be demanding for as strict action as possible in this particular case. But then questions will also be asked to the MBBS college where this particular incident took place, even though they were very prompt to react. The student in question here scored really good marks before qualifying for this particular college, and he comes from a family of farmers, which has seen a sort of an atmosphere, a very ugly atmosphere being created in the entire Patan region of Gujarat.
Absolutely, Anuj. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. I'm also being joined by Rajendra Kachru, who is an anti-ragging campaigner. Now, I'm also being joined by Dr. Furqan Kamar, who is a professor of management studies, Jamia Millia Islamia. He's also the former Vice Chancellor of University of Rajasthan. Thank you so much for speaking to me on NDTV. Rajendra Kachru, if I can come to you first, have you ever, faced ragging, or your loved one faced ragging?
Yes, I have it's exactly a repeat of the story. My son got killed in a medical school in Himachal in 2009. And year after year, I hear this story all the time. And over these years, we campaigned for eradication of ragging in this country. And we were making good success. My point here is, which I repeat often, is that now in this case, 15 students will be brought to court, and there will be demands for their hang them and kill them and imprison them, and they're murderers and this, that, and the other. That is true, because they have killed a young boy. But at the same time, we never ask the question, what happened to Medical Council of India? What happens to the administration in that college? What happens to UGC? What happened to the ragging committees that they have formed? What happened to the Supreme Court judgment that was passed? What happened to the work that we've been doing for the last 10 years? I can tell you, this is not the forum, but I can tell you at least that none of these things work. So we can easily bring these students. As far as I'm concerned, it's very sad that a young fellow has died. First of all, I want to convey my condolences to his parents, because it's not only me, many dozens of people have suffered this in the last 15 years.
Absolutely.
Even last year. But at the same time, I want to tell you that the whole system has broken down. And I have no hesitation in saying, for few lakh rupees, few bureaucrats who sold out this system, few lakh rupees maybe not even that. So this is the tragedy. Every time we say these 15 students are, in my opinion, they are also the victims of this system. Where is the Medical Council of India? Medical Council of India, where is the administration of this college? And where is UGC? Where is the Ragman Committee and the other committees that were formed? Where is the ministry? Writing a letter to colleges, 50,000 colleges every year, is not going to stop this kind of thing. It's deep inside our system.
Absolutely. Mr. Kachru, my heart goes out to you, and thank you for sharing that, horrific experience that you had to go through. Mr. Kamar, do you think when even the prospect of even harsh punishment, Supreme Court has laid down punishment, it is not an effective deterrent? Does it call for a rethink on actionable strategies to combat ragging, as Mr. Kachru was saying?
No, I would fully agree with Mr. Kachru. I think this is a very painful, sad day for us, and the presence of Mr. Kachru here in this show makes us all relive the tragedies that happen year after year in one college or the other college. I think there are strictest guidelines, but I think the implementation is an issue. Most of the institutions would confine themselves by putting a poster. The regulatory bodies would think that by sending a circular to colleges would serve the purpose. I think we will have to be more proactive in stopping these kinds of incidents. When we know that the admission time is over, and new students are likely to join, I think we need to counsel the existing students in a restricted manner that the ragging is an offense and it is not acceptable. What else do we need? There are laws, there are Supreme Court guidelines, there are evidences and instances of young, bright life being lost. So I think we need to sensitize existing students before the new students come to the campus. At the time when they are in the campus, I think the institutions need to become very, very alert and vigilant. I think it will be a matter of about 10, 15 days till the things settle. So if we take those preventive steps rather than taking corrective steps after the incidents has happened, it is, I think Mr. Kachru rightly said, that one student, bright young student, lost his life. My heart reaches out to his parents. But at the same time, these 15 students are also victim of their ignorance, victim of not being sensitized and being allowed to take up these kinds of activities. So I think majorly the academic institution will have to take responsibility and they will have to become all the more alert, which they are not. So once this event happened, the police FIR and all of those things, but they don't serve the purpose. Otherwise, these things would not have been repeating year after year. I have been vice chancellor of a university. I know that if the university administration, college administration want, they can create a condition that such events do not happen. What stops them from making the wardens, the hostel staffs, the university administration, the proctorial team to be on vigil? Why not sensitize the students and have volunteer groups of senior students to see that these things do not happen? I think a lot needs to be done. Otherwise, it will become a mere lip service.
Absolutely. A safe environment has to be created inside the college, as both of you mentioned one important point, that not just the victim but the accused who is bullying another person is also a victim himself and needs proper guideline, proper maintenance and proper, channel from which, he can come forward and share his experience. Mr. Kachru, what do you suggest? What should the universities do on their part, as well as parents at home should do, so that their child comes home and speaks to them, frankly about what's happening in the college?
First of all, we have to inform the parents that whatever they feel is not right. They think that I'm sending my child to the college and the college authorities are going to look after his safety. That's not correct. So they have to be very careful. We used to do this for last 10 years, campaigning every day to 1 lakh parents. We used to tell them, please be sure, watch the smallest things that you can see. But besides that, there is a program in India, a very advanced program that was designed in 2009, approved by all the regulatory authorities, approved by the Supreme Court. It needed implementation. It worked for 10 years. We reduced ragging phenomenally in India. After that, it's back to the same situation. Because of the change in administration, change in people, they don't care. So it is not easy. We have 20 million students in this country in 50,000 colleges. It is more than the population of many countries in the world. So you cannot just control 20 million students by writing a circular letter. There has to be a system, and that system was in place until 4 or 5 years ago. We were making tremendous progress in this country, but it's broken down. We don't need to rethink about it. A lot of thinking has gone into these for the last 20 years. In 2009, we had 42 cases of suicides in this country.
Absolutely.
So we have a lot of thinking has gone. A proper, what we call a national ragging prevention program is in place. The law is in place, the system is in place, but it's not being implemented.
Absolutely,
So
Mr.
we instead of asking these 15 students who are victims, in my opinion, of the system, we should ask the big IAS officers and the big administration, big principals of colleges, what's your contribution in this? Why are we not implementing National Ragging Prevention Program, which has been there approved by so many committees, by the Supreme Court finally, and is in the shape of a law. Why is not compliance? Who is checking the compliance of this? There is a compliance system. Is this college, first of all, I would ask, did this college comply with the regulations? No, I can tell you that now, even without going to the detail. They did not check. They did not comply with the law. So why can't they be held responsible? Why shouldn't they be held responsible? There is a provision in the regulation law that the head of the administration is penally responsible. He should be penalized.
Absolutely, a safe environment has to be made. Students need to be sensitized, parents need to be aware, and college authorities need to wake up and take strict measures. The Supreme Court has already laid down the laws, but will it be implemented remains a big question. Thank you so much, Mr. Kachru and Mr. Kamar, for joining us with that detailed analysis of what's wrong in the society. Shifting on, Samajwadi Party's veiled attack now has been given